Shoot me, nigga. Shoot me, nigga. Bust on me, nigga, for real.
Rosenbaum say anything about the bag?
I did.
What was that?
That he's not afraid to
On Monday, Governor
go back to
Kathy
jail.
Hochul signed 2 bills into law which aim to crack down on robocalls and prevent scammers from
And you told the detective that when you were interviewed back on September 11th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to the Ultimate gas station, approximately 5900 Sheridan Road, did you see an incident regarding a dumpster?
I did.
Did you see who was lighting and pushing that dumpster?
I did not.
Did you see what happened to that dumpster?
I did.
What?
It was, the fire was put out by a
Okay.
fire extinguisher.
And when the fire in the dumpster was put out by the fire extinguisher, was there any reaction from the people who were starting the fire?
Yes, a very angry reaction.
Okay. Did you recognize or notice anybody's specific reaction at that time?
I did, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. Describe that, please.
He was very agitated. He was yelling, "Fuck the police," over and over and over. "I'm not afraid to go back to jail," and "shoot me N-word, shoot me N-word."
But he was using the whole word.
Correct.
At a Black Lives Matter rally?
Correct.
And he had to...
I don't know the date off the top of my head, but I was called down to the district attorney's office. I met with Mr. Binger and I don't remember his name.
The individual who's
in the blue. And I was called into a room, sat at a table, handed my police statement, got to read over my police statement, and then I was asked if I would like to add anything to the police statement, and I said I would not. Mr. Binger pulled out a cell phone and showed me a video and also a photo, which was actually one photo that I brought today, and asked me if I knew who a gentleman was in that photo, and I said I did not. And he asked me to, he said, this is Joshua Zeminski. Mr. Binger also has a case with him, and I am subpoenaed for that case also. And he says, well, that's who that is. He put the phone down, he picked the phone back up and says, who is this? And I confusedly said, like, Joshua Zeminski, and he's like, would you like to add that to your statement? And I just felt I didn't want to change my statement.
okay. And as a result, what did you do?
I hired an attorney.
And that's Mr. Rose.
Yes. Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were very nervous?
Absolutely.
And we did have you read over your statement, right?
Correct.
And we asked if you knew anything beyond that statement.
Correct.
We didn't ask you to change it.
Yes, you did.
So you said you also attention in the room when
He was just bitching.
Threat to your safety at that moment, did you?
Not for the distance and for the group that was around.
Not for the distance.
Mr. Lukowski characterized him as a babbling idiot. Would you agree with that?
I didn't hear him babbling. I just heard him, well, I don't know if babble's a good word, if I may. He was just bitching. I thought it was I am. And I would look and survey, and I would see Rosenbaum standing there, and I saw the plastic bags in his back pocket. I didn't know what it was, and then can I go on?
Well, is there anything that he had said that evening that you took notice of or would remember?
Yeah, that's the part I was kind of getting to is,
Okay.
I know you guys call him Mr. Yellow Pants, and that's kind of what we called him. He jumped up on the car, and everybody started screaming, get off the car, and Black Lives Matter was screaming, and he was shouting, and Rosenbaum started shouting back at us that he's gonna, pardon me, Judge, for saying this and everybody else, but he was gonna kill us motherfuckers, motherfucking niggers, and cut our hearts out.
The gentleman on the screen there said that.
Yes, multiple times.
And
Hello, everybody. Welcome to NeoUnrealist. That was some of the highlights from yesterday's testimony, which I don't know how many of you follow my Twitter account, NeoUnrealist, but I actually posted yesterday that I felt that at the end of that testimony yesterday, after the end of the day, that the defense team was almost, I wouldn't have been shocked if they came out and gave us like a Maximus.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yeah, that was how I felt that the defense team should have came out yesterday as they walked out of the courtroom. Just, are you not entertained? Holy smokes! From the opening bell yesterday, the prosecution just got owned. That was like, oh man! And remember, guys, this is the day that started with the prosecution's last witness, their own medical examiner, their own expert, coming out and basically refuting their theory or at least they tried to get him to say, oh no, he was far away, Rosenbaum, from from Kyle when he was shot. And they got him to say that Rosenbaum was as far as 4 feet away. Okay, that he couldn't have been more than 4 feet away, because more than, in his expert opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty, that beyond 4 feet would have been too far for the stippling patterns that were seen on the body of Joseph Rosenbaum. Well, then here comes the cross-examination, where Richards, the defense lawyer, picked the story apart, and by the end, he got the doctor to admit that probably the hand, well, not just the hand, even the torso of Rosenbaum had stippling on it, which meant it probably was less than 4 feet. Then he got him to say he had the stippling on his head was of such a quality that it had the soot on it, which he said, to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty, would mean he would have had to have been within 1 foot to get that stippling pattern. Which, but at that point, you're down from feet to now inches, if not closer. So the prosecutors were reduced to coming on redirect and essentially trying to claim that I didn't even get what they were trying to get at. Was Rosenbaum, they've conceded now he's made some kind of swatting motion, because now they've put an expert witness on to say, yes, indeed, his hand, the bullet traveled through his hand up along his arm, or in that direction, and that he had stippling indicating that his hand was close enough to the gun to get the stippling. So I guess they were trying to say, well, he wasn't trying to grab the gun, he was trying to swat. I'm like, was he trying to swat the bullets out of the air? I thought he was trying to pull a Last Dragon. There's this old 80s movie where one of the main characters, his big beef against his rival, the main character of the movie, is that he's tired of hearing tales of this guy catching bullets in his teeth. I was like, is this next? Was they're saying Joseph Rosenbaum is some sort of karate or kung fu master?
Well. If it ain't serious. Joseph Leroy Green. I've been waiting a long time for this, Leroy. I am sick of hearing these bullshit Superman stories about the Wassa legendary Bruce Leroy catching bullets with his teeth. Catches bullets with his teeth.
So, I guess, maybe Joseph Rosenbaum he's actually the Shogun of Harlem. I don't know. That seems to have been the prosecution's assertion. Super chat from Stephen Knizek. Tim Pool published a video that implies the Rittenhouse judge allowed someone to photograph the jurors. Is this real, or is Tim being sensationalist? Will this affect the trial? Yes, the judge announced yesterday that whoever the sheriff was that was in charge of picking up the jurors saw someone taking video of the jurors. The sheriff went over to that person, forced them to delete the video from their phone, said if they did it again that the sheriff's department would seize the phone. The judge told the jury about it when they were in the courtroom. I guess they weren't aware of it, but took no further action, saying that they had procedures in place to prevent that from happening again. So Tim Pool, what he reported is for real. Let's see if the live streams are up now. It's after 10 a.m., so I would imagine so. We got Law and Crime Network. We got Yahoo Finance. I like to get the Fox News Milwaukee one because they seem to be the one that shows the most of the courtroom.
I've had people question my ability because they're not used to seeing women on patrol.
All right, so we are live. It looks like they're waiting for the jury.
May I see you for just 1 minute, Ms. Smith?
May I see you for a moment, Ms. Smith? So, guys, same thing. If you're new today, Same thing with the super chats. Unlike usual, I will read super chats as soon as I can, but obviously if there's like important testimony going on or a lot of just talking, I will have to wait for a break in the talking or until they're bullshitting about something I deem unimportant.
We'll begin.
But looks like they're getting ready to start and diving right in. Remember, this is the defense case now, so they're calling their witnesses. This is defense attorney Shirafzi. I like the look of this guy already. Look at the beard on this ginger. This could be an interesting witness.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated.
Sir, will you state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Jacob Marshall, Jacobmarshall.
This is the roommate of Gage Grosskreutz.
Do you know Gage Grosskreutz?
I do.
Would you say that he's a friend of yours?
I would.
And has he been a roommate of yours in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And from what period of time to what period of time were you guys living as roommates?
I want to say maybe 3 months up prior to the incident of, I don't recall exactly that happened, but probably like 3 months prior to that, he was living with me up until.
So if I said May of 2020, sound fair?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And after August 25th, 2020, did you visit your friend Gage Grosskreutz in the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you visited him?
I believe the following day after the incident happened that night, I went to see him the next day as soon as I could get a hold of his family and stuff, so yeah.
And when you saw him, did you see him in Milwaukee?
Yes.
And you posed for a picture with him in the hospital in Milwaukee, is that right?
Objection leading.
We've heard that objection, I think, quite a bit during the trial, and the suggestiveness is the offensive part of a leading question, and somehow I don't feel, from what we've heard already, that he's going to lead this witness into an answer. So the objection is overruled.
Exactly. You all know the picture exists.
Did you take a photograph with him at the hospital in Milwaukee?
Yes, we did.
Did you do you have a did you at the time have a Facebook account?
At the time, yes.
And after you took that photograph with Mr. Grosskreutz, did you post that photograph on your Facebook account?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7 for identification. Mr. Marshall, can you take a look at that? Is that a picture of you and Mr. Grosskreutz?
It is.
Okay, and that's a picture in the hospital that was taken?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to look to the right of the photograph. Not that familiar with Facebook, but there's an entry that you made with your name and then some writing on it.
Oh, no, no! Oh, thank you.
It appears so, yes.
It's the most important part of this guy's testimony. Did not want to have it skipped there.
So this is the Facebook post we're talking about, and tell me if this is fair. It says, I just talked to Gage Grosskreutz, two. His only regret was not killing the kid and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag into
Mag dump it to the head.
No.
He didn't say that to you?
He never said that to me.
You just posted something about your friend, your roommate, that was a lie?
I did. Given the circumstances and all the threats I've received on the internet, I've never been put in a position like that. Addresses of ours were posted. My mother was getting inboxed. My sister. It was insane with everything going on at the time. I made a bad remark. I was trying to stick up for my friend at the time who, he didn't know any of this was going on. He didn't see the post or anything.
You're not sticking up for him. You're saying what he said.
No.
Hold on. This post down here should have killed him right then and there. That's you saying that, right?
That is me saying that, yes.
Okay. This post right here is you equating something that Mr. Grosskreutz said to you.
I lied. He never said that. Those words have never came out of his mouth.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is asked and answered, argumentative, and leading.
Overall.
He could challenge the witness's credibility.
You made it all up.
100% made it all up.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Mr. Marshall, after you learned that your roommate had been shot that night, what did you do?
I actually went to Kenosha trying to figure out if he was alive. My sister was the one that notified me. She was watching his live stream, and I had to figure out if my friend was alive. Even at the time, I had no answers. So I drove from Milwaukee to Kenosha to the first hospital. They were transferring him to a secondary hospital, which then he got flight lifted back to Milwaukee. So I basically drove down to Kenosha to drive back to see him in Freighter, but I wasn't able to see him until the following day, at least, I don't know, like 12 hours at least or plus after the incident happened. So
as you came down to Kenosha, you first went to KMH or Freighter South looking for him, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you got there a few minutes after he'd been moved to another hospital in Kenosha, is that right?
Yes, I don't know the exact second hospital. It's like St. Mary's or something along those lines, something like that.
And then when you went to that second hospital, you got there a few minutes after the helicopter had flown him all the way back up to Milwaukee.
Yeah, I actually was watching him get loaded into the Flight for Life. I kind of assumed it was him, and still I had no idea if he was going to make it. I didn't know the severity of things.
And so then you drove back up to Milwaukee to Freighter there to try and see whether or not your roommate was alive.
Well, yeah, that was the goal, but like I said, I wasn't able to get a hold of anyone. He was obviously anonymous at the hospital. I was just trying to get answers for his mom and his family to make sure, I wasn't sure if my friend was going to make it or not. So I was just, following him around trying to figure it out. But
you were worried, you were scared.
I've never been in that position in my life. It was very traumatic watching, my roommate, best friend get shot, and like I said, I thought he was dead from the second of how everything played out. So I was very scared, very worried about everything.
On top of being worried about his safety, you were also experiencing people putting his name on the internet, correct?
Yes.
And then all sorts of people who supported the defendant were making threats against him and you, correct?
Yes, I actually believe one of the guys that was sending threats was with the defendant that night. His name is like Dustin Collette or something. He was sending pictures of guns to us. That was just a little things. Old addresses of ours got leaked out. I was in fear for my family and fear for my friends. It was pretty crazy.
So this post where you're talking about emptying a magazine, was that your way of kind of trying to deter everybody from coming after you by letting them know that you guys are armed and ready to defend yourselves?
That was 100% it. Gage has never said those words. I was trying to stick up for him more or less. Was looking back, obviously not a good choice of words to say. I put in my emotions of, what I wish would have happened. I guess you could say it that way that night. But those words never came out of my friend's mouth. When I seen him the next day at the hospital, I cried. I was like, I'm so glad you're alive. Kind of let him know the severity of everything going on social media.
Chat on cross-examination. So, you can lead the witness.
And it's fair to say that even after that, in the year, 14 months since then, you and Gage have continued to experience threats, harassment online, things like that.
The second I got subpoenaed out of court on Monday, instantly was already getting hundreds of messages, friend requests from people I have no idea. It still goes on to this day. It's insane.
Is your friend Gage the type of person who would take another life?
No, and that's clearly shows of.
He's saying good. He's a good boy.
The objection is sustained.
He just said he's a good
Gage
boy.
Is a medic?
He is a medic.
A paramedic and an EMT?
Yes.
Fair to say he's dedicated his life to preserving and healing other people.
Yes, he cares about the wellness and safeties of others.
Nothing further.
Mr. Marshall, you took this post down, did you not?
After getting all the harassment and stuff and instantly seeing that comment screenshot and knowing people are going to try to twist that right away, yeah, I took it down immediately.
Yeah, they twisted it.
And
they twisted his lie.
you knew from this post, can you bring up the post again?
They twisted it, what he wrote.
From the post.
He wrote it, but people twisted it.
The picture on the bottom shows Mr. Grosskreutz with a firearm, right? You see that?
I do.
Okay. So, you out of anger or frustration, you knew that if you said that if his only regret was not killing the kid, you knew that would hurt him, right?
I did not at the time. Like I said, I was.
What are you,
trying to
a
stick up for
moron?
my friend.
You said your
was a
friend was
really
wanted to
hectic
murder
thing.
a
I've never
child,
dealt with
a minor.
A situation like that, it was bad word, bad judgment.
So your method of sticking up for your friend, who you know is possessing a firearm, is to lie about something he said.
And like I said, bad.
How is it argumentative? He's asking if that's your method.
Say, like I said, it was going to be bad. It was a bad judgment, bad call on my part of even wording something like that, and it was out of pure anger. That's really all I have.
Judge, I've moved 70. I have no other questions.
Any objection?
I have no objection to the exhibit, and I have no further questions.
You may step down, sir. Received.
Your Honor, we would recall Ann Mulkindry.
Oh! Did they call Sam back? Sam is back to answer for his bullshit. Oh man, this is gonna be good.
You're still under oath, sir.
This is like Christmas, guys. This is a cavalcade of liars now. This is, oh man, we are in for a special treat, my friends. Another liar taking a stand. Sam is not like Sam is not his brother Sal, man.
And the judge has told you that you are still under oath.
No. Sam doesn't have 10 cards. He's not
you
Sal.
recall testifying. The state had called you as a witness back on November 5th regarding this case.
I don't know the date, but yes.
Okay. And do you remember that I was asking you some questions regarding the vehicles, the number of vehicles that had been damaged, the amount of loss that your business had suffered, and information regarding insurance, things of that nature?
True, yes.
And
it's
do
showtime.
you recall part of, and I've got a transcript, so I'll be happy to show you if you have questions about what you had said. Do you remember me asking you about the, I asked this question, can you give me a ballpark, meaning the amount of loss that your
Oh,
business
is he going
suffered?
into his scam?
And you had said that you couldn't remember. I asked you more than 100,000. You said yes. I said more than 250,000, and you said I do not know, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember saying, being asked this question, and you don't know what the loss from those fires were? Your answer was, I personally never calculated it. My dad does the money part.
Yes, yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
That you still don't, you didn't know at the time what the loss was?
Well, when we arrived on Monday, seeing all the destruction, all the cars, looking at the property, because a lot of oil has gone into the asphalt, the soil replacement and all that. So, I mean, we were in shock.
My question to you is, as you sit here today, are you still under oath stating that you don't know and didn't know what the loss was?
Sorry, I cannot remember.
Here we go again
You
with
can't remember if that's your
I
statement
don't remember
today?
stuff.
Could you repeat the question, please?
On November
We've seen this
5th,
act
you
before.
agree that you testified under oath you did not know what the loss was from your business.
Well, I think you need to restructure that question. Restructure the question. Where's Sister Marcian's pointer? This word order is not acceptable.
Okay.
Okay.
You recall testifying last week?
Yes.
And do you recall when you testified last week, you were asked if you were aware of the total amount of loss to your properties? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you testified under oath that you didn't personally know what the loss was, that you never calculated it? Right?
I personally didn't.
And is that your testimony today?
At the time, I
Careful, Sam.
didn't know
You're
what the
under
exact
oath.
loss was.
No, that's not the question. Answer the question he asked. Please.
Sorry.
Careful, Sam.
Is that your answer today, that you don't know what the loss was?
I do have approximation what the loss was.
And did you learn that from the last time you were in court till today?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It was approximately $400,000.
Okay. I'm going to show you. You provided an interview the day after
137 cars.
this happened. Is that right?
Only 400 G's.
And I'll show you. Tell me if you're on the screen.
What was he selling? Volkswagens?
You guys remember, there's just all these cars were exploding.
Turn the volume off until we get what?
Yeah, these are total losses. All these cars. You're that's insane. Well, they must have been selling like 30-year-old Volkswagens. I'm not buying this. He's stuck because that's probably.
Now those are cars at your lot, right?
At that time, yes.
Is that your brother?
Yes.
Okay.
Sal.
Hold on. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. You play it?
And so obviously it's definitely
Is it intended to hear this?
Yes.
Well, I can't.
Okay.
Now I got my sinus earplug, but can other people hear it? No. Okay. I wouldn't think that would control this. I think it's going to be earlier in the system.
Is Sal a Boogaloo boy?
It should be coming.
I see a Hawaiian shirt on the side there. Maybe Sal's a Boogaloo boy. I'll tell you, I want to learn more about Sal. He's there that was during the riots. He had to know what a Hawaiian shirt meant, right? I mean, wear a Hawaiian shirt to a riot. You know, it's you're signaling, right?
I would think because it is, I thought, connected into the system here.
I don't know. It's all the way up on my computer. That's
Okay. Have you got ours all the way up? Is there any place where it's coming in clearly? Are you getting it clearly?
Can you hear us if we turn that TV on, the volume on that TV?
Littlefinger and Varys concerned that they don't get disbarred after those revelations yesterday.
Is anyone getting it clearly?
Well, Sal is his nicknames, guys. They're not names aren't Sal and Sam, but that's just a lot of people just anglicize a nickname to make it easy for people not to mangle their names.
Affecting you pretty hard.
We built this place up from ground up.
Yeah.
When we started this business back in 2013, we had about 5 to 7 cars. 7 cars. I counted. The first day we had only 7 cars. 7 cars.
Yeah. Do you feel like right now with this that you're still Kenosha bound? You're gonna stay here in Kenosha and rebuild?
Probably not. Well, the thing is, if there's no government funding or if there's no help from anybody, I'm already broke. Because there's nothing I can do.
I mean, you know.
You just said to him, if there's no government funding for this, there's nothing we're going to be able to do, right?
I must have. I don't remember saying that.
You're not disputing you said it.
I must have.
Okay, go ahead.
Run a business, it takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of people, it takes a lot of effort.
We have to build
actually
capital first
to reinvest it.
Yeah. We would have been at least so happy that, okay, we lost only 5 cars. 10, 15, okay, max 20, okay, 25.
How many cars were lost total, you know? In total?
Yeah. In all 3 locations?
137.
137.
137 cars.
Yep.
I heard that there was at least $1.5 million worth of damage.
That was the
just
first.
2.5 in total. Just
2.5 million in total.
5 million in total. That's what you said.
That's a big discrepancy, guys.
Right?
I must have.
Well, you heard it, right?
Yes.
So when you said 400,000 today, is that a lie?
It's not a lie. It's what it is when we, like I said, when we saw that from in our eyes, we were in shock.
Okay.
To be able to, to be able to how to come back from it, we were taking everything in consideration in terms of all the oil, the gas has gone into the asphalt, the DOR. So we're basically putting everything in the consideration to get back on track. That's.
Understand that.
But I want you to answer my question.
Go ahead.
My question was, when you testified today under oath that your loss was 400,000, you'd agree that's not what you said on the tape, right?
That is correct.
So, what you testified today under oath, that's a lie, right?
It was a mistake.
Chat from Flavor 13, do you think Marshall was a good witness? I think the only purpose of Marshall was to introduce that into evidence. I don't think they really wanted anything from him.
Shock.
Just to show also that
where'd you come up with that number?
Gage is with liars.
Like I just explained to you.
That his best friend's a liar. That's the kind of people he has around him.
The building, the roof, the glass. We didn't know. We looking at the condition of the lot. I mean, you can clearly see it. The asphalt, the soil contamination.
The purpose of this testimony is to demonstrate that Sam is a liar. To make it to show that he's not a credible witness, because
probably how much it's gonna be.
Remember, Sam testified that he never asked anybody to defend his business. We had testimony yesterday of people saying yes, they were asked by Sam. So he's laying a groundwork of big freaking lies that Sam is told on the stand already.
Because of the DOR,
that's what this is about.
And we knew we had to go through the permits again and stuff like that. So I didn't have. It was just the number that was out there with me being in shock of the damages that has occurred to my dad's business.
You knew the specific number of cars, right?
I didn't remember on last week, but now yeah.
You answered 137 in your testimony.
I cannot remember what it was in total.
I don't have anything else. Thank you. Oh, I would, Judge, I'm sorry. That was marked as 136 exhibit, and I would move that.
Objection?
No.
Proceed. Cross.
Mr. Kindry, the video that we just saw, do you remember what day that was?
I honestly do not.
Do you remember what day all of those cars burned?
This video, it seems like that was early Monday morning. People said Sunday night the lot burned, but when we came to find out, it was Monday early morning in between 12:30 2 o'clock.
I just want to make sure we're clear about what we're talking about, Mr. Kindry. We looked at this map when you testified on Friday. And the video we just saw is at this location, the car source on the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the lot that burned around 2 in the morning on Monday morning.
That is correct.
All of that damage had been done a couple days before the shootings where Mr. Rittenhouse killed people on the night of Tuesday, August 25th.
That is correct.
And your interview there that we just watched is what, maybe 6 or 8 hours after the cars had all burned?
Honestly, I don't remember what the time or the day it was.
When that property burned, it wasn't just the cars, it was the building too.
Exactly, yes.
There was records, computers,
yes,
business files inside that building,
yes,
that were destroyed or damaged.
Yes.
Did that make it hard for you as or your family to figure out all of your business inventory, the property value, things like that?
Very hard, yes.
Is it fair to say that 6 or 8 hours after the incident, you didn't have a clear picture of the full value of
Okay,
your
Little Binger,
car?
but $2.5 million to 400,000? That's not a clear picture. That's another complete ballpark.
Picture on November 5th either, did you? Of this year.
Basically, they're shredding this witness. His testimony is useless after this. The defense just ripped this witness apart. Whoa, he's calling Kyle Rittenhouse to the stand.
Take about 5 minutes.
Guys, this is the Super Bowl.
Step out just into the library here for a sec. Anybody wants to go?
This is the Super Bowl. We're gonna hear from Kyle himself.
5 minutes, I'm expecting.
All right, I gotta check out Raquetta Law on this. Holy smokes! Kyle got up, man. I think the judge is gonna ask him if he's sure he wants to testify. That is Kyle's decision, not the lawyer. They're so confident they're gonna put Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand.
And then you just do an easy calculation from there. But
Of this year.
I did not.
Picture on November 5th either.
Did they ask the
Wait,
roommate?
did they just call Kyle Rittenhouse?
Your lawyers called you to testify as a witness in this case, and
are you serious?
Rights are. You are allowed to testify if you wish under the Constitution, and no one can keep you from testifying, even your own lawyer, if that's what you want to do.
Are they calling
If you
Kyle
do
because he
decide
just
to
stood up?
testify,
and
then
somebody
That's what he
attorney will
said.
be allowed
They're
to
calling Kyle
cross-examine you
Rittenhouse.
about anything that is relevant to this case.
Let me just go check the results of that
And
Twitter poll. Jack Passot
are there any
retweeted an
claimed
emphatic
prior
no. Do not call him.
untruthful statements? 90608.
What we've had testimony regarding the things he said about not shooting anyone.
No, I'm talking about
while they're pausing,
prior,
did
prior
anyone
instance
ask
of
that witness the
dishonesty
question,
under 90608?
so you would lie to
Okay.
protect your friend?
They
didn't ask
so
him
that's
that
not an issue. The
in
district
redirect?
attorney will also be allowed to ask you if you've got any criminal history.
I don't know if it was that
adjudications, are there any of that?
specific, but they did go ahead with,
And, you
they
could
hit
be,
back on the lie.
Yeah.
Asked
Did
about
they
any
mention
other
any
crimes,
correlation
wrongs,
between the potential
or
effect of
prior
that Facebook
events
post
that,
on his $10 million lawsuit?
I think I've ruled
No.
on everything that's been.
Because I don't think that guy's a
presented
party to the
me.
suit, so I don't know that he could comment on
Yeah,
it.
and I've been
Called you
thinking
to
about it,
testify
and
as a
nothing,
witness in this case,
I've
and,
not
just wanted to
heard
advise you
anything in
what
the
your rights
case
are.
that would suggest.
You
that
are
you're
allowed to
changing
testify
the
if you wish
rulings,
under the
so,
Constitution.
Unless there's something else on that, I don't need to cover that in terms of a possible inquiry. He will be able to ask you anything which is relevant to this case, germane, pertinent to this case, and you will have to answer those questions, even though it may ensnare you in some other criminal prosecution. you understand that?
There's his mom.
Any question about that at all?
No, Your Honor.
Super chat from
You also
Stephen
have a
Kizik.
right not to
Wonder
testify
Kyle wasn't wearing
if you
that
don't wish
fashionable
to do
maroon
so.
shirt he's been wearing
And
throughout
if you
this trial.
decide that you do not wish to testify,
Very conservative, yeah.
then no comment can be
Gray and
made
white.
on your silence by the district attorney. And I will not comment on your silence unless I am asked by your attorney to do so. And the only comment that I would make on it, if I were asked to do so, would be to instruct the jury that the defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify, and that your silence must not be considered by the jury in any manner in deliberation or in reaching their verdict. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that'll be a choice that I would ask Mr. Sharofsky or Mr. Richards at a later point as to what you wanted to do if you decided not to testify, but that won't be an issue if you decide that you do want to testify, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about this at all?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to discuss this matter with your lawyers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to think about what you're doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you think what you're doing is the best thing under all the circumstances?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or pressured you or forced you in any way with respect to this decision?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything in exchange for this?
No, Your Honor.
Is your mind clear today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you feeling all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had anything alcoholic to drink today?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had any drugs or controlled substances of any kind within the last 24 hours?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason I should not accept his waiver?
No, Your Honor, this is consistent with advice of counsel.
Okay. Any questions?
So his lawyers agree with his
all right then.
decision.
Anything
All
else?
right.
May I just have a moment to run back to my office real quick? I'll be back in
Remember,
2 minutes.
Sure.
this is Kyle's decision. The lawyers, even if they advise him against it, it is his right to speak at his own trial, obviously. So it looks like his defense counsel is smiling. They feel confident that Kyle can withstand the cross-examination. And remember, guys, when they put the defendant on the stand, he cannot take the fifth, and they can ask him anything they want. It's open season. Basically, you're naked up there. It's literally, they could bring up anything. So this is like literally the most open-ended questioning you could see in a trial is the cross-examination of a defendant by the prosecution. This is huge, guys. I'm thinking Kyle's wanted to speak. Obviously, he has not been able to speak since the incident. I'm sure his attorneys and all the people around him prevented that from happening. Wisely so. And it might be just that he just doesn't want this. He probably doesn't want his fate decided. Remember, this is his life on the line here. Life in prison, potentially. Maybe he just figures if my fate is going to be decided here, I want it to be, with my hand. It's something that's in my control. That's my only thought here of his motivation. Because, in my opinion, he really doesn't have to testify. I don't know if the prosecution's case is good enough for him to sustain a guilty verdict on the murder and attempted murder. But I mean, maybe he sees it different.
That the prosecution cannot put the defendant on the stand. So two things can happen. The judge can simply allow the prosecution to expand the scope of cross, or because he's waived his Fifth Amendment rights, the prosecution can call him in rebuttal as their own witness, have him declared hostile, and go to town. So I don't know how that is even remotely consistent with the beginning of this statement and what I thought, which was that there is some limitation. It sounds almost as if there's virtually no limitation, and something that the judge said just now sounded a lot like that.
Yeah, it's why you don't do it. People in the chat are saying, don't count the kid out, he's smart. It's not a question of that. It's just that there's no real benefit to be gained from this, and arguably
That's
only
the point.
exposure.
If you have nothing to gain, why take the risk?
The loss.
Is my opinion.
What's he going to say that the witnesses haven't already said?
That's what I'm saying. It seems like his case is already made
That's the real
to
thing.
me.
I'll tell you what he's going to say that the witness, or what he could say that the witnesses haven't already said. Something that would compromise his ability to not say something else. That's the risk, is that if he gets up on the stand and says anything regarding his character, if he says he's a peaceful person, if he says that he doesn't engage in violence and that he's just a good boy, then they get to bring up the fact that he got into a fight and there's videos where he's punching a woman in the face. They get to bring up the fact that he sat in a CVS truck wishing that he had his gun with him so he could shoot people who he believed were stealing things out of that CVS. He could open the door to prejudicial prior acts that are irrelevant to this. If he says, I'm not a member of any organizations, maybe they can attack his later association with the Proud Boys, even though it would normally be irrelevant to this case and has been excluded from being mentioned at the time. This is just a bowl of risk with basically no reward, because I think, Viva, you just said, they've already made their case. There's nothing you need.
Nick, he answers one question factually incorrectly, and then they get...
Worth County.
How old are you?
18.
I knew we were behind.
On August 25th of 2020, did you come to downtown Kenosha to look for trouble?
No.
Would you have shot Joseph Rosenbaum if he hadn't chased you, trying to take your firearm?
Objection, leading.
Sounds kind of leading.
Would you... I'll get to it. Are you a high school graduate?
Yes.
What high school?
Penn Foster Online High School.
Are you currently enrolled in any further studies?
I'm a college student studying nursing at Arizona State University.
Who do you currently live with?
My mom and 2 sisters.
Directing your attention to August 25th of 2020, where did you reside?
Antioch, Illinois.
Do you remember the address?
286 Anita Terrace, apartment 104, Antioch, Illinois.
And who did you live with there?
My mother and 2 sisters.
What's your father's name?
Michael Rittenhouse.
Back on August 25th of 2020, where did he reside?
He lived in Kenosha, in the city of Kenosha, in the apartments behind the Pick and Save on 50th. On 50.
Do you have any other family
Establishing that
from Kenosha?
he had roots in Kenosha.
What?
My grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, and cousins all live in the city of Kenosha.
Okay. There's been testimony in this trial about the firearm in question, which has been marked. States 28. You've seen that gun?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had that gun ever left the state of Wisconsin?
No.
Now, before this event happened on August 25th of 2020, did you have any hobbies?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you like to do.
I was a swimmer. I enjoyed working. I was a lifeguard. Hanging out with friends, going to the beach. Just normal teenage stuff.
Were you a member of any groups, organized groups?
Yes.
What?
I was a police explorer for Grays Lake Police Department, and I was a firefighter EMT cadet for Antioch Fire Department.
Did you have any training in life-saving, anything like that?
Yes.
What?
I was a certified lifeguard. I am a certified lifeguard and swim instructor. I am certified in Stop the Bleed, CPR, AED, automatic external defibrillator, and basic life support.
Okay. On August 25th of 2020, where were you employed?
I was furloughed at the YMCA in Lindenhurst, Illinois, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I was working at the Recplex in Pleasant Prairie.
Okay. Recplex here in Kenosha County?
Yes.
Now, on the night of the 24th, did you come to downtown Kenosha?
Not downtown, but I came to Kenosha for work.
Okay. And after your shift at work completed, where did you go?
I went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house. I believe his name is Scott Dickhart. It's been a while since I've seen him.
Okay. And who is Dominic Black in relationship to you?
Him and Dominic Black and my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse used to date.
Okay. And on the night of the 24th, were you aware of anything going on in Kenosha?
I knew there was protests, demonstrations, and riots going on in the later evening.
Okay. And how were you aware of that?
I saw videos on social media, on Facebook live streams, TikTok of. I saw the Car Source lot being burned down, the Car Source 1, what we've been referring to. I saw a police officer get assaulted. He had a brick thrown at his head. And I saw the mattress store owner get knocked out, and I believe his jaw was broken and had to be wired shut or something.
And you saw all of that on the 24th?
Yes.
Did you go to downtown Kenosha at that time and try and do anything about that?
No, I did not.
Directing your attention to the late morning of August 25th, 2020, did you have occasion to go downtown?
I did go to downtown in the morning of August 25th.
Who did you go there with?
I went there with Dominic Black, my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Ray Dickhart.
And describe what you did.
We walked around for a little bit, and then I believe at around 11:30 noon, we ended up at Ruther Central High School, where we ended up cleaning graffiti for about, I want to say, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Showing what's been previously marked as Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Could you describe what you see in that photo?
Towards the left in the olive green shirt, that's me, and then to my left, that's Ray Dickhart, and to my right, that's my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse.
What are you doing there?
We're cleaning graffiti off of Ruther Central High School.
And were you getting paid to do this?
No, I was not.
And you see what the graffiti says?
Yes.
And you do what it said as you were cleaning it off?
Yes.
I won't repeat it. After you were done doing that, what did you do?
We were walking, and we went to the Car Source lot, the first location, and we were looking at the destruction of the burnt cars, and we saw the owner, Sam and Sal, I believe that's what they told us their names were.
And you saw, when we say Car Source, the one that you met Sam and Sal at is what we've been referring to as Car Source number 1?
Yes.
And that's the one that they just played a video of all the burnt out cars?
That's why they put Sam on the stand right before Kyle, to show he's a liar.
Briefly, I offered my condolences, and I said if there's anything I can do, please reach out to me. He gave me his number. I gave him my number.
And you were with Dominic Black at that time?
I was.
And your sister?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we walked back to, I believe, we parked our car by, you see the parking lot?
Do you have the pointer up there?
The pointer.
Yes. We parked our car right in this parking lot in that corner, somewhere over there.
I can't see that far, I'm sorry.
Guys, remember, he wasn't really homeschooled. He had to finish high school because, he's on this trial. He couldn't leave his house.
At the corner,
so I'm guessing he probably finished school online.
59th and Sheridan, it would be the southeast corner, correct?
Correct.
And you're pointing the dot, you parked closer to 8th Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can put the pointer down. And whose car did you get there in?
Dominic Black's.
And when you left, where did you go?
Once we left that parking lot, we went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house again, and we hung out there for a little bit.
Okay. And do you know who Nick Smith is?
I do.
And did you have any contact with Nick Smith that afternoon?
Later in the evening, around 3:30, 4 o'clock, Nick Smith called me and Dominic.
And when he called you, what was the nature of the call?
At first, Nick Smith wanted us to drive him to Chicago by O'Hare Airport, the suburbs of Chicago, because he wanted to buy a bulletproof vest. And Dominic said, okay, we'll drive him. And then he said, okay, I need you to pick me up at like 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you go and pick him up eventually?
Yes. We actually, before we picked him up, we went to Jelensky's.
Okay. What did you do at Jelensky's?
We bought, Dominic wanted me to buy 2 rifle slings.
And did you?
I did.
One was for what?
One was for my rifle, and the other one was for Dominic's rifle.
Okay. And why did you care about your rifles that evening?
The reason for the slings were just so it's like a retainer, so if I'm helping somebody with first aid, I can just like dangle my rifle behind me and I don't have to worry about somebody just randomly going and picking it up off the ground, just as like an extra measure so it won't be taken from the ground.
And what time did you go to Jelensky's?
I want to say about 2:30, but I don't know exactly for sure.
Okay. When did you first have contact with Nick Smith?
3:30. 3:15.
Okay.
3:15 through
And was there any discussion regarding car source at that time?
Yes.
What?
Nick Smith, once we picked him up, he wanted to go to a bank to withdraw money. The bank was closed, and then he was like, hey, would you guys like to come with me and help watch over the car source, make sure there's no fires or anything? And Dominic said yes. I agreed. I said okay. And then I said, here, Nick, I don't really need my bulletproof vest. I'm going to be helping people with first aid, so I gave him my bulletproof vest.
And by you giving him your bulletproof vest, did that
The Mad Gunman.
stop the need to go to
I don't really need
someplace
this.
by
I'm
the
there to
airport?
provide first
Yes.
aid.
Okay. And why does a 17-year-old kid have a bulletproof vest?
It was issued to me by the Grays Lake Police Department.
You didn't purchase it?
No, I did not.
And after you gave him your bulletproof vest, where did you go?
We went back to Nick Smith's house where we parked Dominic Black's car.
And then what did you do?
We walked from Mr. Smith's house. Once we parked at Nick Smith's house, we walked from Nick Smith's house to the car source 1, cutting through the Ruther Central backside parking lot, because Nick Smith lives on the same street of...
You don't have to say where Nick Smith
Okay.
lives. He lives within walking distance from here?
Yes.
Okay. And so you go to car source 1?
Yes.
And that's the burnt out one?
No, car source 2, my bad, across the street.
Okay. And at car source 2, that's where you spent most of the evening?
Yes.
Okay. When you first got to car source 2, the one at 59th and Sheridan, what happened?
The owners were there, Sam, Sal, and his father, and I think it was his uncle there also. He was driving a van of some sort.
Okay. And what was the discussion?
Sam and Sal thanked us for coming out to help. And then Sal said, hey, why don't you guys hop in my car? If I remember correctly, it was either a white or black BMW or Mercedes. I don't recall exactly.
The famous car ride in Sal's car.
He was going to drive us down to car source lot number 3.
Okay. And did you agree to get in his car?
I did.
And who went to car source number 3?
Further indication
Me,
that they wanted
Dominic
him there.
Black, and Nick Smith.
Sal drove them to the other place.
Sal.
And when you got there, what happened?
We got out and we hung around for a couple minutes, and then some people showed up. I now know who they are, but at the time I didn't.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3030. Do you recognize that exhibit?
All right.
I do.
And
the Heroes of Kenosha.
Can you, Your Honor?
There's Sal, Ryan Balch.
Can you go up there, please?
Joanne
Point
Fiedler.
Out.
Nick Smith.
Can
Kyle
you point
Rittenhouse.
out
Dominic Black.
who knew before that picture was taken?
I don't know who that guy is. I don't know who this guy is.
This is... This is Sal, the owner. This is Ryan Balch. This is Joanne Fiedler. This is Justin Hamilton. This is Dustin Colette. This is Nicholas Smith. I don't recall his name. This is me, and this is Dominic Black.
Okay. We've heard testimony. You can have a seat. We've heard testimony about you, Nick, and Dominic. You knew those individuals before August 25th of 2020?
I knew Nicholas Smith and Dominic Black.
Okay. You did not know the owner of Car Source previously?
I did not.
Was he being nice to you guys? Was he happy you were there? Was he mad at you for being there? Describe it.
He was happy we were there.
Okay. And you heard their testimony, the two owners. I believe that was Friday afternoon.
I did.
And did they give you permission to be there?
They did.
And the other individuals in this photograph, some of whom have testified in this trial, 10 minutes before this photograph was taken, did you know any of them?
I did not.
Had you ever spoken to any of them?
No.
And when you were there, what was the idea? Was there a plan? What was going to happen?
Yes, the plan was to, I went down there to provide first aid. I brought my orange first aid kit, the fanny pack, and I also brought my Pelican box, which was filled with first aid stuff by my feet to provide first aid.
The orange box by your feet you refer to as a Pelican box?
Yes.
Did you have that before the 25th?
Yes.
Was it stocked?
Yes.
With things that you had bought and brought?
Yes.
And do you go with that every day, or is that because of the
Cross state lines
It
with
was
the
in the
Pelican
trunk of my
box.
car.
Oh my God.
And the fanny pack, what's the situation with that?
It was my work bag. I brought it to work with me, and I would put it under my lifeguard.
Tools of a
boot.
mass murderer, guys.
And that had first aid supplies?
First aid
Yes.
kits and Pelican
Now,
boxes
after the meeting
and fanny
here
packs
at 63rd
full of first
and
aid
Sheridan
stuff.
Road, what's been referred to as Car Source 3, what happened?
After the photograph, I believe, I don't recall exactly, but there was about 2 or 3 vans that pulled up, like big vans with people inside of them.
Okay, and what was their role in this evening?
Well, they showed up and they wanted to protect the business, and I didn't really have a say in what everybody
Kyle
was
has
doing.
10 Pelican boxes.
I was just there doing my first aid stuff, and then Ryan Ball said, "Hey, why don't you guys stay here, and we'll go down to the Car Source number 2."
Okay, and so the people, a group of people was going to stay at Car Source 3, and the people depicted in this photograph were going to go where?
Car Source 2.
And is that what happened?
Yes.
And so at that point then, Sam and Sal had coverage, for lack of a better word, at both of their businesses to protect the property, correct?
Yes.
So you get down to Car Source 2, did all of these people go there?
Yes. Besides Sal, the owner, he did not.
Okay. During the night, was Sam and Sal there?
They were not.
They left you guys there?
Yes. I believe Nick Smith was in contact with them throughout the night. I'm not certain, but I believe they were.
And you get down there, were you able to get in and out of the business?
Yes.
How?
Sal, the owner, actually gave Nick Smith a set of keys.
Sal
Did you
gave
personally see that?
Nick
I did.
Smith the keys.
Did he give you any other
Personally
direction
witnessed.
regarding any equipment or anything like that?
He let us know where, like, the power washers and the fire. I think there was a single fire extinguisher in the building and some hoses, the hose hookups, just in case there was any fires we needed to put out at the lot.
Anything else about the roof?
He showed
The roof.
I believe it was Dominic Black and Nick Smith, the 2 ladders that were there to get up on the roof.
Okay. And did you guys use those ladders?
I didn't personally, but the people that were on the roof did.
Okay. And you saw them use those ladders?
The roof.
I didn't see them, but that's how they got up there.
Okay. Where were you predominantly at Car Source 2?
I was in front of the Car Source 2.
Now, during the night at Car Source 2, did you stay there the whole time?
No, not
Okay.
the whole time.
When you would leave Car Source 2, what were you doing?
When I left, I was with Ryan Balch, and we would go out and ask if anybody needed any first aid assistance, and we would see if there were any fires, and we would put them out.
Okay. Did you personally put out any fires?
I did.
Where?
I put one out at the church.
Can you use the pointer?
Kyle says he put out a fire at the church.
So right here was where there was
stopped a hate crime.
demolishing. They were breaking
church
some
burning.
stuff down. But right here, I believe there was another building with an alleyway. It was either right here or right here. I don't remember.
Remember, guys, I
fully.
thought burning
But there
churches
was
was
a
a hate
fire
crime.
down the alleyway where they were trying to set the building and church on fire, and me and Mr. Balch, and I believe somebody else was with us. We went to go put that fire out.
Did you put it out?
We did.
Then what did you do?
Around that time, we saw Ruther Central High School on fire, the front doors, and we were walking north down Sheridan Road to go
BLM
put the
is
fire
burning
out.
schools and churches in Kenosha.
And then somebody else put the fire out before we got to Ruther
When you
Central High
say the
School.
front, is that right here on Civic Park?
No, sorry, that's my mistake. You're walking north on Sheridan. It's the side of the building on Sheridan Road, towards the left when you're walking north.
In the general area where you would
Remember, guys, he was a fire cadet as well as a police cadet.
Yes, in that photo to the right.
Okay. And during the evening, was there any friction
Yes, he crossed state
between
lines to put the
your
fire out.
group and protesters/rioters?
No. The only type of stuff that happened was the person that attacked me first threatened to kill me twice.
Okay.
Oh!
And the person who threatened to kill you.
The person who attacked me
now
first
knows
threatened
Mr.
to kill me
Rosenbaum,
Yes.
twice. Boom.
Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever seen him before?
I did not.
Had you ever done anything to upset him?
No.
Now, you said he threatened to kill you twice.
Yes.
Look at Binger's eyes.
The first time.
His eyes are
The
wide
first
open.
time was me and Ryan Balch were a little bit north, towards the north corner of
There's no way Binger
59th
could have
and
known
Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was walking with a steel chain, and he had a
The
blue
chain.
mask around his face, and he was just mad about something. Me and Mr. Balch were asking people if they needed medical help, and then he screamed, sorry for my language, he screamed, "If I catch any of you fuckers alone, I'm going to fucking kill you."
And that was directed at you and Mr. Balch?
It was directed at both of us, what I believe.
And there was a second occasion where he threatened you?
Yes.
Any of you fuckers is plural.
The second time was outside of the car source, and I don't know if it was directed towards me, but I heard it. He said to, I believe it was Joanne Fiedler, Dustin, Colette, and another guy. He was screaming. He said, "I'm going to cut your fucking hearts out and kill." I'm not going to repeat the second word, but kill you, and words.
All right. Kyle would not drop the N-bomb.
Mr. Rosenbaum doing any physical property damage?
I did.
Where?
I saw him with,
You wanna
I
give
now
them
know to be
that
Joshua
clip.
Zeminski.
You know that would have been clipped if you dropped the
I
N-bomb.
saw him tip that trailer over, and the porta potty. I saw him do both, and I believe he tried to start the porta potty on fire. I don't know. I don't think he succeeded. But then I saw him with Mr. Zeminski. He was either helping start it or he was like throwing stuff on it. I don't know which one he was doing.
Where did you originally see that trailer?
That trailer was in the St. James Church parking lot, sort of like right over here in like the backish corner. What I remember.
And did you see how it got from there to where it was put on fire?
It was pulled.
By whom?
It was several people that pulled it into the street, but I can't tell you definitely who pulled it into the street.
And you went down there and saw them starting a fire?
I didn't go down there. I was at the corner of the car source lot.
Okay. And you referred to Mr. Zeminski. Before August 25th of 2020, Had you ever met Mr. Zeminski?
I have not.
Did you ever meet him since?
I have not.
Zeminski is on the witness list. They can't call him if they want.
When you first saw Mr. Rosenbaum, was his top half of his body clothed or unclothed?
He was clothed with a blue mask the first time I saw him. Yeah, blue mask.
And
defense has Zeminski listed as a
what color
witness.
was his shirt, if you remember?
A dark red-ish color.
Now, did you provide medical help to anyone?
I did.
Describe a couple of those occasions.
The first time I provided medical help to someone was this lady. I think she sprained her ankle or twisted it. I don't know exactly. I'm not an expert on x-rays, or I wouldn't know. She hurt her ankle and she was being carried by two gentlemen, and I said, hey, before that I was just pepper sprayed, but I was like, hey, do you need help? And she said yes, and I said, okay, let's go into the car source where I was helping people, and I wrapped her ankle, and then she went on her way, and I let her know there was a hospital if you go, I want to say south down Sheridan, across the street from car source.
He gave her directions, guys. He crossed state lines and directed an injured person to a hospital.
Yes.
Arrest that kid. Lock him up.
Somebody threw a chemical bomb, actually right after I heard I'm going to cut your hearts out from Mr. Rosenbaum. I don't know who threw it, but somebody threw a chemical bomb, and Ryan Balch had some effects of it, so I helped Mr. Balch with being able to breathe, and I helped flush his eyes out.
Ryan Balch did testify
had him
to
take
that.
some water.
Okay. You, in the answer to the question just before, you said something about being pepper sprayed?
I did.
And where did that happen?
That happened at the car source, I believe it's the first time a big crowd of people were over there. I was pepper sprayed by somebody that was in the crowd. I don't know why, but I was pepper sprayed.
Did you do anything in retaliation?
I did not.
Now, directing your attention to later in the evening, did there come an occasion where you had contact with Mr. McGinnis?
There was.
And before this evening,
Richie
August
McGinnis,
25th, 2020,
the Daily Caller
did you ever met or
reporter.
spoke to Mr. McGinnis?
I have not.
And you and Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Balch go someplace?
Yes.
And describe that.
I get done with my interview with Mr. McGinnis, and I asked Mr. McGinnis, no, I don't ask him. I said, if you want to come with us, that's fine, to document and film me and Ryan helping
Yes, because
people.
the mass murderer
And
wants to
he
be
said,
filmed
yeah, sure,
doing his crime.
and he followed behind us.
And in that tape for Mr. McGinnis, there's talk about you being an EMT, correct?
Yes.
Are you an EMT?
I am not.
You have first aid and other training?
I do.
And you go to south on Sheridan Road?
Correct.
You cross 60th and Sheridan Road?
I believe we stay just to the right, going south on Sheridan Road.
Okay, and eventually you cross Sheridan Road?
Eventually.
And were the Bearcats there yet?
No. Yes, they were.
Okay. Had they set up a line to stop people that you were aware of?
Not that I was aware of. I just know they were parked right there and people were throwing rocks at them.
Okay. Did anybody tell you not to cross that line? You wouldn't be able to go back?
Not until later in the evening.
Okay. You cross that line, and where do you go?
We continue straight.
He crossed the
straight
line?
In
Was it a state line?
direction down Sheridan Road.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. Were you going any place in particular?
No, we were just going to see if anybody needed medical help, and I looked at a guy's shoulder on the way there.
Okay.
He did. That's on video.
You finished with the guy's shoulder.
Richie McGinnis' video.
You continue on, and what happens?
I continue walking in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road, and then Then as I'm walking, I believe you guys have been referring to him as Yellow Pants. He said he said something to me. I believe it was, you were the one that pointed your rifle at me with the laser pointed at me. I believe that's what I heard. And I didn't. That's the first time I saw him that night, so I was confused. So I said I did, and then I continued to walk away.
And was the did an admission that you did it, or more of a statement with a question?
It was a sarcastic remark.
Okay. Did you engage with him any further?
No.
And from there, where did you go?
Yellow Pants
There
is the guy
I
that
continued
extorted Richie
walking in a
McGinnis for the White
southerly
Claws
direction,
and the cigarettes.
merging towards
Or
the
at least
middle
the
of
group that
Sheridan
he was
Road.
with.
Okay, at that point, did you become aware of anything?
In about a couple, as I'm walking, I started to look because I realized Mr. Balch is not with me anymore.
Okay. Did you continue on your way down Sheridan Road without Mr. Balch?
No, I actually went to go look for Mr. Balch in the Ultimate gas station parking lot.
Okay, when you went to the Ultimate gas station parking lot, describe what was going on there.
There were a lot of people there. I don't really know what was going on. I was just focused on trying to find Mr. Balch. As I was looking for him, couldn't find him. I said, okay, no problem. I'll just go back to the car source number 2.
Okay, and describe what happened as you did that.
As I did that, I received a phone call from Dominic Black.
Okay, let me back up. Were you able to get back to car source number 2?
No, I did not.
Describe that.
As I was trying to get back, the police stopped me. Well, didn't stop me. They told me, I believe they said something along the lines of to not go down there. And I was telling them, hey, I need to go down there. That's where I'm at, that business. I don't remember exactly how that conversation went, but they wouldn't let me go back to car source lot number 2.
So you weren't able to get back to car source 2?
I was not.
Did you disobey the police's order?
No.
And you're alone, you're stuck on the other side of the police line from the car source 2, where do you go?
I go to where there's other people at the gas station, protecting the gas station, and I go there because I believe that's the safest place to go because there's other people there. And
at that point, were you able to find Mr. Balch?
I was not.
Well, you're at the Ultimate gas station, I think we've been calling it?
Correct.
Point it out, just there's no...
Right there, the Ultimate Convenience Center, diagonal from the golf gas station.
Okay. And when you were there, what's the next significant thing that happened?
Dominic Black calls me and he says, Kyle, I need you to get down to the car source lot number 3. The cars are being bashed in. They're setting all the cars on fire. I need you to go and put the fires out.
Okay. And did you do anything as a result of that phone call?
I did.
What?
At the Ultimate gas station, I asked, I don't know who he is, but I asked an individual if he could come with me and if I could have a fire extinguisher to put out the fires.
Were both of those requests satisfied?
One of them were.
What?
I was given a fire extinguisher, but he said he can't come with me, and he said he believes there's already people down there helping protect the business.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I start running towards the car source lot number 3 to put out the fires, pausing occasionally to catch my breath and walk.
Okay. On the way to car source 3, did you have any interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you notice Mr. Rosenbaum doing anything as you went down to car source 3?
I didn't notice Mr. Rosenbaum until he came out from behind the car and ambushed me.
Okay, I'll get to that.
Ambushed me.
Did you run the whole way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You had your gun, correct?
Yes.
And you had a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you had your medic?
My medical bag, yes.
And were you asking people about medic at that point?
I was asking people if they needed medical help as I was getting down there.
Did you receive any responses?
That's on video.
I didn't.
Describe your approach to car source.
Just calling out medical.
As I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I replied with friendly, to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I notice the Duramax. I notice a flame in the back seat of the Duramax.
That's what I thought. You saw the fire in the Duramax.
I step towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol in his hand, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the fire extinguisher and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where
he ran away.
The car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happened.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side.
Undisputable.
And I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski. And there were
Be strong, Kyle.
There were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
They can ask for a break if he needs one.
That's what I...
Give him 5 minutes.
That's right, run.
We're going to just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Yeah, guys, it clearly was time for the break. The kid needed a minute. Come on. I mean, it's clear to me. If I was the defense, I would have requested. Let's see their reaction over here.
With Mr. Zeminski.
Question is, will the jury believe it, or will they think it's rehearsed?
Right.
No, they're gonna believe it. But
people right there.
They're a little bit behind on the Raquetta Law Channel. I don't know. He could have a bigger delay on his stream.
I believe this kid. I believe this fucking kid. I'm sorry. I believe him. I'm not sorry. I believe this kid.
Whatever.
Yep.
Right, run.
This is a 17-year-old kid who just killed 2 people.
Chef from
this
Stephen
is post-traumatic stress disorder.
Kyle served in a war a year before he was old enough to enlist. Pretty much. I mean, he experienced everything you would experience in a combat zone.
It's a 17-year-old kid who just, this kid is 17. People think this kid is like a 40-year-old man.
I mean, think about it. He's killed more people than probably most people in the military do.
17-year-old kid
unless they're in
who's
a
out there
particularly
cleaning
violent
off
tour of
graffiti
duty.
from a high school.
Yeah.
Of course he's going to be upset.
Someone in the chat said he was being hunted, and you realize he was being hunted by like a pack of wolves. One was taking.
So I mean, to go back to the point I was making is that I know personally guys that have been in the military never killed anyone. So I mean, that's a very good analogy chat, where you have the kid essentially has been in a combat situation, you know, something that we say you have to be at least 18 years old to have to be sent to. But, you know, I'm sure there'll be those on the left that will claim that, you know, he turned on the waterworks, that he's faking, blah, blah, blah. You know what they will say. But so far, I think Kyle is stuck to what the defense would have told him to stick to. Just the facts. Don't elaborate too much. Most of what he said, it can be corroborated by video or other testimony given so far in evidence. Super chat from Ed W. Should not have put him on the stand. He looked totally innocent, but he looks like he could be embellishing it. That's your opinion. It didn't seem that way to me. But we have essentially Kyle's testimony, just going on with the content of what he said. I can't really think of anything that he said that contradicts anything. The only thing, I guess, there's a couple of things that the prosecutor will focus on, I'm sure. One is the claim that he was asked by Sam to defend the place, which clearly Sam said on the stand under oath that he wasn't. Clearly why the defense called Sam back right before Kyle testified, to demonstrate that Sam is a liar. And he will also talk about the EMT thing, I believe, which is kind of stupid because, I mean, we have a standard of, you know, saying the truth under oath on the stand. I mean, I'm in the middle of a riot situation. I'm sure if someone asks you what you do, if you're like, say, you have medic training, you know, just to simplify it and just say, you know, I'm an EMT, whatever. I'm sure, you know, they weren't looking for 100% accuracy in the middle of a situation. You just say, yeah, I'm an EMT. You know, I help people that are hurt. So then, let's see, what else? There was one other thing that I thought they were going to jump on. Oh, the huge thing, and this is what Binger could not be prepared for. I guess he could have anticipated. Kyle says that he heard 2 times Rosenbaum threatened to kill. Now, one he said was personally directed at him. The other one he said he heard he was in the vicinity of. So we have Kyle now establishing the groundwork why he thought his life was in danger. Because the fucking guy said, I'm going to kill you. You know, and then all of a sudden that guy is running around a car coming at you while another dude in front of you is coming at you with a pistol. Is there a person in the planet who's going to say at that point, you've no fear for your life? The other key thing we have to think about, what he said about just before that point where we took a break, is that he was walking down that street, Sheridan, I believe is the street, right? And video corroborates he did nothing to nobody. He's walking down the street. You see him with the fire extinguisher. You hear him on the video calling out, anybody need medical? Medical, medical. Anybody need medical? You hear that all the way down. Then even the overhead video shows, you know, there was no real interaction with Rosenbaum or Zeminski prior to Kyle getting to the Duramax, and seemingly already at that point when we'd seen the overhead the first time, it clearly looked to me his attention was drawn by the fire. So basically everything he said can be backed up and is consistent with the videos and previous testimony by other witnesses. I guess the only 2 people who would say differently are Sam, the idiot car inventory guy, and Zeminski. Now remember, Zeminski, I think, is going to claim something to the effect of that Kyle pointed a gun at him, even though the video does not show that. We have an incoming super chat from Roger Stone. This is important work you are doing. Appreciate the way you are covering this trial. Unlike Riquetta, you have the proper cadence and know when to be quiet. I appreciate that, Roger. I mean, occasionally I will interrupt what they're saying if I don't think it's important. But I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse is testifying. Never heard from him before, so I try to keep my mouth shut and just listen to what he has to say, because I've never heard this before. I've never heard Kyle's position. No one has, I believe, outside of the his defense attorneys. And yes, very generous, Roger Stone. Thank you very much. And look, it's, to me, it's. I have the feeling that Kyle, I think, wanted to take the stand. Maybe it seems like his defense attorney, or you could argue if they were against it. I'll play devil's advocate. Even if his defense attorneys didn't want him to take the stand, maybe they thought it would look bad if they just stood up in court and said, "We disagree with this decision, Your Honor." So instead, they just say, "Yes, we agree." I don't know. I'm not privy to that, so that's a possibility. But again, keep that in mind, guys. For those of you asking about the defense and the strategy, that decision is Rittenhouse's, so he can override the defense attorney's opinion if they think he shouldn't. That is why the judge took him aside when he was taking a stand and asked him that whole list of questions, warning him what the consequences could be of him testifying. So that to me is important, that you understand that his attorneys ultimately are not the ones who make that call. Now, on the flip side, if his attorneys think he should testify, he can refuse. So it works the other way too. He doesn't have to testify even if his attorneys think they should. Naturally, the smart idea, if that were to occur, you might want to get new lawyers. if they're that divergent from what you think, your opinion. I'm curious. Is Kyle? I'm wondering if he's still on the stand, or if they let him go to maybe a little of the back room there to compose himself. And you got to feel for the mom. Did you guys see the mom out there? Oh my God! Could you imagine? Short of watching your kid get killed, or hurt, or badly hurt, could you imagine seeing that? Jesus. Incoming super chat from version 135. This kid represents good versus evil. He is a legitimate hero, and he sure puts most of us to shame. What a lad. I mean, yeah, guys, I don't know how I'd handle this. Think about it. His life is on the line. If he gets convicted, that's life in prison. He's done. That's multiple homicides. And remember, it's... So his mom, I really felt for the mom when they showed her those couple times. I believe that was Kyle's sister, was that? Maybe trying to comfort her? I didn't get a good look at who it was that had their arm around her. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're religious people or not. I would imagine if they are, there's been a lot of prayer recently. I don't know the family's religious beliefs or the degree to which they hold them. Couldn't tell you that. Some of you talking about that in chat. Just not privy to that. But I hope one day, no matter which way this goes, that we actually get to hear more from Kyle about what happened that night. Not just in the testimony, but just in a long form format. He's, like I said, the person that knows the most about what happened, and it's so bizarre when you get these criminal cases that usually the cases you don't hear from the defendant at all. Yeah, I gotta say the deal with this trial is that either way it goes, you're gonna have a large number of people that are gonna use this as a bloody shirt. If he's acquitted, you're gonna have a certain faction saying, "Oh, shows white privilege, X, Y, and Z," when it really doesn't have anything to do with that. It's just a guy who he was into Kenosha riots. Some pedophile. Granted, he didn't know that at the time, but some freaking pedophile comes running at him. A career criminal comes at him with a pistol. He's there to put out fires and help people. These guys, I don't know how we got to this point where we're here trying to defend these pieces of shit. You know, the likes of Zeminski and Rosenbaum. You know, I put them in a separate category than the Hubers and the Grosskreuzes of the world. And I'm not saying those are great guys or anything. I'm just saying at least I suspect they thought they were being heroes in their mind. You know, as warped as that may sound, but they thought they were stopping a quote a white supremacist active shooter. You cannot say that for Rosenbaum and Zeminski. They just are generally pieces of shit. Super chat from Sean Lindsay Melancone. If he gets life, are we really going to stand by and watch it happen? Here's the thing. Here's what I think. If he gets convicted on a serious charge, okay, one of the serious charges, murder, attempted murder, or even the reckless endangerment, I think he's going to have ample grounds for appeal. So, I mean, it's clearly that it wouldn't, the story of Kyle Rittenhouse and his legal saga would not end here with a conviction. Clearly, you wouldn't want that to happen if you're Kyle Rittenhouse. But I do believe that there is excellent chance of this getting appealed. There's so much funny business has gone on. We got yesterday's witness, Nathan DeBruin, talking about that whole business with the prosecutors trying to pressure him to change his story. Here's the problem for the prosecution. They tried to take advantage of Nathan DeBruin. I think they knew they thought they had a very manipulatable guy on their hands. And using the pretext of getting him to add to his testimony in the Zeminski case, the problem for that is they showed him a video about the shooting that had nothing to do with Zeminski. Remember, the prosecutors were claiming that, no, we just wanted to ask you if you were going to add to your testimony about the Zeminski case, right? Who, remember, is charged with recklessly firing his gun behind Kyle Rittenhouse about 2.5 seconds before Rittenhouse shot Rosenbaum. But if he was actually asking about Zeminski, then what the hell was he showing him a video about another shooting that happened 2 blocks away from where Zeminski was, that Zeminski had nothing to do with? So that's the problem. That's shady. You got these videos that were held all year from the defense by the FBI and with this other outfit, that the Urban Air, more high def video that we got to see yesterday. So there's a lot of shady stuff going on behind the scenes in this trial. That just beyond the facts of the case, which are also appealable. I mean, you got that stuff to deal with. And even if he is, listen, that's not something else. Even if Kyle is acquitted of these charges, of the serious charges, that's got to be looked into. You can't have that kind of corruption, whether hanging out there. It's got to be resolved. Was bad stuff going on or not? They need to look into that. It looks like the judge is coming back now. The camera's been lowered, so that usually means they're about to start up again. Gripping stuff. Gripping stuff. I gotta tell you, this is. I asked yesterday how they could possibly top yesterday. Well, now we got the answer. I had no 99% certain that they were not going to put Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand because I just didn't think it was necessary. To my thought is, why take the risk if you don't have to? And I'm of the mind that they really didn't have to mount the defense. If I had my choice in this case, I would have just rested after I would have declined to put a defense up if I was the defense, when the prosecution rested, and just take it right to the jury, or make a motion for a directed verdict. If I don't know, maybe that's not allowed under the Wisconsin courtroom procedure. I don't practice law. I certainly don't have. I'm not licensed to practice law in Wisconsin, so maybe their courtroom procedure in Wisconsin doesn't let you file a motion for a directed verdict if you don't put on a defense. I'd have to examine that to give you the real answer. But just generically, as a layman, I would have preferred the defense not have. And if you think about it, they haven't really put much of a defense up. They called like what 4 or 5 witnesses, and you know that those witnesses certainly were helpful, but I don't even think they needed to call those people. All right, here we go. We're starting back up.
Kyle, you were testifying about coming into contact with Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
And
Oh, wait.
I apologize.
Oh, forgive me.
We have a lot of activity and movement going on. What's going on? All right, let's shut that door.
You were testifying about coming into contact with Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Rosenbaum. What happened?
Once I got to that car and I stepped forward to put that fire in the Duramax out, and Mr. Zeminski stepped towards me, I went to go run back south down Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was right there at the corner of the Duramax, starting to chase me. And that's when I realized the only place I can run with the people around me is straight towards the building of the car source lot number 3.
When you saw Mr. Rosenbaum, that's when you said friendly?
When I heard burn inside, I don't know exactly where I was at in the time for that.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum say anything to you?
No, Mr. Zeminski instructed Mr. Rosenbaum to get him and kill him. That's what I heard.
Another death threat, guys.
You go running
from Zeminski.
What's been referred to.
This is also new.
The southwest corner of car source?
Yes.
And as you're running in that direction, describe being chased. What was happening?
As I'm running in that southwest direction, Mr. Rosenbaum throws, at the time, I know it's a bag now, but when he threw it at me, with the light, it looked silver and it looked like the chain when he threw it at me. And then I continue, I turn around for about a second while continuing to run, and I point my gun at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Does that stop him from chasing you?
It does not.
Okay. After you turn around and you had your hands up kind of in a low ready position?
Yes.
And you see Mr. Rosenbaum coming at you?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
After he throws the bag and he continues to run, he's gaining speed on me. A gunshot is fired from behind me, directly behind me, and I take a few steps, and that's when I turn around. And as I'm turning around, Mr. Rosenbaum is, I would say, from me to where the judge is, coming at me with his arms out in front of him. I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
And why didn't you just keep running?
When I was over there, there were about 100 people surrounding.
This is why they showed that video yesterday, demonstrating that it was like 150 people that were smashing cars.
And so you turned around?
Yes.
And as you see him lunging at you, what do you do?
I shoot him.
And how many times did you shoot?
I believe 4.
And after you shot him, what did you do?
The people around the cars that were originally there were not there anymore. They moved away, and I ran around to see if I could help Mr. Rosenbaum.
And when you got to Mr. Rosenbaum, what was happening?
Mr. McGinnis he took off his helmet and slammed it on the ground and took off his shirt, and I don't remember what he said. I wasn't focused on that. I was in shock, sort of.
Let me back up a second. Did you know Mr. McGinnis was even around?
I didn't.
Okay. And he says something to you, and what do?
I pull out my phone and I call Dominic Black.
And you call Dominic, and what do you say?
I told him I just shot somebody. I had to shoot him.
And what do you do then?
I now know it to be Kelly Zeminski, Joshua Zeminski, and I don't know the other people were screaming, "Get his ass, get his ass, get him, get him, get him."
And based upon that, did you feel as though you were safe to stay where you were at?
I thought the safest option would be to go north down Sheridan to turn myself into the law enforcement down there.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, describe what's going on.
As I'm running, at first I'm in the sidewalk, and Mr. Lukowski, Jason Lukowski is in the sidewalk, and I stop to talk to Mr. Lukowski for a brief second. I remember telling him that I just shot somebody and I need help to get to the police because the crowd, there was a mob was chasing me.
And did Mr. Lukowski offer you any help?
I don't remember.
Okay. What do you do then?
I continue to run after hearing people say, people were saying cranium him, get him, kill him. People were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the
How do you
police running
convict?
down Sheridan
I mean,
Road.
this is on video.
You say I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
The people
I
saying
didn't do
these
anything
things.
wrong. I defended myself.
Did you feel as though there was safety where the police were?
Yes.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is Anthony Huber striking me in the head with a skateboard.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you remember talking to Gage Grosskreutz?
Yeah, sorta, a little bit. I didn't know it was Gage Grosskreutz when he came up to me, but sorta.
Okay. And when this individual runs up to you and gets how close?
We're gonna have to wait on that super chat
I
flavor
would
13
say
that you just sent. This is
within
important.
a foot.
Did you shoot him?
I'll get back to it when he's
point your gun at him.
slow down.
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't see him as a threat to my safety or life.
Okay. Was he armed at that time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. And you continue running in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And as you're running in that direction, you said the next thing you remember is Anthony Huber.
Yes.
Describe that.
Anthony Huber, what I remember is running past Anthony Huber, and as I'm running past Mr. Huber, he's holding a skateboard like a baseball bat, and he swings it down, and I block it with my arm, trying to prevent it from hitting me, but it still hits me in the neck, and as I block it, it goes flying somewhere off in the distance.
And do you stop then?
No.
What do you do next?
I keep running down Sheridan Road towards the police line.
This is on video. He's still trying to flee.
I get lightheaded. I almost pass out, and I stumble and hit the ground.
Okay. Before you hit the ground, how many times were you
Oh, his
struck?
poor mom.
I believe twice.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the other one?
I remember the first one being a rock. I don't remember who did it, but I remember like the bumpiness of like a concrete rock hitting me in the back of the head.
Okay. Now, after being struck with Mr. Huber's skateboard, you end up on the ground.
Yes, a mob of violent
You're on the
communists was
ground.
attacking him.
What's the first thing you remember?
As I'm on the ground, there are people around me. I don't recall how many, but I remember moving my rifle in their direction, and they back off besides one person.
Okay. When you noticed people by you, you said you moved your rifle in their direction?
Yes.
Did that individual keep coming?
The last person did.
Okay. The people that stopped, what did you do to them?
Nothing.
Okay. And you're saying the last person in that group continued to come at you?
Yes.
And describe what happened.
The last person, I don't know his name. I don't think he was ever identified. Jumps at me he was wearing boots, I believe, and as he's running at me and jumping, as his boot is making contact with my face, I fired 2 shots at him.
Why did you shoot at him?
I thought if I were to be knocked out, or he would have stomped my face in if I didn't fire.
As a result of being kicked in the face, what happens?
Mr. Huber, immediately after I'm kicked in the face, runs up as I'm sitting up to try to get up and get to the police. I'm on my back, and Mr. Huber runs up. As I'm getting up, he strikes me in the neck with his skateboard a second time.
Then what happened?
He grabs my gun, and I can feel it pulling away from me.
That's on video and in
I can feel the
photographs.
strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire one shot.
And after you fire, striking, we now know Mr. Huber, what do you do?
I lower my weapon, and I see Mr. Grosskreutz with his hands up, and as I'm lowering my weapon, I look down, and then Mr. Grosskreutz, he lunges at me with his pistol pointed directly at my head.
Now, you heard Mr. Grosskreuz's testimony about re-racking?
Yes.
Did you re-rack your weapon?
I did not.
We have it on video. I didn't see him do that. He had no reason to anyway. He did not experience a misfire or any kind of malfunction or jam. Why would he have wasted time re-racking his rifle? We have it on video. Did anybody see him pull the charging handle in chat? If you saw that video, just say it in chat if you did, because I sure didn't, and I watched. I don't believe I ever saw him pull the charging handle. Maybe I'm an idiot. I'm no gun expert, so maybe I just missed it. That's a good point, chat. If he had done so, they would have ejected a shell casing or unfired shell. Bullet.
As Mr. Grosskreutz said, re-rack. Is that this?
Yes.
Do you call it re-racking?
I call it charging, putting a live round into the chamber.
And to recharge, you have to pull this all the way back?
Yes.
You should play the video to confirm that never happened.
No, I'm asking you if you agree with that approximation.
This is necessary in case anyone on the jury is not familiar with how rifles work, guys.
3-4 inches.
Important. And if the weapon is loaded and you re-rack, what happens?
If there's already a round in the chamber, when you re-rack the rifle, a live round would come out, chambering a new round into the chamber.
Now, we got to the point where Mr. Grosskreutz is standing in front of you, has his hands up?
Correct.
And are you aware that he's armed?
At that point, I do see a pistol in his hand.
Is that the same or different from your first encounter with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That is different.
And he is standing, you said? How close to you?
What I remember is our feet were touching, what it seemed like.
Okay.
Pretty much.
You do what?
My rifle is down, his hands are up, his pistol is in his hand, and then Mr. Grosskreutz looks at me, and that's when Mr. Grosskreutz brings his arm down like this, like his arm is like that with me on the ground, and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's when I shoot him.
How many times did you shoot him?
Once.
And after you shoot Mr. Grosskreutz, do you know where you shot him?
No.
What happens after you shoot him?
He's no longer a threat to me. There's only...
Good point.
There's only one person in front of me, and his hands are up. I briefly point my rifle at him, and I get onto one knee, getting up, and he backs up
Kyle
with his
does not
hands
fire.
up, and I don't shoot him.
What kind of mad gunman doesn't shoot the guy just because he puts
To
his
my
hands
left,
up?
there was a gentleman with a pipe, and to my right, I believe it was a fence post. I don't know what it was, but it was a large object.
Once you're to your feet, what do you do?
I start walking towards the police line to turn myself into the police.
Describe, where is the police line? Is it still in the same place?
Guys,
It moved
I've
up
seen
a
a
little
video
bit.
where the pipe guy is visible. There is a
I
guy holding a
was-
pipe by the sidewalk.
I was down in the road about approximately right here.
He did not approach Kyle Rittenhouse, so he didn't get shot.
I'd say over here somewhere in this area. I don't
They've
remember
actually
exactly.
talked about it in trial.
But the police line was right here. I could see the flashing lights as I was trying to get to the police before.
Okay. And as you go towards the police line, describe what happens.
I run and walk. I put my hands up, and as I'm walking towards the police, I can't really hear anything. My vision is very narrow. I can only see directly in front of me. I see the flashing lights. I remember I occasionally tried to move my rifle behind me to put it behind me so the police didn't see me as a threat when I tried to turn myself in.
I'll catch up on these super chats, guys. I promise.
I continue to walk.
I just want to hear
then
this.
I walk towards the window of the sedan, the police cruiser sedan. I don't know what they're called. And I tell the officer, I just shot somebody. And the officer says, "Get the fuck back or you're gonna get pepper sprayed. Go home, go home, go home."
And where do you go after you step back from the police car?
I go to car source number 2.
Okay, and now there wasn't a line there? They weren't stopping people from going in a northerly direction?
No, they weren't.
And you go to car source, what we refer to as car source number 2, and who do you see?
I get there and I think the first person I see is Joanne Fiedler. I don't remember exactly, but I believe that's who's outside at the door. They let me inside. The door was locked, so somebody had to get the key to unlock it. And then we go inside, and I'm in shock. I don't really remember what was happening in there. I was freaking out. I was just attacked. My head was spinning.
This is consistent with the other
Did you go and
witnesses'
turn yourself
testimony.
into the Kenosha Police Department?
I did not.
Why not?
The Kenosha Police Department was barricaded off with a fence, and I don't think they were accepting anybody to come to the police department at that time.
What did you do then?
I went to the nearest police department that I knew of, which was Antioch Police Department in Illinois by my house.
Who took you there?
My mother.
Okay. How did you get to Antioch from downtown Kenosha?
Dominic Black drove me.
Okay. And then Dominic Black drives you where?
He drives me to my house in Antioch, Illinois, where I meet with my mother and sisters, and I tell them what happened. I sort of tell them what happened. I was still in shock. My head was still spinning, and then we go to the Antioch Police Department where I turn myself in.
Who drove you to the Antioch Police Department?
My mother.
And did anybody else go there with you?
Not at first.
Okay. And you get to the Antioch Police Department approximately what time?
I would say about an hour after the shooting.
Okay. And when you get there, are they looking for you?
No.
Did you have to explain to somebody?
I had to tell them that I was just involved in a shooting in Kenosha and I needed Kenosha detectives.
Okay. Did they take you into custody immediately?
No.
What did they do?
They had me sit in the lobby of the police department.
Were you handcuffed to a chair?
I was not.
Did you stay there?
For about... I couldn't give you the exact time, but until Detective Howard and Detective Antaranio showed up.
Okay. And were you having any physical discomfort as you waited there?
I was vomiting and having panic attacks, and my head was spinning, and I couldn't think clearly at that point.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Cross-examination time. It's going to be done by Littlebinger. Remember, guys, this is wide open. You can go a lot of places with this, not a lot of limitations. I'm sure this is going to take a while.
morning, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Good morning.
Everybody that you shot at that night, you intended to kill, correct?
I didn't intend to kill them. I intended to stop the people who were attacking me.
By killing them?
I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me.
By killing them?
2 of them passed away, but I stopped the threat from attacking me.
By using deadly force?
I used deadly force.
That you knew was going to kill them?
I didn't know if it was going to kill them, but I used deadly force to stop the threat that was attacking me.
You intentionally used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against the man who came and tried to kick you in the face,
yes.
Correct? You intentionally used deadly force against Anthony Huber.
That's what he's saying. It's a self-defense claim.
You intentionally used deadly force against Gage Grosskreutz, correct?
Yes.
With regard to Joseph Rosenbaum, you fired 4 shots at him, correct?
Yes.
You intended to kill him, correct?
I didn't intend to kill him. I intended to stop the person who was attacking me and trying to steal my gun.
Good answer, Kyle.
Since August 25th, 2020, this is the first time that you have told your story.
Sustained.
Since August 25th, 2020, you've had the benefit of watching countless videos of your actions that night, correct?
I've seen certain videos, not all of them. I've seen the majority of them actually here during the trial.
You've also had the opportunity to read articles. People have written interviews, things like that, about what happened that night, correct?
I do my best to avoid what people write on the internet. A majority of it is not true.
Fake news.
You have also sat here through 8 days of trial, correct?
Yes.
And you've had the opportunity to watch all of the videos that have been played in this trial?
Yes.
Sir, if you could please let me finish my question before answering. And I will do my best to let you finish your answer before I go on to the next question. Fair?
Oh, shut up.
Yes.
Little binger.
You have also had the opportunity to listen to the testimony of all 30-some witnesses that have testified in this trial so far, correct?
As you would in your
And
trial.
after all of that, now you are telling us your side of the story, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you folks to go in the library for just a second.
Yeah, the judge is not going to be happy. You cannot use the defendant's silence against him. You cannot mention it at trial to the jury. You can't. This judge is going to rip this guy a new asshole. Let me see if I can get caught up on these super chats now before the judge rips this guy apart. I'm gonna have to go back because I know I missed a few of them. I think 4 of them at least.
You need to account for this.
Your Honor, I don't want to.
Super chat from NW. Now it looks
commenting on my
believable.
client's right to remain silent.
No, Your Honor. I am making the point that after hearing everything in the case, now he's tailoring his story to what has already been introduced.
The problem is, this is a grave constitutional violation for you to talk about the defendant's silence. That is, and you're right. You're right on the borderline.
Dude,
And
that's what I'm saying.
You may be over, but it better stop.
Understood.
This is. I can't think of the case, the initial case on it, but it's this is not permitted. All right. Ask the jury to come in, please.
Super chat from Flavor 13. For the sake of argument, let's just say he could have kept running. But even then, Rosenberg would have reached him. He was practically within reach. Yep, he had no more options of fleeing. I agree. Super chat from Ed W. Now he looks believable. Yes, I'd have to agree with you. Super chat from the KKK caveman that conquered Wakanda. The defense would like to establish the victims, quote-unquote, had effed around, leading them to find out. Interesting theory. Chicken Sith, Super Chat. This is key. Even the toughest of us know if we have to kill, we'll likely be broken by it. Most people just not emotionally equipped to take the life of another human being. At least it's not within our normal experience. It is a traumatic event for most people, I shall say. I won't say everybody, because there's psychopathic people out there. And again, we've seen something that unfortunately you can get used to. Obviously, soldiers in the war will tell you that. You know, sadly, you do get a bit desensitized, but looks like they're about to start again. I think we're all caught up on super chats.
We're
good to go.
Were armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle that evening, correct?
Yes.
You had it loaded with 30 rounds of full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
Yes.
That weapon with 30 rounds is capable of killing at least 30 people, correct?
Yes.
You had arranged to have Dominic Black purchase that weapon for you in Ladysmith, Wisconsin in early May of 2020. Is that correct?
We were up north shooting and not shooting. We were up north going camping, and Dominic Black brought his rifle, and we were talking. I was like, "Hey, what if we get a rifle for me? I'll give you the money. You can purchase it. It's yours until I'm 18." So I bought the rifle for Dominic, and I can use it. But once I'm 18, we can do a private sale, and we can have it turned over to my name once I turned 18.
Because you knew, as a 17-year-old, you could not have that gun, correct?
I knew I could not buy that gun.
You knew you could not possess that gun also, correct?
No.
You weren't aware that under Wisconsin law...
I'm going to instruct the jury later about the law. So
yeah, you can have you can take a gun hunting. That's not
positive anyway. So
a 14-year-old could possess a firearm for that purpose.
It was
target shooting or hunting.
To purchase the gun.
It wasn't just unlawful for you to purchase it. It was unlawful for you to bring it home, correct?
In Illinois, I wasn't able to bring it home because I didn't have a FOID card, a firearm owner identification card.
You knew in Illinois that you couldn't get that until you turned 18, correct?
No, you can get a FOID card at 16 in Illinois.
But you didn't have one?
I did not.
And even after this gun was purchased for you in May, you never got one after that either, did you?
Actually, I applied for a FOID card in May of 2020, but due to the charges, and there was a backlog in Illinois for the FOID card, but after you filed the charges against me, it was denied because of the charges here in this state.
You found out about that after you were criminally charged in this case?
I found out about this in November of 2020. A letter was sent to my old residence.
So you knew that without that FOID card, the gun could not go back to your residence in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the gun would be kept at Dominic Black's stepfather's house here in Kenosha, correct?
Because he had a safe, yes.
And you agreed that you wouldn't have access to that gun, correct?
We agreed that the only time I would use the gun is when I was with him, and we would go to like the Bristol shooting range or up north to his land.
But the only time prior to the night of August 25th, 2020, that you ever used that gun was up in Ladysmith, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't go to the Bristol shooting range ever?
I did. Not with that rifle, but I did.
Pay attention to my question, please. You didn't ever go to the Bristol shooting range with that gun, correct?
Correct.
He could have if he wanted to.
And you picked out that gun because Dominic had one, correct?
Yeah.
You could have, if you wanted to, chosen from any number of guns that were for sale, fair enough?
That were at that store. There weren't many, but yes.
I'm sure the store in Ladysmith isn't the only store that sells guns, correct?
You can ask questions.
That was a question.
No, it was a statement.
Isn't it correct, Mr. Rittenhouse,
sure
that there are other places to purchase guns besides that one store in Ladysmith, Wisconsin?
I believe so, but that's where we're at, so that's where we got the gun.
And you, if you wanted to, could have given Dominic Black money to purchase a gun at other locations, fair?
Didn't cross my mind, but now that you say it, yeah.
Why did you pick or want Dominic Black to buy for you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol or a shotgun or some other type of
You
rifle?
don't hunt with a pistol, dude.
I cannot legally possess or carry a pistol because I'm not 18 in Wisconsin. I believe it's 18 in Wisconsin for a pistol. But with the rifle, I knew I could possess that rifle. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I knew I could like take it to like the shooting range or possess it. And with shotguns, they didn't have any shotguns in stock. That was my original plan, to get a shotgun for trap shooting, but there weren't any at that Ladysmith store, and I didn't want to go to Walmart and buy one.
So your understanding at that time was that Wisconsin law prohibited you as a 17-year-old from possessing a pistol, but you could have an AR-15?
Yes.
Yes.
What was that
Gangbangers don't run around with AR-15s.
The understanding was based on when we would go up north. It was me, Dominic, and my sister, and we were allowed to carry the rifles around, and the officers over there said it was fine.
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay. What officers would have told
You
me.
asked the question of what the source of his knowledge was. It's not admissible, and none of this is, frankly, and that's why I interrupted before. What the defendant believes the law to be, what the district attorney believes the law to be, what the defense believes the law to be, are irrelevant. I will tell you when I instruct you what the law of Wisconsin is pertaining to the possession of a firearm by a person under 18. The
judge just smacked
and that'll be the source of your knowledge. I'm allowing the testimony right now because it bears on...
I will tell you what the law is.
There's an old maxim under the law, ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Ignorance of the criminal law is not an excuse. If you commit a criminal act, whether you knew it was criminal or not, you're responsible for your conduct, and because you're responsible to know the law. It's not relevant except in this case. There are specific issues about his awareness and knowledge about certain conduct that is relevant on some issues. So it's quite complicated. Hopefully it'll sort out when I instruct you at the end. But that's why I'm allowing the questions and the answers, but do not be confused about anything that these people say is not necessarily accurate as to the state of Wisconsin law. Any question about that? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So you're telling us that the reason that you wanted
Steve
Dominic
Knizik,
to buy
prosecutor, I strike Kyle's answer to the question I asked Kyle. Why isn't Kyle answering?
Is the only
Basically.
reason was because you felt you couldn't lawfully possess a pistol?
Correct.
You didn't pick out the AR-15 for any other reason?
I thought it looked cool, but no.
You didn't pick it out because you wanted to go hunting with it, did you?
No.
You didn't pick it out because you were going to use it to protect your house, correct?
Correct.
You picked it out because it looked cool.
I thought it looked cool. Guess that's the reason, yes.
It resembled the types of weapons that are used in first-person shooter video games, correct?
I don't really play first-person shooter video games. I have, but I believe there's a variety of guns, including shotguns, pistols.
Yeah, plenty of guns in those games.
Video games that resemble all guns.
Isn't it true when you would hang out with Dominic Black, you'd play Call of Duty and other first-person shooter video games?
Him and every other teenager.
And those are games in which you use weapons like AR-15s to pretty much shoot anybody who comes at you.
And pistols
correct?
and knives, shotguns,
it's a video game
rocket
where
launchers.
Two players are playing together. I don't really understand the meaning of your question to be honest.
Isn't one of the things people do in these video
I'm
games
sure he watches movies
try and
too.
kill everyone else with your guns?
Yeah, in the video game, it's just a video game. It's not real life.
That's a good answer,
Now,
Kyle.
you introduced yourself as living in Walworth County right now. Is that
Yes.
right? On the date that this all happened, you were an Illinois resident?
Correct.
You had grown up in Illinois?
Correct.
You had not spent any significant time living here in Wisconsin, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that's correct?
No, I've spent time at my father's house and partially live here also, so no, that's not correct.
You indicated you had attended, was it Penn Foster High School?
Yes.
That's an online high school?
Correct.
So you were not attending high school in person?
No.
Oh, guess
And
he
at
was
the
homeschooled.
time that all of the things in this case were happening, from the time the AR-15 was purchased
I thought he
to
maybe
the
just stopped
night
high
of
school
August
because of the
25th,
criminal
you were
charges.
17 years old that entire time, correct?
Correct.
Could we have exhibit number 7 up, please?
Now we know why Kyle's such a good boy. He wasn't infected with indoctrination at the public schools.
I have put exhibit number 7 up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's my old TikTok account.
That was a TikTok account that you had during the summer of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And it says your name on there, Kyle?
Yes.
Your username on TikTok was 4 Doors More Whores?
Yes.
And that's a picture of you there with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And underneath that, you have put on your profile the phrase, bruh, B-R-U-H, I'm just trying, T-R-Y-N-A, be famous. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're the one who wrote that?
Yes.
Wow. So he's a teen with a TikTok account.
You testified that
Never seen that
at some
before.
point you were involved in some sort of EMT cadet program.
I was a firefighter EMT cadet at Antioch Fire Department.
When was that?
I was a cadet at the Antioch Fire Department, I believe from 2018 or 2019 up until the incident of August 25th.
An EMT cadet is someone who's just beginning the process of eventually achieving full EMT certification. Is that correct?
No.
Were you studying to be an EMT before August 25th, 2020?
I was learning about certain things in the field of firefighting and EMS.
But that's not actually formal classes, is it?
No, we met once a week, and we would either, depending on the day, we would either do EMT stuff like learning how to do airways, or we do firefighter stuff like doing hose drags and learning how to crawl through buildings.
And these are things that you did with the, which firefighter? Antioch Fire?
Antioch Fire Department.
You weren't a member of the fire department, were you?
I was.
You were a actual on-duty member on the roster of the Antioch Fire Department?
No.
So when you say you're a member, what do you mean?
I was a member of the Antioch Fire Cadet program. We were issued shirts, Antioch Fire Cadet member. We would help with the pancake breakfast at the VFWs, and we would wear Antioch Fire Department staff shirts. I still have one in my closet.
Maybe I didn't express myself clearly. You were not a member of the Antioch Fire Department, correct?
I was a member of the cadet program, which was through the fire department.
So you'd go out and fight fires?
We can go on ride-alongs, but we can't go into burning buildings for liability reasons.
You'd go out there and you'd save people from burning buildings?
Not me personally.
Because as a cadet, they would never let you anywhere near that, right?
They wouldn't let any of the cadets go into an actual live fire.
At the end of whatever this program is, you weren't actually going to be an official firefighter, were you?
No, it's to help prepare you for the firefighter academy, firefighter EMT academy.
And you weren't going to be an EMT at the end of this program either, were you?
It's like when you're in that
No.
junior ROTC.
You know
I mean, you're
that
not,
to be
you're
an
not in the
EMT,
military,
you have
but
to
you're
be
being
18 and a
exposed
high school graduate,
with the
correct?
intent of possibly going forward to going to be a military academy.
Depending on the state, in
Or being
Illinois,
an
you can take a
ROTC.
class at the college at 16, and you can have your EMT license by the age of 17. I wasn't in that class, but in Illinois you can.
You never did any of that?
No, I was online school.
The night of August 25th, you're here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, saying you're an EMT, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
You were also telling people you were 18 or 19 years old. That was a lie too, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody my age that night.
You never volunteered it at all, did you?
I didn't.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old you shouldn't have been there, right?
No,
You
I
run up
just
to people and
didn't
tell them how old
find
you are.
it relevant to give my
I was gonna say, why would he?
name. Well,
Why
I
would he
gave my
randomly
name, but
tell
my
people?
age
Oh, by
to
the way, I'm
anybody.
17.
It wasn't something that came up in conversation.
It's because you felt if people found out how old you were,
I can't remember the last time I walked
They'd
up to a
realize you shouldn't
stranger
have
and
been there,
said
right?
my age.
No, it just because it didn't come up in
Hello.
conversation. If somebody would have
I am
asked,
X
I would
years
have been
old.
like, yeah, I'm 17.
so you felt that as a 17-year-old, it was appropriate for you to be out on the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 that night. Fair?
Why not?
I believe I had any other right to be there as anybody else.
As any other adult.
As anybody.
But you weren't an adult.
No.
Does it matter?
You indicated that you were working at the Recplex and had been working at the Y before that. Is that right?
Yes.
That was a YMCA down in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you had gotten furloughed there when COVID hit in March?
Yes.
And you had only started working at the Recplex on August 14th, correct?
I believe I got hired before that, but I was on vacation on August 14th, so I couldn't. I was on vacation, so I couldn't start until August 14th.
Your first time working at the Recplex was on August 14th, correct?
I believe that was my first day.
And then you worked the week after that from August 17th to August 23rd, correct?
I believe so. Till August 24th, I worked.
And then your final shift was on August 24th, correct?
Yes.
You worked a total of 41 and a half hours at the Recplex, correct?
That's the number you got?
And you were a lifeguard?
Yes.
You were walking around their swim area with one of those red, long, life-saving things, monitoring the pool,
A
correct?
rescue tube, yes.
Okay. So, but that was at the indoor pool at the Recplex?
It was at the indoor. It was at the. I don't know if you're familiar with the Recplex.
I am.
I guarded the water park area and the competition pool.
Okay. So they've got a water park area with a slide and a zero entry pool, is that right?
Yes.
And then next to that they've got a larger, almost Olympic-sized pool where swim meets happen.
50-meter competition pool divided in half to make it a 25.
Okay, and you were lifeguarding at both of those?
I would rotate. We had rotations, and me and other guards, we would do we had 3-person shifts. We would rotate out watching the different areas of our zones.
You indicated that at no time did this gun, this AR-15, ever leave the state of Wisconsin. Is that right?
Other than the night after, other than that.
Before the shootings?
Correct.
There was a time, though, where you wanted to have it with you down in Illinois, isn't it? It wasn't there?
I believe there was a time when me and Dominic were mad at each other. Yeah.
You were mad at Dominic?
Me and Dominic were mad over something.
And you wanted to have the gun with you down there?
I think I said something along those lines.
You'd agree with me that let me back up for a second here. You have testified to this jury that you used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, the man who attempted to kick you in the face,
That's what it means when he claims
engaged
self-defense.
Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those 4 people, correct?
Yes.
And you are telling this jury that it was, in your mind, justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself, so.
Please listen to my question and answer my question if you can. You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from smashing the windows of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop
All those
someone
things happened in his
from tipping
presence.
over a
He didn't
porta
kill
potty,
anybody for that.
correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire,
The DA is
correct?
condescending cocksucker.
So you
People
understand
sign up for the
that
military
there's a
all the time at
difference
age 17
between
and have
using
even
deadly
died
force
more
to
at that
protect
age.
yourself and using it to protect
Agreed.
property, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Yes.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going to,
Objection.
I'm going to ask you to go into the library.
Yeah,
again
that
for a
fuck
moment,
that.
please.
That
Please don't
he
talk
should be
about the
thrown off the
case.
case for what he just did. He's not allowed to bring that up. He's just doing that. This is so obvious what he just did. Oh, he's gonna get torn up. This judge is gonna rip this guy apart. He knows what he's doing. He knows he's breaking the rules. He did it on purpose. He's trying to talk about the previous video where Kyle witnessed the crime, the looting going on. Oh man, we gotta check Ricardo Law. I want the opinions of the legal guys. What the fuck? That is bullshit what he just pulled.
This was dealt with by a pretrial motion. He did not ask permission to go into this line of questioning. There's nothing that
Either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this.
Exactly.
And he's
This is
asking
total
questions.
bullshit.
I
That
asked
was
the court
deliberate.
to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an experienced attorney, and he knows better.
Mr. Finger?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that, and the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
Oh! Judge is
My understanding
angry.
of
You
your...
should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion.
Judge
and in fact,
Schroeder.
I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not our motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
that
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
We have not filed
forgive
any
me.
motions to reconsider
Forgive
in
me.
this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter
That
before
was
the
total
jury?
bullshit. Exactly.
I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years.
Riot Act.
I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because in my mind, and I argued this,
In my mind,
identical.
This is
to what was going
lawyering
on
101.
of August 25th.
What
in
the
sense
fuck?
that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. No. Your argument's of record. My comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time. You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe opens the door to this. For example, the defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot.
They did no such
Now, there's
thing.
no justification
When did this
that I
happen?
can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone.
What bullshit
the
is
defendant
this?
has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants that he pointed the gun at him.
No,
he said I was
didn't.
joking
Oh
when
my
I said that to the
God.
guy in the yellow pants.
Mistrial.
But he said
Fuck this
he's
guy.
acknowledged that he
Mistrial.
told the person in the yellow
Throw
pants,
this
yeah,
shit
you're
out.
right. I did point a gun at you when you were
Put
sitting on a
that-
car.
This guy should be disbarred.
That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay. He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just
He's lied
acknowledged
to the
that
judge.
he knows he can't do
What
that.
the fuck?
I am attempting to impeach him now.
He's
with the
lying
prior
to the judge's
August 10th
face.
incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to
Richards,
protect
get
property.
up.
It goes,
The gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun and threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed.
I want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want.
May I
look.
respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said. I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay. I believe that there is a
mistrial
central
is
part
better
of this
than letting
case
that bullshit
that
get
Mr.
into the
Rosenbaum
jury.
is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So, to your point, Your
No
Honor,
ability to
you're
carry
arguing
out.
that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant
But he
is the
can't carry it
defendant
out if
didn't
he
have the
takes his
gun
gun
with
away
him.
from him.
This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told
If
because
Rosenbaum
of those
takes Kyle
threats,
Rittenhouse's gun, he can't
that
kill him.
means the defendant has to defend himself. So, with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions. I am attempting, with the defendant, to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th, 15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15
What threat? To
to
who?
impeach
He's
the
in a car with a
defendant in a
friend.
murder
He
trial.
didn't threaten
I would
anybody.
ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor.
I
You're right.
apologize.
I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have misunderstood your ruling, because I thought
You didn't
your ruling
misunderstand
was
shit.
if the evidence in this
Can you
case
believe this guy,
made
Chad?
that more relevant, you would admit it
This
or at
is
least
so
consider
basic.
it an admittance.
Super
I
chat from
believe,
Stephen Knizzik.
based on the evidence that
Is
we've
it
heard,
wise
and
for a lawyer to
more
make a judge
specifically exactly what the
indignantly
defendant
angry?
said
Hell
earlier
no.
about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of
He
mind,
never said
his
that.
intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion.
Super
You were
chat, let's go,
strongly
Brandon.
inclined
This
against
judge
it.
is
I
about to take
understand
the
that.
proverbial fall
But
for
now
Kyle
we're
and
in the
drop
middle
this
of
whole
trial,
case.
and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant.
I don't think the
So
judge
I'm
wants a
attempting to
mistrial.
impeach the defendant
He's
on his
you
beliefs.
can tell he's
I
close,
believe I'm
guys.
entitled to
He's
impeach
right
the
there.
defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
I'm going to interrupt you now because you're talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call
His statements do, Your Honor. Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
Your Honor, the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr.
He's
Binger,
lying.
before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's prior reason he doesn't like guns, and I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop, and he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted.
Oh, what a time for that to freeze up. What's going on here? Picked a bad time for the stream to freeze up. Maybe it's the potato. Really? Interrupted a judge for an ad?
Medical condition or the severity.
Number two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you, I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody, or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities. Wigmore and evidence. Judge Weinstein. Colonel McCormick. It's the prior act has to bear the signature of the accused, or it has to be so similar as to suggest it's a common plan or something like that. You have an incident where he's making comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense. That's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in. No matter what you think.
No matter what you think.
Number two.
Little Binger.
I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to, or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule. I'm astonished that would have been an issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear?
It is.
Thank you. Ask the jury to come back in, please.
All right, the judge is going to have to instruct the jury now, and this is exactly what Binger wanted. Exactly what Binger wanted, guys. He knows what he did. He just wanted to get the jury to hear that and taint the jury, regardless of whether it was allowed in or not. The testimony in this trial by Kyle is that he never encountered yellow pants. He's represented to the judge that Kyle testified that he pointed his gun at yellow pants. That's the opposite of what Kyle said. Unless he can call yellow pants into the courtroom, he can't get testimony to that effect anyway. Kyle's testimony was he'd never met yellow pants. So that was a complete lie he gave to the judge on why the door's open. That door was not opened. That is, I already had an extremely low opinion of this guy. Now he's just a piece of shit. He's a scumbag lawyer to me now.
All right, folks, the objection has been sustained. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Judge. So, I want to turn your attention to the day of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
You had spent the night at Dominic Black's house, is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had worked at the Recplex the night before, is that right?
The 24th, correct.
Okay. And you worked until about 7 p.m.?
I couldn't give you an exact time, but I'd say I got off around between 6 and 7. I don't recall. It's been a while.
And then you drove your car over to Dominic's house?
Yes.
Okay, so the rest of the time it seems like you're being driven around in Mr. Black's car. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why did you guys use his instead of yours, if you know?
At the time I didn't have a driver's license, and I would drive just to get to work and sometimes to go to Dominic's dad's house.
So even though you didn't have a driver's license, you drove from your home in Antioch to the Recplex to work that day?
Yes, to be able to get to work.
And then after work, you drove without a driver's license to Dominic Black's house?
Yes.
So I assume then on the week prior to that, when you drive yourself to work, that was also without a driver's license?
Really? You wanna issue him a ticket?
Oh, I'll move on.
I was gonna say, what is this,
So
traffic court?
you drove to Mr. Black's house, you left your car there?
Yes.
And you spent the night at his house?
Yes.
And then the next day, you guys woke up at some point and came down to Ruther? Is that right?
Spent the night at his house and had dinner, woke up in the morning, had breakfast. We were going through I was on social media and we saw all the damage and we saw the car store, so we decided to go downtown.
And you came down in Dominic's car?
Correct.
And you said that there was a time in which you were cleaning graffiti at Ruther?
Yes.
And then at some point, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline here, that you went to one of the car sources and encountered the owners, Sam or Sal or whoever they are, correct?
Yes.
Which of the car source locations was that?
It was the car source right here.
And that's the one at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Correct.
And that's the one that had gotten totally burned out on one of the previous nights?
Yes, that was the one where everything was destroyed. The other car sources still had cars there, so.
Now, before that, had you ever worked at Car Source before?
I have not.
Had you ever bought a car there before?
I have not.
Had you ever even heard of Car Source before all that?
Yes.
Through Dominic?
Well, no. I would drive past it on a daily basis. I was in Kenosha almost every day, and I'd drive down Sheridan Road almost every day.
You cross state lines every day,
So you saw the business along with the churches and the ultimate gas station and the courthouse and everything else in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to these owners yourself?
Me and Dominic did.
And did they ask you to come protect the property?
They didn't ask me.
Directly?
They didn't ask me directly. They asked Nick Smith.
Okay. And was Nick Smith around for that at that moment?
He wasn't there when me and Dominic were talking to them.
Did you ever personally witness any of these Car Source folks, Sal or Sam or any of the folks that were running that business, did you ever personally witness them ask Nick Smith to guard any of their properties?
No.
Did you ever witness any of them ask anyone to guard any of their properties?
Not that I can recall.
What time, if you recall, did you find out that they'd asked Nick Smith?
I believe I said in my direct examination between 3:15 and 3:30.
And that was shortly after you had sent a text to Sam, right?
Correct.
And you texted him and asked him if you could protect his business that night, correct?
I did.
And in that text you said, I'm more than willing and will be armed, correct?
Yes.
You meant you'd be armed with your AR-15?
Yes.
And you said that me and my brother would both be there armed, correct?
Yes.
By your brother, you meant Dominic?
Yes.
He's obviously not legally your brother.
No.
And you said in the text, I just need address. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you need the address of a location you'd already been to?
I just wanted to like pinpoint it on the Google Maps because GPS, because you know with all the roads were closed down in Kenosha, I just wanted to know the best route to drive there with Dominic.
But you just told us that you drove past here every day up and down Sheridan. Why did you need GPS to help you find a place that you drive past every day?
Casey was detoured.
The roads weren't closed when I drove past them every day.
But you still knew where you were going, right?
Sort of, but with like the back roads.
Okay, so let's talk about the roads being closed. What do you mean by that?
Well, Sheridan Road was closed off, and I'm trying to remember. I don't think there are a lot of roads closed off. I couldn't tell you exactly their names right now.
Was that because there was construction going on?
No, they were closed off because of the riots.
They were closed off to keep people out of the area, right?
Yes.
And you knew there was a curfew that night, right?
I believe I got an emergency alert text at around 8 p.m.
Just like everybody else, saying stay off the streets.
I'm sorry.
Objection. There's no curfew charge.
It's still relevant to his decision making. Just like everybody else. You got a message saying get off the streets at 8 o'clock that night, right?
Yes.
And despite that message, you came down, correct?
I was already in Kenosha downtown when I got that message.
Once you got that message, you didn't decide, I'm going to leave and go home like I'm supposed to, correct?
You didn't have to.
I stayed at the car source.
And you knew that there was this curfew in place that meant you shouldn't be there anymore, correct?
There were, I'd say, hundreds, if not thousands of other people there that night that also got the same message.
Did anyone in Kenosha leave as a result of that?
So if they're all breaking the law, you can too?
I don't think the curfew was really being enforced.
So if the law is not being enforced, you can disregard it?
Your Honor. It's argumentative.
Not only that, if you work at a business...
You said that there was a time in which Nick Smith asked you guys to drive him down to Chicago.
Correct.
To buy a piece of body armor?
Correct.
Down by O'Hare.
Correct.
And you guys were willing to do that? At first?
Dominic was willing to do it. It was more of Dominic's thing because Nick Smith was going to throw in like $20 to Dominic when he bought it for like gas.
So Nick Smith was going to pay $20 for the gas to drive down to O'Hare where Nick Smith was planning on buying this body armor.
Yes.
And he needed that body, or the idea was the body armor would be used that night, correct?
I believe so.
That's why there was some urgency about going down right away, right?
Yeah.
This was part of the plan to come down to downtown that night, right?
He wanted to go to O'Hare to buy the body armor, so yes.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase it?
Absolutely. The urgency to get that body armor that day was because he needed it for that night, right?
Well, I wouldn't say he needed it, but he wanted it.
And instead of making the drive, you gave that your own body armor to Nicholas Smith.
Correct.
You had it along with you.
Yes.
You brought it along with you that day because you thought you might need it yourself that night, correct?
No, I kept it in my trunk of the car. I always had it.
You drive around with body armor in the trunk of your car regularly?
Well, it was just in the back of my trunk. I never really took it out.
And you said at some point that day you went to Jelinski's. That's the hunting goods, fishing store out on Highway 31 and 52nd Street to buy a couple of slings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this was one sling for you and one for Dominic, right?
Yes.
And you bought two of the identical type of sling, correct?
Yes, the cheapest ones they had.
And that's a single point sling, meaning it attaches to the gun in one location, correct?
Yes.
And then it wraps around your body, correct?
Yes.
And it's designed to help you retain possession of that weapon, correct?
You'd probably know more about them than I do. I just got it to hold the rifle, so when I'm doing medical aid, I don't have to sit on the ground and have to worry about it being stolen.
Because you realize that you couldn't have that gun on you while you're doing any sort of medical aid, correct?
I knew that I couldn't, without a sling, have it on me. That's why I got the sling, so I could have my hands free.
But even when you had the sling, there was a time in which you took off your entire gun apparatus and handed it to Joanne Fiedler because it was in the way of you trying to treat someone.
So hold it for him, so
right?
it would
At
so
that
it would be
instant,
cumbersome.
yes, because it was hitting the ground. The rifle was hitting the ground. When I bought it, that was the purpose of it. I don't think it really worked, now that I think of it.
This big, long AR-15 really got in the way whenever you tried to help someone, right?
Sometimes.
If you had a handgun, for example, you could have been, it would have been physically
Again,
more
he
easy
couldn't
for
own a
you
handgun
to try and
legally, so
treat
he didn't
someone.
he'd
Fair?
carry it.
If I could have legally carried a handgun, I would have carried a handgun instead of a pistol. I mean, instead of a rifle.
You grabbed some medical supplies from Dominic Black's house before you came downtown that night, correct?
I grabbed extra gauze, but that's about it.
You testified earlier that your AR-15 was loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that ammunition come from?
That was from our last trip up north, from May, the time we took it up north.
So when the gun was left at Dominic Black's house, it had that ammunition with it?
Yeah, the ammo was in a box, magazine, I don't really know.
When you were at Dominic Black's house on August 25th, you found that AR-15 downstairs in his basement, correct?
No.
Where did you find it at?
It was downstairs in the basement, but I was told by Dominic Black, hey, go downstairs, grab your rifle.
So you knew up until that point that rifle was being stored in a gun safe in the garage, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have the code or any access to that gun safe, correct?
I did not.
It just happened that on this particular day, Dominic Black's stepfather had moved that gun into the house, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know that beforehand?
I didn't.
You didn't know that it had been taken out of the safe?
No.
And so you went downstairs and grabbed it?
After instructed to do so by Dominic, I did.
And it had that magazine?
After I was instructed to do so. After I was instructed to do so by Dominic, I did go downstairs and grab it.
And it had the magazine already inserted in the rifle?
It did.
And the magazine was already loaded with 30 rounds?
I believe so.
When did you chamber a round?
I don't know if I ever did.
Well, you had to have to fire the gun, right?
Yeah, I think it was already chambered when I got it. That's what I remember. I don't remember racking it at all that night.
Because the way this type of gun works is that you have to have a magazine with ammo in it. You have to insert the magazine into the gun, and then you have to rack it to load one of those rounds into the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with how to do all of that, correct?
Yes.
And it can't discharge a bullet unless a bullet is racked into the chamber, correct?
Correct.
And so your testimony here, as best you can recall, is that you never had to do the initial racking because the bullet was already in the chamber when you took possession of it that day. Is that fair to say?
I believe so. I believe that it was already racked.
And the ammunition that was in that was full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
.223 full metal jacket.
.223 being the caliber.
Yes.
And full metal jacket being the type of casing, correct?
Yes. Full metal jacket is the bullet type.
The bullet type. Okay, I apologize. And you're aware there are different types of bullets, like hollow point bullets, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And when you were in the process of purchasing this gun, well, let me back up for a second. You said that the 30 rounds of ammo were left over from previous. I assume you mean when you were up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
And you were practicing with the gun up there?
Yes.
And Dominic Black's family has some sort of firing range or shooting range up there, is that right?
They have a gravel pit where it's safe to shoot.
And you and Dominic would practice with your AR-15s shooting at targets in that gravel pit, correct?
Correct.
And you would shoot at targets as far as, what, 75 yards away?
No.
How close were the targets?
I think the furthest I ever got was maybe from me to the TV.
You didn't shoot at any targets farther away than that?
No.
Dominic Black testified that he shot at targets 75 yards away. Did you see him do that?
I didn't, but I don't know what Dominic Black saw or what Dominic Black was shooting at. I wasn't with him when he did that.
But you were aware of the fact that the AR-15 was capable of hitting targets much further away than you the TV, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know the capabilities of your own weapon?
I knew that it could shoot, and I believe from a distance. I don't know how far. I'm not an expert on AR-15s.
Did you personally purchase that .223 full metal jacket ammunition?
I did not.
Who did?
Dominic did.
Did you ask him to purchase it?
I did not.
So you didn't know what type of ammo was in that gun, is that right?
I knew they were .223 full metal jackets. The first time I shot it, I had to load it into the magazine.
So you knew the type of round, but you didn't know what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
They're just bullets, bro.
Believe a bullet's a bullet.
I was gonna say, they're bullets, man.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point bullets, for example,
It's a standard
do
bullet,
different things to a animal or a human than full metal jacket bullets, correct?
Yeah. Full metal jacket is like a defense round, like another type of defense round. I know people use full metal jacket for hunting, and hollow point is something that causes more damage.
Hollow point bullets are designed to hit the animal that they're being shot at, let's say a deer, for example, and explode inside that body, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Exactly. He's not
When
a
you say
ballistics
are you
expert.
saying expand or explode?
Bullshit.
Because there are such things as exploding bullets.
Sure. Let me rephrase. Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
Expands and mushrooms.
I don't think people use hollow point.
That wasn't my question, sir. What is your understanding of what that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point bullets in their pistols to defend themselves against other people, correct?
Yes.
Ryan Balch, for example, testified in this trial that he was carrying a pistol loaded with hollow point ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition would do to a human?
I believe it would do the same thing as any other bullet. Like I said, a bullet's a bullet.
You wouldn't want to get hit with either one,
I just believe
Lady Banger.
hollow points.
I keep calling him Lady
I'm
Banger.
sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
So you didn't know the difference between what a full metal jacket bullet would do versus a hollow point, right?
I believe a hollow point, I just don't know much about this. I believe a hollow point would cause more damage
to the first target, but it wouldn't continue through to any other targets, right?
I don't know the answer
Whereas
to
a
that.
full metal jacket bullet is specifically designed to continue through its first target and keep flying, correct?
he's not a ballistics expert.
First of all, the hollow point is not guaranteed to stay.
That's the other thing. Hollow point could go through too. It could go in and out.
So what you said was not correct. Secondly,
There's no testimony on that, Your Honor.
no, but you've been testifying, and that's what Mr. That's what Mr.
Don't
We're
let
going
him
to
get away with that, Judge.
Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen when you come to the trial.
Here we
We'll
go
see
again.
You, let's hope
Lunch break.
at about 12:45. Oh, I've got a couple of hearings at 12:45. Let's say 1 o'clock. I apologize for taking time away from you.
Yeah, guys, this is oh my God, this is such bullshit. He's testifying essentially, Binger, and he's giving the wrong information anyway. Where did it all of a sudden these hollow points and these magic bullets that somehow it's less likely to overpenetrate? There's no guarantee it's not going through and through. And this idea that somehow, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure you guys, a lot of you in the chat are bigger gun guys than me. Full Metal Jacket's just a normal bullet. It's like, to my mind, that's default bullet. When you, as far as rifles are concerned. I mean, that's like if literally if you went into the store and said, "Give me some bullets," and the guy had to pick a kind of bullet off the a particular caliber off the shelf, my assumption is that he'd be handing you Full Metal Jacket rounds. He's acting He's acting like loading Full Metal Jacket is some kind of secret military weapon. You know. Let's see what they're saying at Raquetta Law.
I don't care what your style is. I think that you let too
I
much. Agree. You cannot. You can't get. If you don't object, you can't get a mistrial based on a line of questioning.
It was terrible.
Binger wanted those answers from Kyle. He wanted the answers he got. He wants to paint him as a kid who is out there irresponsibly with a gun, who doesn't know the ammo, he doesn't know the capabilities. I don't know. It's not the best line of questioning, but he got the answers he wanted on that, I think. I just think that I'm pretty much convinced that Binger is a walking moron, and I don't know the other conclusion.
The other conclusion is that he is slimy, and that this was intentional, and that he thought he'd get away with it. That's
slimy, exactly. That's my thought.
Of it.
All right, we got a super chat from Crystal Forest. Imagine Binger prosecuting Kevin McAllister for attempted murder. Do you recognize this paint can? Yes, you intended to kill everybody you hit with the paint can, didn't you? It's like, exactly, you're using a lethal weapon. You know it can potentially kill him. You may not. That may not be your intent, but if you know it's a possibility. But you're not sitting there going, boy, I hope every round I shoot kills somebody. Exactly, he's just trying to make ignorant jurors who may be ignorant of guns. Oh, he's using scary Full Metal Jacket rounds. He meant to kill them. Oh my goodness.
Jury. I mean, for me personally, I can say that I'm the kind of person, I know that not everybody here agrees, I'm the kind of person that I might trust a prosecutor in a case if I were on the jury, because I tend to feel that way towards authority sometimes. But in this particular case, like, I absolutely hate the prosecution. I think they are slimy pieces of shit. Excuse my language. I know I don't like to curse much on YouTube. I know that
I give you permission. You know who does the most is Viva.
I'm other people. Hello.
But I just like I cannot stand these people. I now am of the opinion that both of them have absolutely punchable faces.
Oh, legal bites.
Like I'm not one for violence myself.
This has been part of a pattern.
This has been a part of all this
there's
case.
warrants.
But Binger has repeatedly lied and libeled Kyle using court filings to do so, which makes him immune from suit, knowing the media would repeat those lies and libels because they're immune from suit because it was filed in a court filing. He lied about bail issues. He lied, repeatedly. He even lied about whether Kyle had said where he was going to be during bail proceedings. He got caught lying because he was on video refuting, saying just the opposite to a different judge months before. So this is a guy who was repeatedly misused and abused his power. This is a guy who's repeatedly lied in court. He lied in his opening statement. That routine of, where the evidence will show Kyle chased Rosenbaum. Hogwash. No, it's just the opposite. He knew it was just the opposite. And he could try to manufacture the FBI video however he wanted. It was a ludicrous interpretation of it. And
did he
and
say
now
shot in the back in his opening as well?
On a defendant taking the Fifth Amendment prior to trial. I mean, that is literally one of the worst things you can do as a prosecutor. There's not a single prosecutor who doesn't know that you can't ask that question. It's
the first
beyond
thing.
the pale. I would have
It's
asked
the
the
first
judge
thing.
to suspend him from the bar right there.
Yeah, I thought he should have been sanctioned for sure. And Richard's
might still
passivity,
be,
as
though.
Ron mentioned,
I was gonna say, he could be.
At the outset here, his passivity is so
Well,
utterly
you file a
inexcusable.
complaint with the
The
Bar
only thing that-
Association, the
that's
Wisconsin
saving Kyle
Bar,
is that he
and
has
they
the
will
same
have to
poise
conduct
on
an
the stand that he
investigation.
had when people were training guns on him or lunging at him. His poise and his intelligence, the way he's addressing this, I didn't think I'd be more impressed than what we saw from him on August 25th. But this is just astonishing how he is taking Binger behind the woodshed and dominating him.
and the way Binger was talking to the judge.
Oh my
and he
God.
was like, "Don't interrupt me." The judge, don't interrupt me.
You know,
I'm
I
pretty
think
sure
that's
the
the
judge
thing
is
that
allowed to
set
do
me
that.
off. I think that's the thing that set me off the most is the fact that, I mean, maybe this goes back to, how I feel about authority, but like the judge who throughout this entire time has been so calm, so
affable,
so kind. I mean,
Yep.
he comes across very, very well. That, I mean, to piss him off. I mean, talking to a judge and getting in trouble with a judge and getting in trouble where they only have the slightest angry tone is enough to whip me into shape as an attorney coming into court. The fact that he was yelling
As
for
a prosecutor, as a prosecutor, the jury understands that the defense is on the defendant, is on the defensive. They've got the whole world arrayed against them. They've got the police. They've got the state. They associate the judge with the state.
Yeah.
So it's understandable. Now, of course.
I was going to say, and the thing is too, is that this for Binger would affect not just his performance in this particular trial, but the next time he's in front of Schroeder, he's going to remember this. He's going to remember all of this.
I think this case is worth 10 cases to Binger, though. I mean, this is the case of his lifetime. So
in front of the entire judiciary at this point, because it's so
he's
public.
Showboating?
But he's trying I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it's not a good look to try to build your career on a self-defense case that probably shouldn't have been filed in the first place, and worrying more about the cameras being in the courtroom and trying to have your moment versus the thing that prosecutors are supposed to do, which is justice, not winning. They're supposed to get to the truth of what happens, and that's not what we're seeing, and it just pisses me off.
No, but this was winning. They felt they won in the court of public opinion before they walked in the door. I mean,
Well, they're going to lose in court
multiple times. But I think they felt like, if they can get a jury in there, it was watched on the news for the last 14 months about how he's some kid who's rampaging through Kenosha, shouldn't have been there in the first place, and that he was stirring up a hornet's nest by walking around there with a gun. So any actions that happen afterwards are completely on him. As if he riled up Rosenbaum by being there with a gun. So now when Rosenbaum charges at him, there is no justifiable self-defense. It's a ludicrous position from the way anyone who's rational and has analyzed the videos would think, because it's just that's saying he has no right to be there. Well, no one had a right to be there.
Well, let me expand on a little bit of what we've seen from the prosecution's own expert witness. Were you guys, for those of you who were watching the stream yesterday when the medical examiner was testifying, remember those photos where they showed that several of Kyle's rounds stopped inside the bodies of the people that he shot? Remember Grosskreutz, they had a round, right? Not Grosskreutz, Huber. The round that entered Huber never left his body. That was Full Metal Jacket. So just as we said, just as we said, the full metal jacket rounds, I mean, the hollow points may not, it may still go through. The opposite is also true, where the full metal jacket rounds don't necessarily have to exit. So there was rounds. The round that killed Huber did not exit his body. There was also rounds found inside Rosenbaum. As a matter of fact, the round that went in his hand, right? I don't think it would have mattered what round entered his hand. That whether it was full metal jacket or hollow point, that was going in and out anyway. That was just his hand. I don't think the hollow point round would have stopped in his hand. But there was at least one round found inside of Rosenbaum. I think two. But I'd have to go back through the testimony of the medical examiner. So that was total bull. Even the round that went through Grosskreuz's bicep. Does anyone think if Grosskreuz's bicep was shot by the hollow point at that basically point blank range, that the hollow point round wouldn't have had the same? Might have been worse. He might have lost his arm. What do you guys? I don't know if does anyone in chat of the opinion that had Kyle hit Grosskreuz's arm, same shot in the same spot, that a hollow point, he might have had to lose the arm. Now that I think about it, if Grosskreuz's bicep had been hit by that hollow point, I think he would have lost that arm. In terms of the damage being done to it, would have been greater, and they might have just had to have amputated. I'm just a layman here. Again, I'm not a ballistics expert. I'm not saying it would have taken his arm off right there. I'm just saying that it would have probably done so much damage, they might have had to have amputated from that point down. Exactly. That's ironic. Had he been hit with a 357 Magnum, a 357 hollow point fired from a handgun, he might have lost the arm right there. On the spot. That's an interesting point. Does anyone agree with John M's assertion in the chat that a 357 hollow point might have taken the arm off right there instantly? So this idea that the use of the full metal jacket rounds is somehow some indication that you're a lethal bloodthirsty murderer is stupid. Because the bottom line I'll give you on it, so it's not to belabor the point. I wouldn't want to get hit by either one, guys. Bottom line. I would not want to get hit with either one. So stupid. They're not magic bullets. The prosecutor is... does he have some sort of knowledge that the people on the jury are maybe a bunch of ignoramuses about guns? So that's the only other reason that you would be doing this, because anybody with even a basic knowledge of guns would know that this is going nowhere in terms of the full metal jacket. And I've heard everything. It almost sounds like he's trying to make it out to be like the depleted uranium rounds or tungsten or something being fired out of a tank cannon. You remember the big hubbub they had about the depleted uranium rounds being fired out of the barrels of the Gatling guns and the A-10 Warthog, tactical support aircraft. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, you're in a war, you're firing on enemy tanks, right? Do you think that the military cares about the secondary effects of breathing in the depleted uranium dust? At the time, they just wanted to kill the tanks and the armored vehicles. I believe now they use tungsten rounds, but I mean, I just remember the big deal made. I'm like, wait a minute, you're in the middle of a war. They're not thinking about the second and third order effects of firing the depleted uranium rounds. And the other thing was what's the other one? They try to make white phosphorus. When they try to make the use of white phosphorus as illegal, I mean, the use of white phosphorus now by the military is usually for illumination. But they tried to make the use of white phosphorus the equivalent of using nuclear weapons or weapons of mass destruction. Super chat from Navy Blue Eyes. FMJ, Full Metal Jacket, is required because it was deemed more humane by the Hague Convention 1899. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically because it doesn't expand upon, when it hits the human body, it's preferable in terms of doing less damage in terms of a wound channel or track. But the reason cops, I believe the reason cops use the hollow points is so that you don't have overpenetration, not even necessarily of the human body, but think about it. Cops operate in an urban environment, and if they have to go indoors, they're just less likely to go through walls, right? Or even if you're outdoors, when you shoot at a criminal in the street, you miss, the bullet keeps going, they're just less likely to penetrate, like, through houses. Obviously, if they go through a window, there's nothing they can do about that. But normally, I guess the hollow point is not going to generally penetrate through, say, a typical brick wall. Super chat from the Grand Inquisitor. Imagine if Kyle used the prosecutor's preferred shotgun with 00 buckshot or a 1-ounce slug instead of the super scary AR-15. Way more devastating. That is a great point, Grand Inquisitor. That is a great point. If Kyle Rittenhouse had done as he said and bought a shotgun instead of the scary AR-15 rifle, Grosskreutz would not have an arm. It would have vaporized. Hit at that range, point blank, with a rifle. Did I miss a super chat of yours? Which super chat did I miss? I don't want to shortchange you. Go through these. Oh, okay. I was going to say, can you imagine setting off a shotgun against a crowd? That's the other thing. If he had used a shotgun, for guys that were standing around the people that he shot, they might have got hit with shot too. Super chat from a Simple Logic 90. Hollow points aren't meant to expand and have a greater stopping power. It makes the standard much more powerful than a regular jacket/round bullet. Super chat coming in from John Arnott. Thank you for putting all the work, Neo. Yeah, let's go into that again. The shotgun. Had he elected to buy a shotgun, remember this is what was this Joe Biden's thing? Buy the shotgun and that's better than the scary AR. Come on. At those ranges remember everybody he shot just about was at point blank range. Every single person. Jump kick man probably wouldn't have missed, right? Jump kick man, remember he took 2 shots at jump kick guy, missed him twice. I think if he had fired 2 shots at jump kick man with a shotgun, he probably clips jump kick man, because the shotgun sprays the shot. So number 2, when he shot what's his name, Huber. Okay, Huber died, so it didn't make a difference. I mean, I guess instead of perforating his heart and his lungs, it would have opened a massive chest wound in his chest. I don't think it would have made a difference. Huber would have been dead either way. But then that leaves Grosskreutz. He gets hit in his arm with that shotgun. His arm's gone. I mean, so I would have to guess that the defense may want to put a gun or ballistics expert on the stand just to make sure that the jury understands the bullshit that the prosecution's trying to pull. Super chat from Sniper Sight 00. When I got home from work, put your stream on and seen Kyle on the stand, I thought that's a bad idea, but it turns out to be going great so far. So far, so good. They haven't really tripped Kyle up. I think that Binger looks really bad though right now, because I think even let me tell you something. Most people don't like scumbag lawyers, and this guy Binger is coming off like a scumbag lawyer. You know, you expect the lawyer to try to win the case. You expect the lawyer to even push the edge, but this guy is just going. He's crossed the line multiple times here today, guys. He's gone over the line. He didn't push over the edge. He didn't put a foot over, straddling the line. He jumped off the cliff. You know, he's hanging on by a fingernail. Let's check out these dudes again.
Be there, but in huge letters, and you heard it from his own mouth. Say he never liked the guy. So far, Kyle's been doing great. He's been holding his own, correcting the prosecutor. Prosecutors seem like a bully, but things could still go wrong at this point. On the other hand, with the prosecution being completely chided and one breath away from a mistrial and dismissal with prejudice,
He was yelling at him.
You have to change your odds of directed verdict, judgment matter of law, or
Super
even
chat
the
from
jury
the
comes
guest.
back
I woke
hanged.
up
It's like,
late.
how
Did
about
Kyle
not
testify?
hanged? So there's
So where can I find
seen-
video of it that isn't
have
clipped to hell?
I
of
have
the
very
MSM.
rarely, and I spent 10
Watch
years
my
in and out of
video
court
from the
every day.
from
Barnes, I know
close
it's
to the
been longer
beginning.
than that for you.
You can go
I
back on the
have
stream, I
very
think,
rarely
right?
seen a judge yell with his whole chest at any lawyer like that.
Yes.
You will get the no. You will get the judge saying, "Wait." You can see the agitation rise. He opened his mouth and yelled at the prosecutor, and that is very rare.
I saw a lawyer who got caught actively lying to the judge. He was
lied
caught
to the
out on
judge,
it.
it's my
The
point.
judge was, and he didn't yell, not like
Wow.
that. It was just like, okay, that's what you're telling me. How about this? How about that? Send a transcript to the Law Society. But he didn't go ballistic like that. That is almost
the worst I've seen.
Yeah, guys, you know what? We're gonna deviate today. I'm gonna keep it going through lunch to stream. This is extraordinary what we're seeing here. So I don't have it planned to break unless something happens or there's like a technical hiccup. So I'm gonna stick with the I'm gonna keep the live stream up during lunch and keep going. I can't walk away from this. This is nonsense what Binger just tried to pull. You don't think Binger's getting reamed out by the judge right now?
Me because I said the court was duped, and just for using that word, I had a judge explode. Duped. How dare you say duped? You say a court's duped, I'll sanction you next time. I'm deciding this motion against you. Get out of here now. Like literally
In
yelling.
New York, they're rough.
No,
They're rough
I've
in
had
New York.
sanctions
Rough.
threatened against me for sure, but the judge didn't yell quite like that. I've been told to go get my checkbook more than once, but the judge did not yell like that. But
I've
also
had
what I
judges
did
curse at me
was
in
not
court.
like that.
Wow.
Well,
Really?
Lawrence, you're
That's
defensive
crazy.
of me.
Yeah.
On the record?
Yeah.
On the record?
Yeah, on the record.
Wow.
F you. He was a corrupt judge. That's what he was mad about.
Of course.
And I do want to say one thing.
It's
Binger
lunch break, chat.
is an
if you're
absolute
wondering.
embarrassed because
Yes.
he absolutely knew
Binger is a
that he couldn't
scumbag
ask
lawyer.
those first questions. I'm talking about like not even just who you like or who you think is going to win, but when he asked those questions, the first questions about why was he silent before and didn't, and I was like,
Why is he asking him about him being silent? That doesn't make any sense. He has a Fifth Amendment right, and then when he stopped, because to show you how bad it was, I didn't realize how bad it was until the judge stopped it, and I was like, oh my God, he's right. This is a Fifth Amendment violation, and it just was like, this is an experienced prosecutor.
Guys, that's grounds for appeal. I mean,
even the judge was like, when you said it was just so
his
astonishing.
constitutional rights were violated by Binger right there.
At this point, this is why people lose faith in our criminal justice system. Because when prosecutors do something like that, that's overtly just unethical, to be honest with you. I'll say it. Fuck, it's unethical.
Yeah.
It's just like, why? For what
He
reason?
should be disbarred.
For what reason?
He should be disbarred. He should be fired tomorrow, and he should be disbarred a week later. If we can go after Rudy Giuliani on some, random comments, this prosecutor violating somebody's Fifth Amendment rights in the highest profile case Kenosha ever has, if the Wisconsin Office of Lawyer Regulation has any courage and any conscience, he will be disbarred before the year is out.
Agreed.
The
and
court
yet
said
and yet we know it'll never happen. We know there's zero chance it's going to happen.
The court said, did they say gross?
Do the wokesters run Wisconsin?
violation?
Is that what it is?
Was it
He
grave?
said you went over the line. He said you went over the line. And when the judge is saying, you kind of didn't go, they said, well, you did go over the line. Why is this case even still going on? At what point is like, what are we doing then, Judge? He's literally, you're saying he violated this kid's rights, constitutional rights, right? Why are we still here then? And then it goes on the propensity. Propensity stuff was crazy too. It's like,
the propensity
why
stuff
are you
was
picking up
crazy.
propensity evidence? What's wrong with this guy?
But I
Ego.
think I want to say the propensity evidence that Binger tried to get back in, yes, ego, but also it highlights the risk of having Kyle take the stand and why we're so opposed to it. Binger thought that he could get Kyle to open the door.
Let me see what's going on Twitter right now. I gotta see that. This really pissed me off. It's one thing to like I said, push up to the edge, do all that, but that guy jumped over with both feet. I guess the first place to look would be Viva Frey. Let's see here. From bad to worse for Binger. Okay, Viva Frey, he clipped. Okay, there's multiple clips here of Binger getting reamed out. Oh, what am I doing? All right, for anybody who missed, this is one of the ream sessions that Binger got.
Commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
Yep.
Your Honor,
Yep.
I'm making the
Right there is a violation of Kyle Rittenhouse's Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. He's not supposed to talk about in front of the jury. Kyle Rittenhouse not making any statements. That is his right. You can't draw an inference from it that of his guilt or innocence from his refusal to. Now he can make. I believe he can on closing arguments do that. But he certainly can't do that during the evidentiary phase of the trial.
The point that after hearing everything in the case, now he's tailoring his story to what has already been introduced.
The problem
The evidence.
This is a grave constitutional violation.
Yes.
For you to talk about the defendant's
Judge is pissed.
silence.
Sanction.
And that is, and you're right. You're right on the borderline.
A grave constitutional violation.
Oh, come on.
You may be over, but it's better.
You may be over.
Yes, you may
Well
be
over it.
All right, here is I believe this is the clip of the judge shouting at the. If I'm right.
Mr. Binger is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. Can't go into this.
All right, so I missed the significance of that, where Richards is threatening to make a motion for a mistrial. He said he's trying to provoke a mistrial. So already, it sounds like Richards is this close for motioning for a mistrial.
To provoke a mistrial in this matter. Can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice.
Sanctions.
All right, so he said it. He'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. And I believe the significance of with prejudice is you're unable to bring charges, further charges. It's not like you get a second bite at the apple. I think that's what it means. So let me be certain on that. So I always get it mixed up. It's one or the other. With or without prejudice is the one that you get dismissed where they don't get a second bite. When a court dismisses an action, they can either do so with prejudice or without prejudice. Dismissal with prejudice means that the plaintiff cannot refile the same claim again in court. Boom! So for many of you in the chat do not understand there's two different kinds of declarations of a mistrial. If it's without prejudice, they can get another bite at the apple. That's the standard mistrial we all I'm sure many of us have heard about. I believe John Gotti in his trials got mistrials. I have to check up on that again. But the prosecutor can refile the case under that circumstance. They don't always. Sometimes an honest prosecutor will look at the case, and if it was a shaky case to begin with, they'll just not refile it. But if the case is dismissed or a mistrial is declared with prejudice, means they cannot get a second bite at the apple. It's basically like the double jeopardy rule is in effect. You are free and clear. I guess then the only thing that Kyle would have to worry about under that case is if the federal government explored some sort of charges of denying the civil rights of whoever he shot. But I would think that's highly unlikely. But yeah, so if they make a motion, the defense, for a mistrial with prejudice, and the judge grants that motion, Kyle is free and clear of these charges. Now, I don't know if my question is, can they do that? Can they declare a mistrial on mixed charges? I think they'd have to do the whole thing. I don't think you could declare a mistrial on counts X, Y, Z, and then still have the trial go forward with the same jury on the other counts. So I'd have to get a little. If I had to guess either way, I think a mistrial would have to be the whole kit and caboodle. You throw out the kitchen sink, the baby with the bathwater, so to speak. But so according to Richards, it sounds like he's gonna start writing it up in case he needs to have it in his back pocket. So if Binger pulls some bullshit again, boom, he drops a motion for a mistrial or dismissal, whatever the proper legal term is in Wisconsin court procedure. And if he's granted that motion, boom, it's basically Kyle won the case. See, I want you to be clear on that, chat. It is not it's a mistrial without prejudice sets the clock back. A mistrial with prejudice is basically, it's like an acquittal. They cannot file the charges again, the same charges. Super chat from Stephen Knizek coming in. Yes, let Biden and Garland get tied to this Rittenhouse case. The Biden administration will be pining for the heydays of his 38% approval highs. Yeah. I don't know. It's a state case, so it'd be tough to pin this on Biden. Case in point, Biden did open his mouth on this case and call for and basically say Kyle was a bad boy. So I take that back. He did open his mouth. You probably couldn't say that if he didn't comment on the case, but he certainly did comment that he let it know which way he wanted the case to go. All right, let me see if I can get another courtroom feed up. We're about a half an hour from when the judge said they will come back, but it may be a little bit late because of all that's going on. Also, he said he had to do a quick hearing before, so who knows, that those could always run a few minutes late. Oh, David Packman is let's see what David Packman's talking about. Dare we? Let's take a chance. Let's take a chance to see how David Packman is going. Are they in recess too? No, I see it going. I guess David Packman's on the lunch break. He just left the stream going. Alright, I'll grab the Yahoo News one, I guess. Oh, the potato's objecting. First of all, let me get rid of these earlier windows. Give the potato a break. Got a lot of video up. Yeah, didn't I hear that Pac-Man had kind of crawled back a little bit? Crawled back from the edge? Yeah, I certainly wasn't expecting this, guys. This craziness going on. Who knew that yesterday was gonna... Well, when we speculated what they would have to do to top yesterday's fireworks. Wow, the potato really is struggling. We got an incoming super chat from the Geth. Kyle better move to the reddest town in the reddest state he can if he wants anything resembling a normal life and job. Yeah, where do you go after this? Kyle, yeah, he will. I imagine he'll have a lot of support, but you know how it works, guys. You only need one deranged leftist to ruin your life, if you know what I mean. Ask anybody. They only have to be successful once to really get at you. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Just get rid of that totally. He can move it. Kyle can move it to your house. Well, he certainly is a resourceful young man. You would adopt Kyle Rittenhouse? Well, it looks. I don't know. You'd over his mom's dead body. I would think if you saw his mom there. She looks like she really loves her boy. Incoming super chat from Sniper Sight 00. Kyle should join the armed forces. He shouldn't waste those rifle skills. Well, you know how it is, guys. With the woke military, I don't know if General Milley would allow it. Remember, General Milley's still out there trying to study white rage. He might view Kyle as the enemy. He's still studying white rage, remember. Our new woke military. Did you see that our new woke military got its butt kicked by the UK in training exercises in California?
I learned more and more about the... Oh, sorry?
He could have, no, I was just saying he could have done that, though. He could have said, how many videos have you watched? How many articles have you watched?
They're talking strategy over there. Yeah, so I was mentioning they were doing some exercises with some British commandos who were over in California. And I think their opposing force was the Marine Corps. I think that was the case, and they annihilated the Marine Corps. They had to surrender, essentially, stop the exercise. It was a one-sided blowout. I guess the two mommied lesbian recruiting ads didn't work as well. Remember that debacle with the I joined the army because of my two moms' wedding or something. That was a ridiculous thing. Let me see if I can grab that article while we're waiting, since we have about 20 minutes to kill. UK beats US in exercise. The U.S. Marines are... they hit back at the claims. British Empire beats Biden's woke U.S. military. Law enforcement today. British Empire decimates Biden's woke U.S. military in simulated exercise. Humiliate Marines into surrender. Mojave Desert. The Empire strikes back. The British Empire, that is, while U.S. military leaders are focused on drag queen shows, examining white rage, and making sure all of our service members receive their experimental vaccine, some countries are actually still taking national security somewhat seriously. That includes, of course, our primary adversaries, Russia and China, but apparently also incorporates Britain. According to the Daily Mail, a mass training exercise in the Mojave Desert saw U.S. forces being forced into what was described as a humiliating surrender only days into the exercise. Oh, wow. Super chat coming in from the Geth. Kyle is probably a fixture in Millie's White Rage textbook. Can't recommend the military in this administration. Wyoming is most Trumpian state. West Virginia is number 2. Go there. Let's see the video on this.
U.S. Marines were driven into submission by their British counterparts during a training exercise held deep in the California desert last week, according to a...
Do we have to kneel to the Queen now? How bad was this defeat?
Report in Britain's Daily Telegraph newspaper. The paper reported the group of Royal Marines employed new tactics that helped them get the better of the American troops, who were on home soil. According to the Telegraph, Exercise Green Dagger involved the two nations facing off against each other in a competition in which the sides were tasked with taking out one another's assets. The Royal Marines dominated the U.S. in the 5-day simulation, it said, with U.S. forces asking for a reset less than halfway through. At one point, the Royal Marines had taken out or disabled almost all the U.S. assets, the Telegraph said. The Royal Navy told Insider that the victory was decisive. In a statement, it said the mock battle concluded with a last-minute enemy assault which was repelled.
Alright, so apparently they got their butts whipped. They better go back to the drawing board and stop wasting time studying White Rage and declaring what nail polish is regulation now. Here's the highlight of when Kyle Rittenhouse broke down on a stand while he was recounting the ambush from Zeminski and Rosenbaum. Got to talk about that. Forgot. For those of you who are just joining...
While both NetSuite and QuickBooks offer software designed to help businesses manage their accounting processes, QuickBooks...
You may be seated.
That's Kyle Rittenhouse's mom. So at some point in the testimony, Kyle breaks down crying and had to take a break so he could compose himself. It's not clear when that happens here. Here you go. This is difficult to watch if you're someone heavily or emotionally invested in Kyle Rittenhouse winning this case, so I'll just warn you in advance.
And I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were
Now, I'm going to point out, this may actually be the first time that Kyle has had to live out the entire thing in front of strangers. I think you have to remember, he's saying this out publicly for the first time. So I think that's probably what got to him. You know, it's not, maybe in his mind it's not real until he says it out loud. You know?
People right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
Now, think about it. If you thought you were about to die, which that's the claim here, self-defense. I thought they were trying to kill me. These grown-ass adult men, this piece of crap, pedophile, Rosenbaum, this career violent criminal, Zeminski, these chaos tourists, as the prosecution loves to call Rittenhouse a chaos tourist, but I guess Rosenbaum and Zeminski, they're not chaos tourists. These grown-ass men, one of whom has spent a lifetime victimizing small children. This was the last child Rosenbaum attacked, or minor. But it wasn't the first.
That's what I... That's what I run.
We're going to just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any kind of crap.
So there was the his mom. So that was really bad. Hard to watch. Hard to watch because, you know, guys, I mean, contrary to what the left says, I mean, they make it, this kid, if everything I've seen leads me to believe he was out there to help. I don't know where these people get this idea that this guy is some sort of mass murderer in training or something. Super chat coming in from Circle of Snakes. Exactly, Neo. He's been locked up for a year. No one to talk to, no media to vent to. A breakdown was inevitable given his age. I have a lot more life experience than Kyle Rittenhouse does in terms of time, but I have no reference frame to even compare to what he's had to endure. I wouldn't know where to even begin. I don't wake up in the morning and say, "Gee, boy, I wish I killed somebody today." You know, I'm sure Kyle Rittenhouse didn't wake up that morning going, "Oh boy, I sure hope I could blow someone away with my AR today. Think I'm gonna drive across some state lines and go to Kenosha and blow some rioters away." Who do these people think? I don't know what crack they're smoking. Let's check in the courtroom. Still about 15 minutes away. The judge said he had some sort of hearing scheduled for 1:45. It is now 12:45 his time. It is now 12:46 Kenosha time. So I believe the judge is in his chambers right now, hearing an argument from somebody. He indicated it shouldn't take long. He expected to reconvene this trial in 15 minutes. So I don't know, guys. The idea that we have Kyle Rittenhouse as painted by the prosecution, I don't see. If I'm sitting on the jury, I just don't see it. I mean, I'm even trying to put. I'm not even saying that as NeoUnrealist, the partisan right winger, right? I'm trying to put myself even in a far leftist's mind, and unless I'm like completely ideologically captured and just can't accept reality, I don't see how you could look at it. Aren't there leftists? I should have written these guys down. There are left-wing YouTubers who I think have said that this is self-defense. Does anybody know Kyle Kulinski's stance on this? Isn't Kyle Kulinski of the opinion that this is a clear-cut case of self-defense? I don't know if any of you in the chat watch Kyle Kulinski. I don't watch Kyle Kulinski, but I think I've heard it said or seen it read somewhere that Kyle Kulinski said this is the clearest cut case of self-defense that he's ever seen. If I'm wrong about that, I apologize to Kyle Kulinski. I don't want to misrepresent him if he said the opposite. I wish... Was that Destiny? Okay, so... Yeah, I wish I had, I wish I had more time to watch more left-wingers. It's just not... I don't spend all my time watching left-wing YouTube. I guess usually if it's the Young Turks say something crazy, I'll check that out. I just don't see how you could sit in that jury box, see what the evidence you've seen, and go, yeah, we need to send this kid away for life. Or this guy. So it was Destiny who said that it was a self-defense. I don't know, guy. I don't know. I saw that Anna Kasparian on the Young Turks. I didn't hear her say that she thinks it's self-defense. I heard her say that she thinks it could be self-defense, or at least that it would be ruled that way at trial. I didn't hear her say explicitly she's calling for self-defense. I think she just apologized for getting some facts wrong, and that she said it's possible that Kyle Rittenhouse could be found not guilty because of reasons of self-defense. Again, I can't tell you exactly. I think I've seen one video on that she made. She did apologize. I did see that. She did apologize for getting some facts wrong. And she corrected she corrected those. I'm not sure she went 100% and said, oh no, Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent and it was in self-defense. I thought I heard her say it's possible he could get found as having engaged in self-defense. Yeah, I don't know Jimmy Dore's take. Knowing Jimmy, I don't think Jimmy Dore is. I don't know if Jimmy Dore which way he went, if he was for or against self-defense. I hadn't seen anything on Jimmy Dore's take. That's the other. I do watch Jimmy Dore occasionally. He does pop up in my feed. I will watch him. My take on Jimmy Dore is he's at least intellectually honest, and he's always fighting left wingers when they kind of deviate from his principles, what he views as the proper left wing view, which I think is kind of funny because he seems to spend more time fighting left wingers than debating right wingers. Yeah, I think Jimmy Dore, he had problems with Anna Kasparian. I think Anna Kasparian was trying to insinuate that he sexually harassed her or something to that effect. Super chat from Steven Knizek. I checked Pacman's stream before he went on his now 50-minute restroom break, and it sounds like he was mocking the judge. Well, okay, not surprising. Yeah, I just thought the whole thing with Anna Kasparian was weird because, okay, she works on the Young Turks. She works on the Young Turks, She is essentially, for all intents and purposes, whatever you think about the Young Turks, I guess she is essentially a news anchor. And this story has been out for over a year. And how many videos have the Young Turks made on this? Probably 20 or 30 if you really think about it in all that time. And you mean to tell me she's never looked at the videos herself? Or just did any research other than listening to CNN or MSNBC's take on it? I just found that bizarre. That's such a major story that's been going on for so long. This wasn't Covington Catholic, 12 hours later or even a couple of days later. This was a major news story in which there's video, hours and hours of video available on this thing. Talked about in the headlines for over a year. And she never bothered to look into just watch one of these videos or do a thimbleful of research beyond the usual suspects. Yeah, Dave Rubin, you see, he started out on the Young Turks, as far as I know. Unless he was doing stuff before he was on the Young Turks. At least that's the first time I ever saw or heard of Dave Rubin. So he's got his own issues with Cenk and TYT. Did he leave there on bad terms, or did he only turn on him after he started his own thing? I don't know the story on what happened with him. Did he go sour on the Young Turks while he was there and just leave, or did he leave and then they only got mad because he started having some success on his own? That wouldn't surprise me. Maybe, you're saying that they tried to tell him what to say and what to think? Did you guys notice that Cenk has really gone hard, done a hard turn on Tim Pool? He seems to have he seems like he wants to get rid of Tim Pool. He wants to eat him off the internet or something, off of YouTube. I did a stream the other day with V Radio, and V Radio's just saying straight up, Cenk just doesn't like getting beat by Tim Pool, and that he's basically trying to get rid of his competition. All right, I see some movement in the. Could this be the judge coming back to his chair? Some shadows on the wall near the Wisconsin seal are moving. Yep, there's Judge Schroeder. Look, they're coming hardcore after Tim Pool now, and Crowder. Oh my God, they really want Crowder. They want to eat him so bad. Crowder's lucky. He saw the writing on the wall. Crowder started that mug club. Crowder started that mug club. He saw the writing on the wall. Are you guys joking about that? Did YouTube make some kind of announcement that they're taking away the dislike? Oh, the counter. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Judge Schroeder was grabbing one of his chocolate caramel with the sea salt on him. Yeah, what happened to that? Why did they take down Tim Pool's live stream? I thought it was his big return to live streaming after he got the coof. Last I saw, Tim Pool hadn't live streamed for over a week because he got the coof. And then I thought he was supposed to make his big return last night. I went to check out what he had to say on the Rittenhouse stuff. And lo and behold, I didn't see any live stream video. I'm wondering why did they eat? He was also reporting on the FBI raids on Project Veritas, Yeah, he was talking about two things that I wanted to hear him talk about. The Kyle Rittenhouse explosive testimony yesterday, and the Project Veritas raids. But if you go today, when I went today to check his Timcast IRL, there was no stream. Yeah, that was the guest, wasn't it? Kash Patel. I thought I saw Kash Patel as his guest. Well, see, here's the thing, guys, with the judge. The judge cannot disbar an attorney. That is an issue that is decided by the State Bar Association. That would be the Wisconsin State Bar, of course. And I think it doesn't have to be the judge. First of all, this is such a high-profile case. Nobody should have to file a complaint. The State Bar itself should be on top of this and conduct their own investigation of Binger and, what's this clown's name? Krause. You know what it could be? It could have been all those downvotes on all those Biden videos. You guys ever see the White House channel when they have a video with Biden in it? He get ratioed to hell. Now, technically, I would guess that the judge, I believe even judges are members of the Bar Association, or do they lose that and just become members of some kind of judge professional organization? Either way, I think other attorneys in the state can file a complaint with the State Bar Association. Maybe if you're a client, as far as I know, maybe even if you're a client of a lawyer and you feel that lawyer has misrepresented you or is behaved, done some malfeasance, I believe even a client or someone who's not an attorney can file a complaint. I don't deal with this with State Bar Associations. Again, like, I'm not a lawyer. I've never had an issue with a lawyer that went that far. So maybe I'll crowdsource it again to you guys in the chat. Has anyone in the chat ever had any dealings with any State Bar Association? Doesn't have to be Wisconsin. They pretty much, for the most part, operate the same. Although I would say California's is pretty intense. California is a whole different animal, that the State Bar Association. It's completely woke. That's the other thing to consider. I don't know who runs the State Bar Association in Wisconsin, but if it's like most State Bar Associations, I'm going to assume it's woke. You know, Wisconsin... We'll dip into Raquel Law real brief.
An invoice. Someone said the Lawengers, like the Avengers.
You guys,
okay.
You saw that meme yesterday with the whole WWF thing, right, Nick?
All right, so they're just...
No, I did not.
If they're gonna bullshit, then I could bullshit too. So the thing to keep in mind as we get closer to when we're supposed to be back now, but like I said, I had a feeling this was gonna run late because the judge said he was going to have a short hearing, or 2 hearings actually. He had to do real quick, and you know that those things always run over time. Although we did see him earlier, his bald head peek in, as somebody in the chat said. Someone is saying that NeoUnrealist Tim had a live stream last night with Steve Hilton from Fox News. For some reason, it's not up on his channel, but the stream from Monday with Kash Patel is. Yeah, I know I saw the Kash Patel one briefly. I think I watched about 15 minutes of that while it was on. I don't know Raquel Law. Guys. Number one, I'm not an attorney. Although I don't think that matters. I think he's had he's had guys like, I think Adam Krigler has been on there before, right? I'm pretty sure Adam Krigler's not a lawyer, but doesn't he just like have attorneys on during his little what he's doing now, that panel? I know he does a show like at 11 o'clock at night Eastern time, and he'll have guests on there, I think. But when he's doing these panel things like during a trial, I think he basically has attorneys. Yeah, so I'll reiterate while we're waiting here. Typically, I'll restate the rules for those of you who are just tuning in now. I know probably not all of you are here since 10 a.m. Eastern time this morning. You have typically what I'll do is I'll read the super chats as they come in, if I can, but sometimes I may have to put it off. Today I had to really let some super chats fly. I apologize if I missed anybody's super chats while Kyle was testifying. I think I got caught up on them. Yeah, that the Cash Patel one is still up. It was the one from last night that they yeeted on Timcast IRL. If anything, I would have thought they would have taken down the Cash Patel live stream. Well, Tim said something about the Alec Baldwin shooting. I don't even know what's going on with that. I don't think we've heard everything that there is to know about the Alec Baldwin shooting. It just I think there's another shoe to drop there. I'm not saying anything that Alec Baldwin did on purpose, but I think there's another shoe to drop. You can't tell me that a person that's hired for the you could be the dumbest firearms, armorer on a movie ever. You're telling me you don't know what a live round looks like compared to a blank? Come on. I think even a layperson could tell the difference between a live round and a blank. There's no bullet. You're telling me how is the armorer going to load a revolver? Remember that this wasn't a pistol with the bullets in a magazine. This is an Old West movie. We're talking about revolvers here. How are you going to mistake a live round for a blank if you're a professional? That's literally your only job. You're an armorer on a movie. Your only job is to take care of the firearms and the ammunition. We've got there's a lot of stuff going on, guys. We haven't even touched on the Ahmaud Arbery trial, and that's already in like day 2 or 3. The Ahmaud Arbery trial is I hear that there's strange. Didn't someone? I think I saw something where the father testified that he would have shot Ahmaud Arbery too under the same conditions. Not Adam Baldwin did. Yeah, it's Alec Baldwin is I think who you want. Adam Baldwin is based. He's not a leftist. Alec Baldwin is the guy that shot the director lady. So yeah, has anyone in the chat been following the Ahmaud Arbery trial? Because they'll show that on court TV. It's just they had the misfortune to schedule it basically at the same time as the Rittenhouse trial, so they kind of got swallowed up. Adam Baldwin is not the brother of Alec Baldwin. They just have the same name. But yeah, there's a few Baldwin brothers. Yeah, Ahmaud Arbery is I think that trial's in day 3. All right, they're complaining that the jury is basically nearly all white. Of course. I want the latest news. How would they... Maybe Google News is different? I don't know. Detective testifies that Gregory McMichael told him he did not see Ahmaud Arbery coming? Is that what it is? Told him he did not see Ahmaud Arbery commit a crime. Okay. Detective Parker Marcy was the prosecution's sixth witness in the trial. Arbery, a 25-year-old black man, was out for a jog. Alright, I know that's going to elicit a lot of reaction in the chat. Out for a jog on February 23rd, 2020, near Brunswick, Georgia, when he was shot and killed. McMichael, his son Travis McMichael, and William Roddy Bryan Jr. are accused of chasing and killing him. Alright, we know that the... Let's see here. Officer testified that Gregory McMichael didn't mention citizen's arrest. Here's another key. During redirect by the prosecutor, Bradbury clarified he could not testify as to how many times Gregory McMichael yelled, "Stop, God damn it." Alright. Gregory McMichael said he would have shot Arbery, officer testifies. When asked how many shots were fired, McMichael told the officer that there were 2 shots, according to Bradbury. If I could have got a shot at the guy, I'd have shot him myself because he was that violently, McMichael said, according to the transcript, before a bystander interrupted the conversation. At that point, McMichael started speaking to a civilian who was on the scene. Bradbury testified. That conversation was picked up by his body camera. The unnamed person inquired about who was shot. The unidentified man then asked if Travis McMichael was okay. He is upset as hell, Gregory McMichael said, according to the transcript. He attacked my son. Arbery came at him, McMichael goes on to say, according to the transcript. He tried to get the damn shotgun away. So in this trial, it seems to be the same thing. They're claiming self-defense. Clearly not as clear-cut as in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, but it's basically the same defense, self-defense.
And the appearances are as before, with the jury absent. And anything before we start?
There is, Judge.
They're back.
What's up?
Hi. Judge, I'm at the lunch break. I had done some research, and at this point, the defense is going to be making a motion for a mistrial. However, that motion is going to be requested with prejudice.
They're making the motion for a mistrial, guys, with prejudice.
That normally a defense motion for a mistrial does not preclude a retrial. I understand that. There are exceptions to that, however. And the case that I am drawing this from is Day versus State. It's 76 with 2nd 588. And what it says is, an exception to this rule exists where a defendant's motion is necessitated by prosecutorial impropriety designed to avoid an acquittal.
Prosecutorial impropriety.
Now, what has happened
he's attacking
in this
Binger.
morning was 2 times. The state had commented on Mr. Rittenhouse's right to remain silent.
His constitutional
The first time
rights
he
were
was admonished
violated.
by the court. The second time, the court had the jury leave and re-admonished him on that. Prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying, this court addressed various things with not only Mr. Rittenhouse, but with the lawyers. You had cited various statutes, and then you had asked if anything would be coming up on, for example, I think 90608. One of the other things you addressed was 90404. And you had said that based on the information that had come out at the trial, nothing had changed as it relates to your ruling. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Binger stated, and we looked it up, previously, he said to Mr. Rittenhouse, previously indicated that you wish to have your AR-15 to protect someone's property. Clearly in violation not only of the prior ruling that you had made, but the ruling that very day, that very morning. It appears to be that there are two really elements the court must consider when making a determination on a mistrial for what amounts to prosecutorial overreaching. And the first one is the prosecutor's actions must be intentional in the sense of a culpable state of mind, in the nature of awareness that his activity would be prejudicial to the defendant. I would argue to you that that's clearly aware of that. You had warned him, you had told him prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying that these things, certainly the 90404 was off limits. You had warned him about the infringement on his constitutional right to remain silent. He did it again. The second one, I think, requires some action by the court in terms of a finding. The second one says the prosecutor's actions was designed to allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly, or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial. Now, the case that I had cited is a Kenosha case, State versus Coping.
Opening?
Yep. 100 West 2nd, 700.
C-O-P-E-N-I-N-G?
Yes, sir. In that case, the court didn't make findings regarding the prosecutor's actions. So I don't know that it's my role to sit here and say who's winning. I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith, then I think both elements for mistrial with prejudice have been met. And I think under the circumstances, based on what I've put forth on the record, I would certainly ask the court to consider those. And I would ask the court grant the motion with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
Your Honor, I would like an opportunity to more fully respond to this with a little bit of research. At first blush, though, and I reserve the right to present case law and additional cites to the court, but I do want to point out for the record that the defendant has presented interviews to at least one media source and at least one online source since his arrest. And there have been questions about that night. There have been questions about what he did, things like that. He has decided, probably on advice of counsel in those circumstances, not to give a statement in the media about what happened. But he is talking about his family life, he's talking about his friends, he's talking about the circumstances of the case, he's talking about how this has affected him and things like that. So my point in asking those questions was, you have agreed to talk to the media, you've agreed to talk about yourself, you've agreed to give interviews, but until now, this is the first time you're explaining your actions. And so I wasn't referring to his in-custody statements. In fact, I never asked either detective about what the defendant told him. He actually starts to tell them some things, and then he says he wants a lawyer, and they stop him. And they Mirandize him first, by the way. Then he starts to tell them some things, and he says, but I want to talk to my lawyer. And they're like, okay, we're done. So I'm not referring to that. I didn't ask any questions of the detectives about that. But since this, the defendant has spoken to the media. He has talked about his life, about circumstances related to this case. He just hasn't given his exact version of events that night. So his voluntary discussion to speak to the media has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. That is his own decision.
Super chat from the
if
guest.
he's going to
Holy
pick and
crap,
choose
are we
what he
watching the
wants to
moment
talk
Kyle
about
gets
in
off?
those, voluntary interviews with the
Don't
media,
know.
then I think that's fair game.
It doesn't implicate his Miranda rights. It doesn't implicate the Fifth Amendment. He's making his own voluntary choice.
Well, wait a minute. You don't think he could give an interview about his awards he won in high school, or his demerits that he got, or his and about his sports activities and his swimming and that, and declined to answer any questions about the incident in question, and that somehow a waiver of his right to silence?
How does that waive his Fifth Amendment right?
Doing more than that, Your Honor, in these interviews.
I don't know. I knew nothing about them. I never, I haven't seen all of. I haven't seen probably 1% of all the evidence, which is pretty typical, as you know. So I have no way of knowing it. And you have some interviews that he gave to media or to whatever.
Yeah, there's an interview that we're looking at on our computer right now from.
Do you think the defense
Washington
doesn't
Post,
know about this
where
stuff?
he talks to them. I know there's one. I think it's either the New Yorker or the GQ magazine where he speaks to the reporters also.
I'm sure the defense can
and he doesn't
rebut
go into
this.
specific details about what happened that night, but it's not like it's talking about.
He doesn't
school
go into
or swimming.
specific
Well,
details.
no.
Come on.
He doesn't go into specific details. I mean, it's certainly there could be a waiver, but a very modest discussion about the activities of that night. And if you're suggesting that occurred, that could make a big difference. But even a small discussion on his part of the night in question might be a full waiver. I don't know, but I won't know until I see it. But why don't you make copies of it and.
Can we have a few minutes to hear
Well, we
answers?
won't do it right now. I do agree with you that this is not something that I would want to do sitting here without giving you an opportunity to respond. Although I would be interested in your preliminary response to the excluded evidence that you
And how
touched
about
on
the defense?
after
You don't
having
think they
been
know
told
about
not to
this?
do or having been told that I was confirming my prior
Pretty sure they're
rulings.
fully aware of any media accounts.
Just point out right now, we've got it on the screen. This is a Washington Post article, and there's reference to an interview that he says, the defendant says, he did not regret having his gun because, quote, I would have died that night if I didn't, end quote. So that's a direct quote from the defendant to the media about that night.
What about that?
Your Honor, all I can say about that interview is there were prior counsel representing him.
I don't care about that.
And I believe it was a telephone interview. I don't know anything about the circumstances of that. I'd have to read the article.
Guess he doesn't
Oh,
know
that might
all
make
the
a
details.
And what about the you're asking questions about excluded evidence?
Your Honor, we went over this earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself because I know you've heard me, but if I could just summarize.
Dude, are you really going to die on this hill again?
I didn't talk about that evidence this morning before testimony. The defendant then took the stand. He admitted that he had said to the person in the yellow pants.
No, he did
that
not
he
admit
had
it.
pointed the gun.
This is another
at that
lie.
person. I have seen that video.
Richards.
It was actually introduced by the defense. I think it was even in their opening statement. And there's this person who confronts the defendant and accuses him of this. Frankly, to be honest, Your Honor, when I watched the video the first time, I didn't hear the defendant's reaction. I thought it was someone making an accusation and then the defendant walking away as if trying to avoid a confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit in his testimony, on direct, by his attorney, that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained then that he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that. It goes to his credibility, it goes to whether or not he's telling the truth, it goes to his decision making. That is, again, this is an incident that occurred that night.
He never
So it's not
testified that
something that happened
he testified that he
separate in
didn't
time.
point his gun at her. He
Presumably
testified
happened
he did
a
not
few
encounter
minutes
yellow pants
before
then.
But I, like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video, that person, believes strongly that this
It's
happened.
Kyle.
The defendant is telling you that happened.
I didn't say I pointed a gun at
It's a
him.
different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that. I'd like to probe what he said to that person. I'd like to probe what his motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And I think that that changes the equation.
No, the jury
With
is not in the room.
regard to the CVS video that was the subject of the other act's motion. Because in my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that, and I'm not going to belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from, was there's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think makes that evidence
What changed?
admissible
He
and
didn't
much
testify
more relevant
before.
than it already was. And I thought it was already relevant. And the court is... I do want to be clear
So
also...
I'm just
Your
here
Honor,
on the sidelines, just
well, you...
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming in, and you decided that it was.
If I could just respond to that briefly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute... We've had 3 state motions in the matter. There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with Proud Boys, and you were clear, that is not coming in. There was...
You know, don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just to take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you've found a way around it? Come on.
If I may finish, Your Honor, I was about to say that your ruling on our 3 motions...
There's the Wisconsin coming out of Judge Schroeder.
...motions was...
Come
there's
on.
gradations there. That you were clear that some things were absolutely out, and then you left the door open on other things. So I saw that distinction, and I thought to myself, clearly I know this is out, but
He's
you left
playing
the door
to
open on other things.
the
So I didn't
left-wing
interpret
audience
your
now.
ruling as this is absolutely
He's playing
never
to the
coming
camera.
in. And I have practiced before you, Your Honor.
Why did he bring
I
up
have
Proud
followed
Boys?
motions before you. Your practice oftentimes is to reserve ruling on those until
Did
you
you
see
see
the
that? Now
evidence.
he's bringing
And
up
I think
Proud
you even
Boys.
said something
He's
that
playing to the
effect.
camera here.
Undoubtedly did.
So I thought
This is
my
grandstanding.
good
Oh,
faith
God.
explanation to you, and if you want to yell at me, you can. My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit, now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you. There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement. And you can respond. When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay? Let's proceed. Everybody in good faith. All right. Would you come up, please?
Wow,
Mr.
the judge basically said, I don't believe you that you're acting in good faith.
Yeah.
That
I have
holy
another
smokes, I've never seen
item that I
that.
want to raise before the jury comes in and raise it with you. There was another act's motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's bar after a court appearance
Here we
in
go with the
January,
Proud
in which he
Boys.
poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says free as fuck. I would like to ask the defendant if he posed for selfies after a court appearance with members of the public wearing that shirt. I do not intend to talk about who those people were.
He
or
wants
groups
to
they
go
were
there.
affiliated
This
with
is
or
bullshit.
anything
He doesn't
along
care
those
if he was
lines.
wearing a
But
t-shirt.
I believe
Come
that
on.
it is relevant.
Now
when the
Kyle
defendant
can't wear a
goes to bar
t-shirt.
after a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that. I think it is relevant to
Now
some of
his
the issues
clothes
that come up
are
in
an
this
issue
case.
at the
For
trial.
example, his remorse or lack of remorse, his utter disregard
His
for human
clothes?
life. Those are things that I think it comes into play because I think that behavior is not consistent with someone who has a regard for human life. The jury's already watched him break down on the stand with emotion. I'd like to probe how heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar and you pose for selfies with people.
Nice try,
When you're
Binger.
out on bond,
No.
in a first
If I'm the
degree
judge, I
intentional
just say
homicide
no.
trial wearing a free as
And if you
fuck
open
shirt.
your mouth about it,
So,
mistrial.
as I said, I want to use the photograph. I'm not going to talk about any of the people or who they were from. In fact, the photograph I'm going to use has actually got their faces
Totally
blocked
irrelevant.
out. So
Totally
we won't
irrelevant.
see any of the people in the crowd. We'll just see the defendant
Yes,
standing with a group of
I am
people
I am
for a
embarrassed
selfie
for this
with
guy.
that shirt on.
This is embarrassing.
That's as far as I want to go.
Handle this issue. Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying. So part of this is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done there's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after, I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it, how they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case.
There you go.
We never went there because of your
another
prior
appealable
ruling.
issue.
So there's nothing that's opened this door, and I don't think it's relevant, something that happened 4 months later. He talks about indifference to human life. That's that night, not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant to any of the issues in this case. If he were on trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But an incident that occurred 4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies. As a result,
Really? We're going to buy a
one
TikTok
of our theories
bio?
of this case is that his
TikTok
behavior
bio
that night was intended to gain attention, to be famous, and
Oh my
he's
God.
reaped the benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial. in my
TikTok
opinion,
bios
for
and slogans on
explicitly
T-shirts,
for
guys. This is
decision-making.
what
Taking
the
a gun
prosecutor's reduced
that
to.
he's not legally entitled to have, coming down in violation of curfew, running around the community with that gun, trying to be a police officer when he's not.
When did he be a cop?
protesters
Did he
that
try to
are
arrest somebody?
hostile,
Did I miss it?
and, all of those behaviors, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make
Trying
that
to be a
decision.
police
The jury
officer
can
when?
give
When the
what
pedophile
weight
was
they want
chasing
to this
him?
evidence. But it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior. And nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt. Because everybody in all of humanity, at one time or another, displays bad judgment, sometimes exquisitely bad judgment, and we don't let it into people's trials on unrelated matters. So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject. And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it.
Oh.
I don't think that I've ruled before it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court has ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose, but I am seeking to introduce it for a different purpose today.
And that request is denied.
Denied.
Okay. Are we ready to go?
It's like pulling teeth with this guy. So, he's operating at a severe disadvantage. The judge has basically told him to his face he doesn't believe him, and that he's acting in good faith. Man, how do you go forward with a trial where the judge has basically said the prosecutor is a slimy, lying snake? I've never seen this before, heard of it. Man, I'm just trying to process that, man. Here's the judge saying, "Yeah, I think you're. I don't trust what you said, and I think you're not acting in good faith." Oh, never seen that. Yeah, look at Shirovsky. He's smirking over there. He's like, "Geez, this guy is imploding right in front of us." Who is this gentleman with the white beard and the suit here? Could this be a relative of Kyle's? Because he's sitting in the reserved seating row. Unless he's an employee of the defense. Maybe he's like a bodyguard or something. I don't know. I don't recall seeing this gentleman with the white beard and mustache before. Super chat from Steven Knizik coming in. Binger will try to overrule the judge's denial. I would bet money on that. That'd be a good bet to make. I don't know. You probably wouldn't. You probably wouldn't get a good payout on the odds at Vegas on it. I tell you that much. Yeah, you know he's gonna try something. I have a feeling this guy. He knows he's gonna lose this case, and he wants to provoke a mistrial.
Sustained the objection to the last. So let's proceed.
So he could avoid getting taking the L. There's a 50-50 chance this guy tries to deliberately provoke a mistrial to avoid this massive L he's about to take.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Good afternoon.
You testified earlier that there were times that evening when Mr. Rosenbaum had threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described him as wearing a red shirt with a blue bandana. Is that correct?
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His t-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
And you indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, and so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Super chat from Let's Go Brandon.
I think it was the time when he was threatening to cut people's hearts out.
And I don't need to know the threat, I just need to know which time it was. Was it the first time or the second time?
Second time. The second time.
What was he wearing the second time?
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso?
Correct.
And you could see, when he didn't have a shirt on his torso, that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband, correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joanne Fiedler. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 10-15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth?
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time, I took that as a threat to the group.
Can we have that photo?
Super chat from Crystal Forest. He can't provoke one now, not without forcing with prejudice. The whole stage has now been set. All he has to do is step out of line. I think the judge has made it clear, man. He's like, the judge is right there. He said, do it again. Basically dared him to do it again.
Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum in this picture?
I do.
And he's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that the way he looked when he made the first threat to you?
When he said, if I catch you alone, yes.
And he was carrying that plastic bag with him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was close, less than 5 feet.
So closer than Madam Court Reporter is to you now?
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So, Mr. Rosenbaum looked like that at the time of the first threat, but then looked different at the time of the second threat? Is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
He's trying to trip him up.
Okay.
He's trying to trip him
Still carrying
up.
that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside of it, right?
Sorta. I didn't really look into the bag.
So you didn't know what was in the bag at all?
I didn't.
Did he swing the chain at you when he made the second threat?
He did not.
Did he physically touch you when he made the second threat?
No, he didn't.
In fact, that entire evening, he never once touched your body, did he?
He grabbed my gun when he attacked me.
And that's why I asked the question the way I did. He never touched your body that night, correct?
He didn't touch me physically.
Okay. And neither the first or the second time did he run at you or charge at you or anything like that, did he?
He didn't
when he attacked me.
He didn't even do anything physically aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than the chain that you've described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
So he grabbed mine.
Saw.
Never saw him with a gun?
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife?
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat?
Correct.
Never saw him with a club?
Correct.
How far apart in time were these two threats that you say Mr. Rosenbaum made to you?
I want to say, I can't give you a definite time. I wasn't looking at my clock, but I'd say within the same hour.
And both of those threats occurred while you were on the 59th Street property?
The second threat happened at the corner, and the first threat happened towards Ruther Central High School.
Okay, could you use that laser pointer and point out on that map where the first threat occurred?
Sounds like he's making multiple threats.
In front of the building.
So you're pointing at a location that is by the 59th Street car source on the south side of that property, along the building and Sheridan Road, on the west side of the road. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second threat within an hour after that, correct?
Yes.
Where was that threat at?
It was somewhere over here, I remember, like on the other side of the property, towards Ruther Central.
More towards the northeast corner of that same property.
Correct.
But you were still on the car source property when that second threat was allegedly made, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember what Mr. Rosenbaum had said to you later on when he's confronting you at the 63rd Street car source?
I took a mental picture of his face. When he said those threats, I recognized that was him that said that when he started chasing me.
So when you are running away from him at the 63rd Street car source, you're thinking to yourself, this is the guy who had made a threat to me earlier. Is that fair to say?
I was thinking this is the guy that said if he catches me alone, he'll kill me as I'm running away from him.
The reason I asked Mr. Rittenhouse is, how did you know it was the same guy when he's changed?
Oh, come on! Is there any doubt
The shorts,
who that is?
his height.
But in both of those instances that you've described, he's got something covering his face. Either the blue bandana in one instance, or the red shirt.
Like, you can't tell who Rosenbaum is.
He was wearing the red shirt when he
Oh
chased
my
me
God.
around his head.
So you remember that from the second time that you say he threatened?
Yes.
This is
And
the
you thought to
worst
yourself,
speech
this
I've
is the
ever
same guy.
seen.
Yes.
So
How did you know it was him?
when you eventually were getting to the point where you're going down to the 63rd Street car source, right before the shooting, you recognized him as you're following him down the street, didn't you?
I didn't follow Mr. Rosenbaum down the street.
He was in front of you. You know that now, right?
I know that now.
But you didn't see him ahead of you as you're walking down there that night?
No, it was dark out.
But you, at some point as you get close to the 63rd Street car source, start running towards that lot, right?
There was a
Towards
fire?
the fire that in the Duramax.
He was
And
told
Mr.
to put out a
Rosenbaum
fire. He
is
saw a
running
fire.
ahead of you, isn't he?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire in the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire.
There was a fire?
There's fires all over the place, so?
When you see somebody running, that's
I
a
was
saying.
getting
Where's the
to
fire?
to put it out.
We'll get back to that in a second.
That's literally
You
the same.
indicated that while you
Hey, where's the
were
fire?
at
When you see
the
somebody running.
59th Street car source, you said you put out a fire at the church next door. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear Joanne Fiedler's testimony yesterday that when you guys went over there, somebody had put some sort of flammable liquid on the door? Did you hear that testimony?
I did. I believe that was referring to the Ruther Central High School.
Okay, so when she described it as happening at the church, you think that was, she was getting it confused?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So, whatever happened
Chat from
with this
John Doe.
flammable
Thanks to the coverage made this
liquid
week
on the door,
week at work fly by.
the point is,
You're welcome.
some other group, some other people put that out before you even got there.
Correct.
Why did you feel that you should go around off the 59th Street car source property and put out fires?
To make sure
why
my
would you watch a
community
church
didn't
burn
get
if you
burnt
didn't have
down
to?
and help.
And when you say your community, you mean Kenosha?
Yes.
Again, you're from Antioch. You're not living in Kenosha at this time when this all happens, right?
Here we go
My
again.
dad lives in Kenosha.
Lots of people live in Kenosha, but you didn't, right?
My residence was in Antioch.
Okay. But you felt like you wanted
Dad
to
lives
do
there.
things to protect
He
this
works
community.
there.
Fair?
I don't
The
understand.
community that I was part of, yes.
And you felt like it was appropriate for you to take matters into your own hands to put out fires, for example.
You wouldn't put out a fire if you saw a church on fire? If you could?
To put out fires by using a fire extinguisher, yes.
Even though they weren't on the 59th Street property, correct?
What is this?
Correct.
And were there other things that you decided it would be appropriate for you to go out there and take care of off the 59th Street property that night?
I was walking around and asking people if they needed medical help.
So you felt that you wanted to go out and help people, help protect people, help people feel better, treat people, things like that, even off the 59th Street property.
Provide first aid.
Normally in our regular society, that's something that we call 911 for, right?
Was 911, were they
Normally,
coming?
yes.
I was going to say, fire department wasn't responding to fires?
I I think that the defendant's decisions to go off that property and involve himself in other matters are relevant.
Well, how is this illegal? I see a fire, I go put it out. Someone is hurt, I help
That's
them.
exactly how these shootings happen. So,
Well, that's what the trial is about.
which is why I
go
think it's
ahead.
relevant.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, we would, if
Society,
there's a
when we
fire, if
see a fire,
there's
we
somebody
put
committing
it
a
out
crime,
if
you
there's
call
no one else to do
911, right?
Normally, yes.
You didn't feel like you could do that night, correct?
I don't think that I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses on fire along 22nd Avenue. There's the car source.
How does he know where all the fires are?
Large-scale property fires on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that.
How is
We
he
just had a
supposed to
couple
know?
dumpsters, smaller
He's in a
things,
riot.
right?
That I saw, yes.
I didn't hear you, sir.
That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big the fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I didn't feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do,
What,
correct?
you don't give first aid? If you see someone in distress?
To help people, yes.
Could you please move that microphone a little closer so we can make sure we hear
BLM
you?
and Antifa
You
had
can-
their
you can
medics
adjust
there.
it if you need to move it a
He
little
didn't
closer.
question
Thank you.
Grosskreuz's reason for being there.
Permit me to interrupt for just a moment. How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are? Okay, I won't even ask the other side. There. See you ice cubes, there's nothing to worry about.
So remember, guys, if you see someone bleeding in the
Must be
street and you
blowing
have a
different-
bandage in your
Go ahead, Mr.
pocket, don't put it on.
You came to Kenosha that night armed with the AR-15 and no other ways to physically defend yourself, correct?
I had an AR-15, yes.
Other than that, you had no other weapons or devices
what was
that
he
you
gonna
could
walk around
use
with?
to defend yourself.
What
that night,
devices?
correct?
Yes.
There's an interview in which you say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
Well, I'm using your words, sir. I heard you say, in response to your attorney's question, that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And you're describing what you observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
Yes.
So, based on your several hours at that location, it seemed to you as though the crowd of, however you want to describe them, they've been called rioters, protesters, demonstrators, and you, things were fine. No tension, no friction, no nothing. Fair to say?
For the most part, other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
He was the only one.
That threatened, yes.
That you saw?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 18 at the 1 hour and 22 second and 14, I'm sorry, 22 minute and 14
The
second
riots
mark?
go into full swing. Fire and police services cease being a guarantee. Agreed. Is he going to show a video of the rioters causing quote-unquote friction? The easy answer for Kyle would be, I didn't see that. yes, Joanne Fiedler said pretty much the same thing, that things were started out people talking civilly, and that it changed at some point.
Can you please play from this point?
And militia are up there.
Yeah, we got a fire.
Where? Oh, dumpster fire?
Yeah, just a dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man.
Yeah, right? If 2020 is a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem.
It would just be stem and seed, man.
I could use a doobie right now.
All right, let's... Morning. How's it going? You guys want to fuck around and find out?
Hey.
You want
Reel in.
That's what's up.
Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here. Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, there's way too many of them there. I have to agree with her. I have to agree with her. Yeah, they shouldn't be on the street. They're just protecting their property. One of the guys is an asshole.
I know, I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Oh, no,
Well, we did because they lit it on fire.
One of the guys is losing his patience. He should go inside.
Yeah, that's what we're about to send him.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just somebody's a loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole crowd burns you guys alive. Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there. Dude, he's just trying to protect his property.
This is where the police deploy the tear gas, right? Kyle pulls in the dumpster. And there's Zeminski staring at him.
Do you think that looks like friction?
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree with me that it seems that the crowd was reacting to members of your group going out in the street and trying to interfere with what was going on off your property?
I don't think they were happy about it.
And in fact, Kriston Harris, who made this video, specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and try and put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. Just protect your property. Isn't that what he told you?
He's not allowed to pull the dumpster out of the
I
street.
believe so. I was just going to grab the garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before you headed south towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that this was a crowd that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them fuck around and find out, right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire, right?
Yes.
So what did you interpret that to mean?
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time. I just grabbed the dumpster a minute after and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying, you light stuff on fire, and I'm going to use my gun.
That's argumentative.
I'll withdraw
I
the
didn't hear him
question.
say that.
I guess he not ask the questions and then withdraw.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it seems to you. You can ask your questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
It was shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes.
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night?
I have not.
Okay. So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, hey, I'm from the media. He was like, hey, do you want to do an interview?
And when you heard him ask you to do an interview, you didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, it's not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says, I'm going to interview you, that he's from the media,
If I
right?
walk up to you with a phone, I
And did he
wouldn't
tell
say
you
I'm
he's
with
from the
media
Daily
either.
Caller?
He did not.
So you didn't know what media company he worked for?
Correct.
But you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16? That one up there?
Yeah, Binger seems to be adopting the prison code. What's he gonna tell him next? No snitching?
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night. So what's up? And what about these other folks? Obviously, there's some other people who are armed as well. Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof? Gotcha.
In that video, you indicate that you have your AR-15 to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that you're going to run out there and treat anyone who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd and you're out there trying to help, why did you expect there'd be any danger?
Because there was a riot?
From the previous nights when I saw people being assaulted.
Were they medics being assaulted?
I don't know who they were. I know one of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out who was trying to put out a fire who got assaulted?
Yes.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
Ask the
I
rioters.
don't know. Somebody did try to hurt me, and I was helping people.
Boom!
Well, that you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Lucky he had the gun,
This is
right?
before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Huber, Grosskreutz, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd, you're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt that you were going to be in danger if you're out in what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
I didn't say I didn't think they were hostile. I didn't think they were hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
I need the gun because if I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
But you clearly planned on it.
know?
You were prepared for it. You thought it was going to happen.
It's a good thing.
No,
It was
I
in a
didn't.
riot.
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Exactly. Because you thought you personally were going to be in danger, right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand. You said you're going to bring the gun to protect yourself.
Being deliberately obtuse.
So you thought you were going to be in danger, right?
I didn't think I would be put into a situation where I would have to defend myself.
You said that the people around you on that property and the people up on the roof were there to protect you. That's what you said in the video, right?
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you,
So he can't
right?
protect himself if he's got
Watch over
people
me, yeah.
watching over
Watch
him? I don't
over and
understand.
protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
He did get attacked when he went out to the crowd. What is this?
They were to watch me. They were on the roof to watch me, and if somebody was to attack me in their view, they could say, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
They've got AR-15s.
Yes.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
Can't to
The
protect him.
AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
Not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15s.
Good answer, Kyle.
Can we play exhibit? This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis to follow you and Ryan Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to do that because you want, I think you said when your attorney was asking you questions, that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Fair?
Yeah, I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play exhibit 17, please.
Super chat from Steven Roberts. No one could have predicted Kyle would have taken the stand, including Binger. Binger is killing time, so he has the night to prepare better questions. Why does anybody conceal carry? I mean, why does anyone carry a gun? In case you need it. Hope I don't.
Next to her pack. Gotcha.
He didn't ask Grosskreutz why he carried the gun every day.
Just asked you, so you're a certified EMT, and you said yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie, correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Yes.
Please continue.
And you work as an EMT normally?
Why is the audio so bad? I guess they must be taking it from.
Well, thank you for your service.
They're giving us the coral audio, that's why. Not direct.
Can we back up 10 seconds, please?
Ryan Balch is
And then
giving
just pause right there.
a Latin salute. Oh my God.
We just heard a voice say something to you and Mr. Balch about people throwing rocks or something along those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water, correct?
Yes.
And they say to you something to the effect of,
"We appreciate you guys." Do you remember that?
I do.
That's when you were on the 59th Street property and you were acting like you were guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So how did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines, they're warning you about people throwing rocks, they're handing out bottles of water, they're telling you that they appreciate you? How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC stuff, gas in my eyes, but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
No.
Let's play the video here, please. Pause. You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
Set in a trap,
yes.
Guys.
This
where
is
he goes to the yellow pants
if I
guy.
can use the pointer.
He wants to introduce this
You are
info.
crossing on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yes.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering
a
crowd of whatever you want to call them. Protesters, demonstrators, your attorneys call them rioters or looters or whatever. That's who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through, I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
Can you re-ask your question?
Sure.
I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
If you're going to go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch, you don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
You don't know.
Yeah, I said it to them because they were throwing rocks at me, and when I told them I was friendly, they stopped throwing rocks at us.
And to be accurate, they were throwing at the Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine trying to harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Yeah.
But no one was throwing rocks at you, but you were kind of in the ricochet line of fire. It's fair to say?
Yeah.
So you wanted to let these people know that, hey, I might look like I'm on the other side, but I'm really friendly.
You know,
fair?
I wasn't on any side, but
I didn't say that. I said that you might appear to that. And that was what you were worried about, right? When you said friendly? And I notice you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you, I'm trying to ask you, when you are doing this.
He's looking directly at Mr. Binger, and I'm behind him. He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
I'll continue, Your Honor. You, at this very moment, announced yourself as friendly because you were worried that the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile.
How about just stop throwing rocks?
I can't tell you how I think they would see me, but I just told them I was friendly.
And I want to make sure you understand my question, because I was asking you what you thought when you said this. You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me. Isn't that true?
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the squad car, not the squad cars, the armored police cars.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly, 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 so that they wouldn't do anything to you. Fair?
Yes.
Let's continue the video.
guy ever heard of an underthrow? They try to hit the cops, and because the throw is so bad, it clops one of them in the head. So here comes the yellow pants trap. He desperately wants to get the previous.
There's a person that comes up to you carrying a skateboard. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder?
Yes.
And he says something to you about something putting out fires, and you respond, they know. Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here, but when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers,
lulling him into a false sense of
do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to, it's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation, or no?
No.
Okay. But you don't remember what was going on?
I don't remember the conversation, what it was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second. Let's continue. Brian, can you continue?
Well, this is just preamble for Yellow Pants. He doesn't care about these guys, him talking to these guys. He's gonna say, why did you tell Yellow Pants that you wanted a gun at him?
It's a little spicy, that's all.
Say that he didn't undermine his credibility.
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Here's Yellow Pants, guys. I'm telling you, this is what he wants. This is his trap. He stopped it
You're
right
walking
here.
around asking people in this crowd if they need medical. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the 59th Street car source, right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall an exact time, but somebody cut their finger open and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
I don't recall.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, "Yeah, I need some help"? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
Okay. As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, until you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, "Yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me." Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue.
There we go. Here's Yellow Pants trap. Guarantee you questions are coming about this. Here's Yellow Pants. There it is.
This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street car source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Not that I'm aware of. I know I heard Joanne Fiedler testify to that, but I don't remember seeing him at that location.
But he accuses you of that here.
He does.
And you tell him, basically, yeah, I did point the gun at you, right?
I shrugged it off and said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, meaning I didn't, but I just didn't want a confrontation, so I was like, I did, and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to him.
was
You
using
want a confrontation?
sarcasm.
The words you said, yeah, I did, those weren't true, were they?
I'm telling you, this is
We're now fighting over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
This is sarcasm. He says it's a lie, and he's entitled to examine on it. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, yeah, I did point a gun at you, that wasn't true, was it?
I didn't point a gun at him.
So why did you react to him that way in that particular moment?
I thought that would be the best way to avoid conflict. I just said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict, if he would have got...
Exactly, that's why he left immediately.
Like, he was accusing me of something I didn't do, so I thought the best thing would be...
Was he going to run up to him and
the best thing
challenge him?
to do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument, so...
But you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, yeah, I did.
I said sarcastically, I did, and walked away.
Because you were worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
A verbal argument.
This individual is clearly expressing to you that he's unhappy because he thought you pointed your gun at him.
Who gives a shit if Yellow
Correct?
Pants is unhappy?
Yes.
He doesn't
You
want to
can
fight with him.
understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them, correct?
Yes.
You knew that even before this, right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street car source, that crowd that you've described as not having any friction, many in that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody actually was. I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining.
Speak for the crowd?
Correct?
Watching the videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that from that night?
Kyle's gun doesn't have a laser sight. What does this have to do with it?
Sorta, yes or no. I remember Ryan Balch saying something like telling the people to stop pointing their lasers at people or something.
He didn't have a laser pointer. What's that?
Ryan Balch was telling the people in your group to stop doing that.
The people on the roof.
Who were part of your group, right?
That were there, yes.
So, you know, when we're talking about laser pointers, we're talking about the sight at the end of some guns that helps almost like this, right? If somebody does this at me, you know, that could be someone pointing a gun, correct?
It could be seen as that.
And that's what the crowd was complaining about, right?
Yeah.
So you knew from that crowd incident, and you certainly knew from this incident, that
what did he know?
When people have guns pointed at them,
what
it
a
can
shock.
really escalate the situation, correct?
Good thing he didn't point a gun at anybody.
Yeah, I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think...
Yeah, but let's go back to your group at 59th Street, because you actually didn't know any of those people other than Dominic and Nick Smith, right?
Yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for the first time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night.
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only spent, what, 10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lakowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So, again, Jason Lakowski was someone you'd never met before that night.
Correct.
And you barely spent any time with him that night, correct?
Correct.
And of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of them before that night either, correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on...
I misspoke their names.
Sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the two people I knew on the roof.
Other than that, you didn't know anyone else before this night. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when this little interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still walking with Ryan Balch, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but
seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
When you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good, I need to head back, right?
Yes.
And you also talked to Ryan Balch about the fact that when you get out into this crowd, keep your mouth shut. Don't antagonize them. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No, we didn't talk about that.
So at this very moment, you're telling us you've lost track of Ryan Balch.
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
Let's continue the video.
Medical. This is the 911 plan.
What, yesterday or today?
Provide medical service to the people he's shooting.
You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you don't know where Ryan Balch is, correct?
When I stop and look around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point, you go over to Ultimate Gas and you talk to some folks over there.
It's literally
Fair?
across the street,
I
dude.
walk over to the Ultimate gas station, I walk around, and I try to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that?
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were...
Did you say south to 60th?
I said south of 60th.
Oh, guys, also keep in mind, the longer he keeps them on there,
Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with Richie
So he's
McGinnis
gonna
where he
make
first
go
comes up to you and
every
talks to you,
minute of it,
right?
just
Do you remember
pummel
that?
him with
Yes.
questions, hoping
And
to get
you're
discrepancy.
standing there at the 59th Street property, aren't you?
I am.
And he talks to you about what you're going to do, and you say you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
At that point, the police had already passed with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And they had established a line on 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
And they pushed all of the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
I don't know if I can honestly answer all of them. I don't know. I believe there are some people still north down Sheridan and in the across the street.
So were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That group, the numbers had dwindled quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. So after the police move everybody south of 60th, there's no more actual threat to the 59th Street car source, is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did you see to the 59th Street car source property?
I don't know.
Do you remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
I believe there were some across the street, but not many. I can't recall completely.
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how many people.
None of those people came across the street to the 59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off by now.
So you didn't see them come across the street?
I did not.
He wasn't
Fair
there.
to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself to protect the 59th Street property, correct?
The owners asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage. Fair?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So why not go home at that point?
How does he know the cops are going to stay there?
because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up.
So I say they
was
went
still
back and
helping
forth.
people provide medical first aid.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back up and move back
Until
north
they
again,
do.
that you saw, correct?
You don't know what the
No,
cops are going to do.
They did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right, but this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and they've established that, the police have established that line, and as far as you can tell,
How
it's
does
going
he
to
know
stay
what their
right?
operations
I don't
are?
know.
And you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other than...
So why not go home?
Because I was going to help people provide first aid and medical assistance.
But that wasn't the reason you were there that night. You were there that night to protect the 59th Street car source.
It was one of the reasons I was there.
Look at all the medical shit he brought.
Part of my
Clearly he
reasons of
had
being
other
there
reasons.
was to protect the car source properties and provide first aid and medical assistance.
So you went out in the crowd, like we see in this video, looking for anyone who needed your help.
If somebody asked if somebody said they need help, I would have helped them.
So why go with Ryan Balch?
Because you're safer and better in pairs when there's somebody else that's also with you.
So when you crossed 60th, you were worried about your safety?
A little bit.
Even though you think this is not a hostile crowd and you're there to help them, you were still worried about your safety. That's why you needed Balch to back you up.
Not everyone in the crowd
right?
has such
I
noble
said
goals,
I didn't think
sir.
they were hostile towards me. I didn't say that they weren't a hostile crowd.
So let me rephrase my question. That's to take that into account. You didn't think this was a crowd that was hostile to you personally, and you thought you were going to help them, but yet you also felt you needed a backup, an armed former Army infantryman to protect you. Fair?
Yes.
And yet when he's gone, and you can't find him, you don't immediately go back, right?
I look for him for a second, and then I think max I look for him for like 3 minutes, and then I try to go back.
And when you couldn't get back straight across the police lines, did you decide to try and go around the police lines? For example, the Ultimate gas station is here at 60th and Sheridan. Why didn't you walk down the street here and go over this way and around?
I don't know.
Why didn't you go west over this way and go around?
I don't know. I guess it was very close in time that I was heading back, that I was turned down by the police before I got the phone call from Dominic Black. So I guess I didn't have time to really think like which ways I can go around.
You knew the layout of downtown Kenosha, right? Because you said you drove that area the whole time, right?
A little bit.
So you go over to the Ultimate gas station and you spend some time talking with folks that are there who are similarly dressed as you. They've got similar clothing, similar weapon, things like that.
I guess Ryan Balch was
Similar
Delta Force.
weapons, I wouldn't
He's
say
going to be in
similarly
Special Operations
dressed.
Command before this is
But
over.
you went over there because you felt that those were people doing something similar to what you were doing that night. Fair?
I thought that would be the safest spot for me to go.
Why did you think you'd be safe with those people?
Because I was alone, and they were, like I said, you're better in pairs, and I didn't want to be alone in that situation.
You didn't want to be alone out here with this crowd that we see on the screen right now.
I
right?
did not want to be alone with them.
You wanted to be with the group at Ultimate Gas that had AR-15s like you, right?
I wanted to be back at the car source where there weren't people around.
Right, and we've talked about that, but initially you go to Ultimate Gas
to look for Ryan, yes.
But you also talk to people who have AR-15s just like you, right?
I wouldn't say I talked to them. I asked, after the phone call, I asked a guy for a fire extinguisher and to come with me.
just looking for a discrepancy, guys. He wants
play
Kyle to slip
exhibit
up and say
number
something
11.
differently than is testified to.
At the 54
He's
minute
gonna
and 30
drag it
second
out
mark.
painstakingly, make him crawl over glass. Essentially a perjury trap.
This is the Corey Elijah live stream when he's in the Ultimate Gas lot.
Also, get him to say that he's a good boy so that he can introduce previous behavior to rebut his assertion that he's a good boy. So again, the longer he keeps it, drags this out, the longer he prolongs this, the more chance he gets to get in Proud Boys.
Mr. Rittenhouse, that's
former
Ryan
statements.
Balch standing there in the Ultimate Gas lot, correct?
Yes.
Let's play this video.
I was going to say, why didn't you ask Ryan Balch to go with you when you were running by him?
Fireworks went down there.
My guess he's going to say, why didn't you ask Ryan Balch to go with you when you were running with the fire extinguisher? I think that's where this is headed.
Pause. We just saw you run through this video, correct?
Yes.
I started this video at the 54 minute and 30 second mark. It is now paused at the 54 minute and 56 second mark. So for 26 seconds, Corey Elijah has Ryan Balch on screen, center of this video during that entire time, right?
Yes.
And you run right past where Corey Elijah's standing, right?
Yes.
And Ryan Balch is loitering there in the middle of the screen for at least 26 seconds, right?
That's what it looks like on the screen.
And your testimony is you were trying your best to find Ryan Balch at the Ultimate Gas Station at this point because you needed him to protect you?
I was looking for Ryan Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away, running towards car source 3.
But for 26 seconds before you start running, he's standing right there, isn't he?
Yes, and when he's standing right there, before I run with the fire extinguisher, I'm over here on the phone with Dominic Black.
How long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so before that, you'd been looking for Ryan Balch?
Before that, I tried to get back to the car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch?
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy, to protect you?
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you borrowed that fire extinguisher, you asked someone in that group to come along with you, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted someone there to protect you when you go down and put out what you think are some fires, right?
Yes.
Because you know that you're running into a crowd that is not friendly to you, right?
No.
That's why you had to say the word friendly, 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 because you knew this was a crowd that would not see you as friendly, correct?
I screamed friendly, friendly, friendly because somebody screamed burn inside.
I'm talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled at them.
At that time, yes, but...
And no one in the crowd is yelling burn inside or anything along those lines, are they?
They threw rocks.
Not at that time.
And you also wanted someone from that group to come along with you when you're going to go down and put out a fire because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd, a hostile reaction, correct?
I didn't think it would cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs, and I thought there were other people at that car source before I got there.
Well, Dominic, if you're telling us that Dominic Black called you to run 3 blocks down the road to put out a fire at the 63rd Street car source, then you must have known at that moment that there wasn't anyone else down there.
How would he know that? Objection.
Right?
Where's Richards?
Why would you need to go if somebody's already down there?
Mr. Black said to me on the phone, hey, they're setting fires at the other car source. I need you to get down there and put out the fires. It must not have, I don't think it, I took it as there's not other people down there.
Why would you need to go 3 blocks down if there were already people there?
To help.
He's asking a question. This witness doesn't know the answer, whether there are people there or not.
Hey, how is he
He told us
clairvoyant?
he thought there were. So I'm probing the basis of that and his understanding at the time.
His understanding was there were people there.
I'll repeat the question. Why would you need to run 3 blocks down to the 63rd car
Sounds like
source
they need help.
if
That's
you
where
thought
the
there were
action
already
is.
people there?
I thought there were people there, but Dominic asked me to go down there. I thought that was to help put out the fires that were down there.
This video that we're watching is minutes after you've left the 59th Street car source, right?
Yes.
And when you leave the 59th Street car source, you're with Ryan Balch.
Yes.
And then this reporter, Richie McGinnis.
Yes.
And as far as you know, when you leave 59th Street car source, everybody in your group is still back there, right?
At the car source.
At 59th Street car
Yes.
source. Everybody's still back there.
Yes.
Joanne Fiedler.
Yes.
Dustin Collette. Dominic Black. Nick Smith. Jason Lakowski. Anyone else. They're all still there, right?
At that location, yes.
So none of your group is already down at 63rd Street car source, right?
The other group that showed up after we got done taking the pictures with the, I think I said 2 or 3 vans, I believed they were still down there.
And that was 2 or 3 vans of people that came out with what have been described as melee weapons, right? Like bats and clubs and things like that. Do you recall that? First of all, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you remember seeing those 2 or 3 vans come to that location?
I do.
Do you remember seeing people get out of those vans?
Yes, like I saw, I think there were 6 people, they, in total.
And you saw them with weapons?
I saw them with rifles. I don't think I remember melee weapons.
They were armed, correct?
Yes.
And you believed that they were going to be the ones protecting the 63rd Street car source, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time in the evening, had anybody told you that those folks had left the 63rd Street car source?
No.
So when you're running with this fire extinguisher, you think there's already a group that's designated to that spot that's still down there,
He was
right?
told to go there.
Yes.
So again, why do you feel that you needed to run
Because
3
they told
blocks
me
down
to.
there with a fire extinguisher if you thought there were already people down there protecting that property?
Because Dominic called me and asked me to go help put out the fires down there.
And in that phone call, Dominic never told you that any of the members of the 59th Street group that you were part of, he never said any of them were down there at 63rd, right?
Who cares?
And he never
he
told
him
you
to. He
that
didn't.
the group that was supposed to be down there, he never told you anything about them, whether they were there or not
He
there.
said the phone call was
He
30
never mentioned
seconds.
that. Fair?
It didn't come up.
And you asked the people that you got the fire extinguisher from to come with you, right?
Yes.
You were looking for Ryan Balch for backup, right?
I was looking around for him, yes.
You had already tried to go back to the 59th Street location, right?
Dumb.
Yes.
You're in an infantry
And
unit.
all of
your-
those failed.
Your sergeant, your lieutenant tells you to do something.
So then you decide
You don't
to
ask
take
him
it
for the
upon
whole
yourself
tactical plan.
to head down to 63rd Street to put out fires. Fair?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I went to go put out the fires that I was there to do. When I say protect the property, I mean by like put out fires. So I went to go put out the fires. I just believe there were people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along?
Yes.
Why?
Because it was with me already.
Yeah, but you'd taken it off earlier when you were treating someone. You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
you
for like a
know
minute.
how to take it off, don't you?
Yes.
And you can make a choice on your own whether or not to go armed
In
with
the
it,
middle of a
or
riot,
whether
he's
to
gonna
give
leave it
to
and go 3
the
blocks
person
away?
who is the lawful owner of it on that date, Dominic Black. Correct?
I didn't take my rifle off there because there was nobody I could hand it to. And when I took it off to hand it to Joanne Fiedler, I was in a safe spot in that corner of the building where there were people protecting me at that time right there. When I went to go to the car source number 3 to put out the fire, there was nobody I could hand my rifle to that could protect me while I'm providing first aid to somebody.
But you still knew you had it.
My rifle, yes.
You still knew you had it strapped around your body.
Yes.
And you made a conscious decision to bring it along.
What conscious
right?
decision? He had a rifle with him.
Fine.
What's he gonna throw it in the garbage?
He gave an answer about how he already had it, and we.
What's he gonna do? Toss it in the sewer?
So,
Did you hear the question?
I did, but I don't really understand what.
well, was it simply that, well, I've already got it strapped on, so I might as well bring it along? Is that what you're telling us? You decided to bring along the AR-15 because, well, I've already got it? Is that your answer?
Where would he put it?
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm going to take my rifle off. I wouldn't have, because there was people around that could have stolen my gun. And
Hey, why didn't you leave your wallet behind, by the way? You don't need your wallet to put out the fire. Why didn't you put your wallet down?
I didn't take my rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone, and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me as I was going there, so that's why I brought it.
For protection?
Yes.
You brought it along down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself against someone else harming you. Correct?
Apparently he was right.
That would have happened. I would have protected myself, but I didn't think I was going to be attacked and ambushed.
But you just said you had it for protection. What were you expecting you would need protection
In case it
from?
happens.
I thought we had covered much of this before.
I'm specifically focusing in on the time
He keeps
period
going in a
where
circle,
he is
though.
heading down to the 63rd
How long? How many hours
I have not asked
is he
him
going to
about
keep
this
the
yet,
kid
Your
on
Honor.
the stand and ask him the same question? He's been doing this for like
Go
3 or
ahead.
4 hours
Yeah,
already.
You need to pick up the pace somewhat.
When you decided to bring your AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location, what did you think you needed protection against?
In case someone attacked him?
I didn't really think I was going to have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
You brought it along for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
It's like you buy insurance, dude. You buy car insurance, don't you? You think you're
I'm
gonna
trying to clarify
get run over?
two different answers that I think he just gave, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead. Can you?
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
I asked you why you brought the gun. You said you needed it for protection. I said, protection against what? You said you didn't think you needed protection. I'm confused. Can you help me understand why you're telling us you needed a gun for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
I brought the gun for my protection, but what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
So you, in this video, are running.
Yes.
You run across the screen. Yes?
Yes.
And then I think you testified on direct that as you made it down the block, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you stopped running and you
Remember, guys,
walked
whenever you
for a
leave
little
your
while.
house
Is
with
that right?
your gun, you feel like you're going to shoot somebody.
Jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that when you got down to the 63rd Street car source, you indicated that you came upon that vehicle we've been calling the Duramax. You know what vehicle I'm talking about?
I do.
And you indicated that when you got there, you walked around that vehicle and you saw a person that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
I walked up to the Duramax. Yes.
You didn't know Joshua Zeminski's name at that point, correct?
No.
You hadn't taken any notice of him at all up until that moment, all night long. Fair?
Yeah, when he came at him with
This
a gun.
is the first time that you see that this is a person that comes to your attention. Fair?
Yes.
And you said he had a gun in his hand.
Yes.
And you put the fire extinguisher down on the ground.
I dropped the fire extinguisher.
And then you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum coming from behind you.
When I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr. Zeminski turns towards me, and he steps towards me. I drop the fire extinguisher, step back, and that's when I see, I go to run back towards 59th Street.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is coming.
And then that's when I notice Mr. Rosenbaum running at me, leaving me with no other, right? Mr. Zeminski in front of me with the gun. Mrs. Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people there.
And then the chase happens. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything that you did when that situation just happened at the Duramax?
Yes.
Can we play the iPad, please? The iPad with the drone video. This is exhibit number 73. I don't know what are you guys going to do?
Zeminski's not dead. He didn't get shot. Zeminski's the guy that shot first. Notice, the prosecution did not call Zeminski to the stand when they made their case. You think that's an accident? It's so important about what Zeminski did at that moment, or what Kyle did with Zeminski, but the prosecution never called Zeminski to testify. Just keep that in your mind. This is the first guy that, where there's a hint of violence from Kyle coming, right? Or towards him. Why wouldn't the prosecution call Zeminski as a witness? Believe it or not, guys, Kyle, to this point, has basically done surprisingly well. I mean, he has kept his testimony consistent. Right now, Binger's got
this is
some
a
semantic
video
arguments.
that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 73. This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south of 63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum. We're going to play the beginning of this video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard.
He's going to intimate that he threatened Zeminski or
on the
pointed a
iPad
gun
to
or
zoom
something.
in on the area.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this, and I'd like to be heard outside the presence of the jury.
What do you think? Perfect time for a break, don't you think? Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
What was the WWF thing? Pixels that do not exist. So when you're going to talk about Kyle, who's a tiny figure at the point that they're talking about raising a gun, you're literally relying on the iPad's AI to determine what happens. And we know that Apple is opposed to guns, so it will show him raising the gun.
I think that's
can change the entire parameters.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
direction
Yes,
of the
that's
gun
true.
and what it is. There is no way that this is reliable evidence, and the notion that this is going to get in here as a way of trying to impeach Kyle is so absurd. It's practically.
I'm saying that this video is useless,
Joe,
guys.
I saw it on CSI.
This video is useless. I've seen it. I mean, there's no way you could use it. It's too far away. There's too much motion in the camera. All right, here we go.
What's up?
Your Honor.
What, excuse me, what? I think they went upstairs, though. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't know what the state's going to do next, but I suspect that it's something along the lines of they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Binger was talking about pinching the screen. iPads, which are made by Apple, have artificial intelligence in them that allow things to be viewed through 3 dimensions and logarithms. Logarithms, I don't understand at all either. And it uses artificial intelligence or their logarithms to create what they believe
Yes,
is
interpolation.
happening. So this isn't
it inserts
actually
pixels.
enhanced video.
Yep.
This is Apple's iPad programming creating what it thinks is there, not what necessarily is there.
Technically,
And
he is accurate,
I don't know
guys.
what's going to happen, but we
It's
have this
it's
video
called interpolation.
enhanced. We have testimony regarding it.
You got interpolation,
and this is one of the
anti-aliasing
topics
going
that came
on.
up. I asked my expert.
It
I
adds
said,
pixels.
do you know of anything that does something like that? Because that was when Detective Antaramian testified about pinching his telephone. And that's what I was told. And that's what I think this is going. And I don't think that it's appropriate. It's wrong.
Mr. Binger?
Your Honor, I think everybody in this room has a smartphone, whether it's an Apple iPhone or some
Yeah,
other
but
device.
your life doesn't
And I
depend on it,
think,
dude.
We've all taken a photograph or a video at one point or another and used the pinch to zoom in feature. This is a common part of everyone's everyday life. In the olden days, you had a photograph and a magnifying glass, right? That doesn't change the photograph. When you use a magnifying glass to look at words on a paper or a photograph, the magnifying glass doesn't change the image. It doesn't change
Exactly. The
pixels,
magnifying
pixels,
glass
paper,
doesn't. It's not.
change
It's
the
not
words
pixelated.
in the book.
That's real
All
life.
it
That's.
does is make them easier to see. The pinch and zoom feature on the iPad or the iPhone or an Android phone, whatever device everyone in this room has, does that exact
It does
same
not
thing.
work like a magnifying
Now,
glass,
if
dude.
counsel has an expert who will say that this is unreliable or distorting the image or something along those lines, even though this is something everybody in this room has done with countless videos and photos throughout the last 10 years of our lives here. This is a factor. This is a feature of everyday life in America now with smartphones. If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's on that screen, they can do that. We're still in their case. And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video or altering the image or unreliable or shouldn't be given any weight. So if they want to make a jury question out of this, they are free to do so. We're still in their case in chief. But I don't, frankly, understand or agree with anything counsel just said. I've used my phone. I think probably you have too. I think this is something within everyone's common knowledge to pinch and zoom on a screen. And that's what's going on here. It does not change the image in any way. It just makes it like a magnifying glass.
Well, I don't know. When I put the magnifying
This is
glass up,
within my
then it's
education, guys. I'm a
enlarging
computer
the
science
image.
major.
It is not altering the image.
Enlarging
What
the
he's
image.
saying, and I think, and I know less than anyone in the room here, I'm sure about all
The
this
image
stuff.
is altered.
But I'm hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting pixels into there, which is altering the object which is being portrayed. And so, you know what, I myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually do is to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware of the fact that it is not the original image and the method by which it's been enhanced. You're suggesting that I should make the defense bring in an expert for it. My thought would be that actually you're the one who's offering the exhibit, so you should be in a position to offer evidence as to the fact that it is not distorting the object which is depicted.
I would submit, Your Honor, that I think it's common sense to everyone in this room that that's not what's going on here. And what counsel is saying about
Dude, that's
Apple
not how-
software and
that's not how it works, bro.
That is not something that people in this room are familiar with.
I thought I heard the expert say on the stand, and believe me, again, this is not something I'm familiar with, but I thought I heard the expert say that you brought down from the crime
You're talking
lab
about
that
small
in fact that there were
objects being
alterations
represented
made
by a
adding
finite
pixels.
number of pixels.
That's an alteration of the image. So I don't have any problem with it being received, but you're going to have someone testify that it's a reliable, I don't want to say mirror image, but because obviously if you insert more items into an area of space,
it's how do I explain this?
it's going to distort.
The screen only has so many pixels on it, and it has to make a best guess and judgment as to what will look similar.
It takes the high resolution that we see here and it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out more.
You know what? I'm not going to accept as accurate what Richards is saying, and I'm not going to accept what you're telling me. I said if you can offer somebody who's knowledgeable in these areas the document or
for a large object, it wouldn't make a difference. But you're talking about small objects
this is
in the
high
distance.
risk. To me, if you insert more data into an area of space, well, you're wagging your head no. Tell me where I'm wrong.
There's no proof in this record that we're doing that, Your Honor.
I didn't say there was proof of it. I said you have the burden of proof. You're the proponent of the exhibit, and you need to tell me that it's reliable.
The exhibit's already in evidence, Your Honor.
That I know.
The enhanced exhibit is not in evidence.
This is not enhancing.
Well, then why show it?
Exactly. You're blowing it
I
up.
mean, the reason you want to show it is because it enhances the image, right? No, one at a time.
I'll say what Mr. Krause was just saying. The defense has taken videos and photos and cropped them, zoomed in on them, on many exhibits in this trial. And this is, again, like I said, the magnifying glass is not changing the image. What the expert testified to about his software program was that he used video editing software used by the crime lab with pinching and zooming on an iPhone. They're different software programs, different procedures, and I don't think it's fair to extrapolate this. Every one of those jurors is familiar with this process. This is a fundamental part of our lives nowadays. It's much like 100 years ago people used magnifying glasses. This is no different than that. And I think this is common knowledge, and I don't think I need any sort of expertise on this issue. If the defense wants to quibble with it, they have an expert who can offer testimony. But the exhibit's already in evidence. It would be no different than me putting off a photograph of it and then holding up an enlargement. I mean, we had a guy coming yesterday with Walgreens prints. I mean, this is what is done with photographs all the time.
Those are real photographs, you moron. They're not pixelated.
No. You know, I don't want to hear about what happened earlier in the trial that came in without objection. If you didn't object, then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection. I get an objection, and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that the amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass.
It's not like using
I don't
a magnifying
believe that.
glass. Yep.
Because if I take, the image is the same, and all it is doing is improving my poor old vision. Here you've got someone, to correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe the expert testified
it's a matrix
that
math
he had
conversion.
Either him
From
or the
one
device
resolution to another.
inserted additional pixels into the image. That
different program, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know what kind of a program.
Any program is using an algorithm.
The question is the image in its virginal state?
I care about what program it is, Your Honor, because
I don't know why they're going.
technical issues.
Dude, bring in an expert. You want to introduce that evidence? Bring in an expert.
Absolutely. Mr. Richards has just made technical representations with no basis in this record whatsoever. He is questioning a common part of life that we use, everyone uses, every single day. The expert who testified was talking about
He's going to compare blowing up a birthday party image to courtroom evidence?
Then if it's going to be an issue, let's
You're
make
the
it
proponent. I said before, I'm not going to talk about it further. You're the proponent and you need to assure me before I.
Depending on the algorithm, you can add. It can add pixels. It can take pixels away.
Speculate.
It's all depending.
That it is a reliable method that does not distort what is depicted.
So
okay, so we're going to take a break.
I understood you correctly. We can play it now, and then we'll tie it up later.
I don't think that's what I said.
When did he say that?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. If I said that, shame on me. I said that
I didn't hear the judge say you could play it.
And I said, before I'm going to allow this to be amplified in the way that you want, it is going to have to be demonstrated to me that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then we would request an adjournment to do that now.
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
Well, before I am done with my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video, and I will need some time to make arrangements for what you're asking. So I would ask that before I am, I would like time to do that before I'm done cross-examining this witness, because this is an important exhibit that I intend to use with this witness.
Well, it depends. Why don't you get on it right away, and maybe you can get somebody to testify on this within minutes. I don't know. So we'll take a break. Let's.
System are they using on the iPad?
We can answer that question.
iOS what?
Off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Well,
I mean, this is bullshit.
Let's aim for 320
If
on
he
that
was
clock.
planning to introduce this evidence, he needed to have an expert ready.
Yeah, let's aim for 320.
That's his problem if he's not prepared. All right, guys, let's go to the real lawyers that certainly know a lot more about the rules of evidence than I do.
The disciplinary board.
What software are they using on the iPad? We don't know.
Yeah.
Let's aim for 320 on that clock, which is.
By the way, somebody in the chat and
let's
also
aim for
through
320.
Twitter DM said that the pin, the lapel pin on Binger might be the Marine Corps flag for the Marine Corps' birthday. Which, if he served in the Marine Corps, then.
All right, so guys, the thing I was trying to show you before, I mean, right here, this makes it clear. Here's the original image here, a pixelated image. You could see there are clear differences between B and C, different interpolations, anti-aliasing. If you change the resolution of something to blow it up, okay, there's only a finite amount of pixels in which you could do this, and it's got to interpret which pixels to turn on and off to show a similar image or something that kind of resembles it as best it can, right? And the more you blow it up, the more out of whack it's going to get. You understand it? What I'm saying? Now look here. It has to put different pixels, not just adding and subtracting pixels, guys. Different pixels, different colors, different shades, different intensities. There's a lot of editing, and alteration being done to images. And if you blow that image up enough, it may not even, at some point, it just doesn't resemble the original image. As I'm sure a lot of you who've played video games know, you get the low resolution images are further away, and higher resolutions the closer to the game camera you get. So this guy is full of shit. If he thinks you could take some small image of Kyle Rittenhouse and these people in the distance, blow it up and magnify it to the point where you might be able to see them and get a perfect translation of that image. Let's go back to the lawyers.
Calls for speculation, and just I think every other objection known to man.
Attorney Tom is in the chat. He should join in because he's asking why Kyle's on the stand.
Yeah,
Attorney Tom is busy
help us make sense
suing everyone.
Maybe he can answer the questions that we can.
I'm sure Attorney Tom's super busy, but we don't know why the defense made this choice. What we do know is that Robert Barnes shared with us earlier that this is something that he disagreed with from the outset of his involvement in this case before he was no longer involved with this case. So he did share that with us, and I think, do we have 10 in here? I can't count the little squares.
We did before, but we don't anymore.
So there might be room if Tom.
We have room for Attorney Tom.
We're down to 8. Yeah. Send it to Tom.
I didn't realize it was the purge in here too.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, how's
Is there
this
a
going to
limit?
look?
I didn't realize.
Yeah, there's a limit of 10. Isn't Tom in the group? Did I not add him?
We've got Binger who's
Did you
been
fail to
telling the
advocate,
court
Tom?
about how this pinch and zoom works.
It definitely
And now he's
wasn't
going to
on
bring in his
purpose.
expert. And his expert is going to tell the court something completely different.
His expert's going to prove that.
I don't know
that
what
that's
expert
what's
he's going to
happen,
bring
because
in.
the
It's going to
court
say,
already
yeah, it's
said,
like looking at a
"I don't think
magnifying
your
glass.
argument was in
It's
good
totally,
faith
totally
earlier."
wrong.
Yeah.
He's already on the back foot with this judge. And so
Yeah.
to represent to the court, no, pixels don't get filled in. Of course pixels get filled in.
Yeah.
It's a function of the physical technology.
It's the limitation of the screen.
There
It's
are
pixels.
this many pixels, be it 1080p or whatever it is. Then the tech has to fill those lights. Otherwise, you'd have like a dot and a dot and a dot. It wouldn't make any sense. So they're by functionality. And I'm an idiot. I don't know anything about tech, and I can tell you this.
Well, it's hard to believe that any trial lawyer doesn't understand this, because in the modern era, trials are video. There's so much video. This is basic stuff. You know, everybody hears this. I'm hearing this from lawyers who can't check their own email, and they have their assistants do it, and they know this.
Yeah.
I find it very hard to believe. Like,
Yeah.
Binger doesn't know this?
Yeah,
Did
no,
he
bro.
crawl from under a rock?
Binger is being disingenuous, and we've
Yes.
seen that
Oh,
already.
and it's
today.
about
The
to
magnifying
blow up in his
glass thing,
face.
chat.
He
Let's-
brings that
let's-
expert in.
Let's be honest, though. Richards also needs to just be very. Hey, what's up, Attorney Tom?
Okay.
Hey.
Is
that straight
vodka
in that glass?
That was a well-timed sip,
brother.
Have you slept, Tom?
All right, now
Yeah, mute me. Oh my God.
all right, now they're just being silly. All right, guys, there's maybe I could find other examples that might make it even clearer. Be easier if we had a video game textbook. Oh, here we go. This is good. This is good, guys. Look at this line here. Oh. Again, I'm going to have to ironically blow it up for you to see. Imagine you drew a line with a pencil here. This curve. What is this called when you have that upside down curve? Is that a parabola of some kind? It's either a parabola, a hyperbola, or something. I forget the thing. You draw a line with a pen or a pencil like that. You can't do that on your computer screen now, can you? All right. So the program that's going to draw that image is going to do its best to approximate the image as best it can within the limitations of the screen, which is divided up into these square pixels. Okay? Now notice here, it's giving you an image of this curve using the pixels, which are the shaded cells, that in no way, shape, or form resemble this continuous smooth curve. Okay? Notice here, it goes up 2, then it shifts over diagonally. Up 3, shifts over diagonally. Up 3, shifts over diagonally. Depending on the steepness of the slope of this line, right? The more steep the line at that point in the curve, the more pixels it's going to add, right? Notice when it gets over here, it doesn't know. Should I put the pixel over here? Should I put the pixel on the left or the right of the line? That's decided by an algorithm where exactly to put the pixel to approximate the real image of the continuous line that you see there. Here, what do you get? The more you blow this up, the more you zoom in on that image of this curve, the more distorted and pixelated it's gonna get, and you will reach a point where it just functionally just doesn't resemble the original image. Okay. Might even be better to pull up a YouTube video on this. Image resolution, interpolation, anti-aliasing. Let's see, these are words that might work. Resizing images by computer file.
We trust NetSuite for...
One of the things you can do in an image processing package is resizing images or rotating images and so on. And when you do this in any program, Paint.net, Photoshop, the GIMP and so on, you have an option to choose how you want it to scale the pixels. So do you want
Look at that. Look at all these different choices you get for different algorithms. Look, bilinear, nearest neighbor, hard edges, bicubic sharper. There's a million algorithms for this type of interpolation and anti-aliasing. So again, this is not just stick a magnifying glass.
it to be nearest neighbor or bilinear or bicubic? So today we're going to cover image transformations, but mostly rescaling because it's a simple one, and we'll look a bit at nearest neighbour and bilinear and so on. Let's imagine we've got a 3x3 image. So if there's a 3x3 image, it's high quality, and I want to scale this image by a factor of, let's say, 3, okay, which is going to mean a 9x9 image. So cut to a long shot of me going like this frantically. So this isn't going to be 9x9 because I've gone to not important. It's not important. I don't know how many this is. I haven't counted. It doesn't matter, right? I'm scaling this, and it extends this way for some indefinite amount of time, depending on what my scaling factor is, okay? Let's leave it at that. Now, if I wanted to scale this, the obvious way to do it is just to multiply these values by some pixel coordinate amount. So let's say x becomes 3x, and put them in this image, and then problem solved, right? So that would be your first guess at how it would work. Let's say it has 120, this is 121, this is, grayscale, let's say, 115, and so on. We say, right, well, this one stays in this corner because this is 0, 0. 0 times a scaling factor of 3 is also 0, so we say this is going to be 120. Okay, that's my first guess at this. 121 is at 1, 0, so it becomes 3, 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and it becomes 121. If this is 100, then 100 goes down here, and this is 110, and that goes over here, and these are all 0. Right, which is about the worst scaling number. This isn't going to work, right, this approach. It would just look like a black image. If you zoom really far out, you might see some colours in it, but really the majority of this image is black and completely useless. So this isn't, I have scaled this image, but not properly, right? Because the problem is that there is no pixel in this image that maps to this one, right? This maps to somewhere between two pixels. So that's the problem we need to solve, right? And that's the problem being solved.
He's trying to map 1 for 1 the pixels on his 3x3 square to that newly resized bigger square. Okay, now if he does that, just does a true representation of blowing it up, he's just going to end up with a checkerboard of dots, of pixels, with nothing in between them, and it will not resemble a square. So in order to make this thing look like a square, like the original, it's going to have to add in and shade these pixels by adding pixels in that don't exist in the original image. So already you've altered the image so that it will resemble what the original image looked like. Now this is the simplest case because it's just a square. What if this square was tilted diagonally? Right? Instead of just at a perfect perfectly square with no deviation from the x and y axis. If it was diagonal in any way, this would be completely off. Let's let him continue because he's doing a great job of explaining. Hopefully, I guess maybe it's easier for me to understand because I know what he's talking about.
There is no pixel in this image that maps to this one, right? This maps to somewhere between 2 pixels. So that's the problem we need to solve, right? And that's the problem being solved by...
The whole long and short of this, guys, is they want to make the case that Kyle Rittenhouse pointed his gun at these people and he's the aggressor somehow, by using a grainy image taken from hundreds of feet away that are blowing up in a dark area.
Nearest neighbour or bilinear or bicubic. So in actual fact, when we want to scale an image, we do this process in reverse. We create the bigger image, and then for each pixel we look back and see where are we supposed to be getting our sample from. If it's between 2 pixels, we have to think about what we do. Right? If it's on a pixel, great, we'll just take that pixel value. So,
I mean, my instinct here would be that your 120 would be times 3, so all those 9 would be 120s.
Yeah, that's pretty close to nearest neighbour. So what we do here, we say, well, this is a value of 1, 0, which is going to be a third 0 when we scale back. So we're closer to 120 than we are to 121, so this becomes 120, right? This one goes down to 2/3 down here, so it's closer to 121 than it is to 120, so we say that's 121. This probably gets 121 and so on. This is why when you make your image bigger using nearest neighbour, it continues to look pixelated, because that's exactly what it's doing. It's preserving all that information by just duplicating a bunch of pixels in these gaps. Right? Now, that doesn't seem like a very good way of doing it, but of course that might be what you want to do. If you're a pixel artist who's doing, pixel art, then scaling it and having it all blur all the edges is completely useless for you. So, depending on what your situation is, you might want to do that. The other thing is that, strictly speaking, then we haven't, in essence, made up any data. This pixel value is still one of the pixel values that was in this original image, because you could argue that we don't know for sure what's going on between these two pixels. There could be anything. It's just that the camera isn't high enough resolution to capture it. With bilinear interpolation, what we're assuming is that the thing that's going on between here is entirely obvious. It's just a line between the two. Okay, so we're going to take an average. Let's have a look at some of these. So we've got a value of 120, and we've got a value of 121, right? And this is at pixel 0, and this is...
Hold up, guys. I'm going to pause this explanation. Just want to make sure we're not missing any courtroom stuff. But if you're following, he's basically telling you you're using different algorithms, and different algorithms could give you different results, different images, different methods. It's a complicated problem.
Is at pixel 1. And we're going to be filling in these two gaps here. So this one here is going to be at a value of 1/3 or 0.3 recurring, and this one's going to be at a value of 2/3. Already people can probably see what's going to happen here. For this one, we're going to take 2/3 of this and 1/3 of this, and vice versa. Okay? So the formula is actually essentially a weighted sum of these two things, but the weighting depends on how far along this distance between them you are. Okay, so this is what...
Guys, keep in mind, this is the simplest part of this. We're just talking about black and white images here. On, off, black or white. This gets a lot complicated when you're dealing with a color image. You're dealing with color images, now you got to figure out what color to put there to make it look like the original image. So now you've added another dimension of complexity when you add color image. Right now it's just black and white pixels.
What linear interpolation does. So in this case, we would say 120 to 121 isn't a very helpful example, because we're going to have to do some rounding at some point and then kind of defeat the whole object of what we're doing. So let's pick a more obvious one, okay? So let's say that this pixel value is 100 and this pixel value is 200. And we are trying to sample the pixel position 1/3 of the way along. This is very straightforward. So all we have to do is we have to do 2/3 times by 100 plus 1/3 times by 200. Right? And if we sum them up, what do we get? This is 66-ish. Okay, this is also coincidentally 66-ish. And so we add them up and we get about 132 or something like that. Well, we get 133 recurring, don't we? We get a value exactly 1/3.
What if you don't get a real number in the division? He just had to give you a recurring repeating 3. So again, that's another, you had to round off. It's not a discrete number. So that's another thing that could go wrong with this. Some of your transformations are gonna involve numbers that aren't discrete.
1/3 of the way along from the scale of 100 to 200. Okay? So that's linear interpolation. So the only thing we have to worry about now is how do we extend this to 2 dimensions? And again, it's not very challenging. So if I just take away this piece of paper, instead of having 2 endpoints, we now have 4. Okay, so we have one here, we have one here, we have one here, and we have one here. Now this is x1, y1, and this is x2, y1, and this is x1.
Right, so it's probably going into further detail than we need to right now. The bottom line is, I think I've even with this crude example, I've shown it's not a simple matter of putting a magnifying glass to a piece of paper. Yes, thank you, chat. Integer, not a real number. Or just say it's not a discrete number. A number that terminates after, if you divide, say, 1 divided by 3, you're going to get just a repeating 3, which, your pixelated screen can't represent. So you've got to make a decision what number you're going to use. Your question in the chat. There's a question in the chat. Why did the prosecution not call Zeminski? Are you crazy? If you'd seen the criminal record of Zeminski, you wouldn't call him either. Not to mention the fact that he's on video firing the first shot of the night with no explanation that he could possibly give why he fired a gun in the middle of a riot. Zeminski is a career violent criminal, guys. That's why he didn't call Zeminski. And he does not look to me like he'd make a sympathetic witness. You get Zeminski on the stand, he could be torn to pieces, guys. So I don't think the prosecution wanted to deal with that in their case. Having a guy that is gonna testify to the biggest part of the sting. Because remember, I think the story Zeminski's going to tell is that Kyle Rittenhouse somehow was the aggressor towards him and was trying to kill him or something. Let's go back to the lawyers, see if they have anything.
Who's he asking?
Her husband.
No, but who is he
He wants to
asking?
know if you are.
Me?
Legal mindset, yes.
I'm in Korea. Everything looks like a bathroom.
Also, he's got 3 bottles of alcohol behind him. So
All right, they're just joking around with each other. Is Zeminski in prison? I didn't know that. Zeminski is on the witness list of the defense. So ironically, the defense is eager to get Zeminski on the stand. So imagine that. That tells you all you need to know. Prosecution did not call him. Defense has him on their list, as well as his wife, Kelly Zeminski, I believe. Let's see. Here's an old article from January about Zeminski facing charges for firing the gun in the air. I don't know if there's any recent articles on it, if he's in custody or not. Okay.
I know we got one in the back.
Oh, they're back. Yeah, Zeminski's facing that for recklessly discharging his firearm. What is this applause for? Is it somebody's birthday?
All right, let's get the jury.
All right, they're bringing the jury in, so apparently this has been some sort of resolution. So the examination is going to continue. Don't know. They haven't indicated what any ruling has been on this evidence being used. So your guess is as good as mine, chat. Again, keep in mind the rule. If you send in a super chat, I will try to get to it as soon as possible. I'll read it right away if I can get away with it. If not, it just may be a little bit delayed. But fear not, I will get to it. I will do my best. Yes, I agree, Chad. I do like the judge's chair. Especially when I found out that it swiveled. I don't think I'd like it so much if it didn't move. Swivel. So that's the other thing. That's another reason why you as the prosecutor may not want to call Zeminski, because he's prosecuting Zeminski. You know, that certainly would come up. You know, isn't it true your case almost rests on the outcome of this case, or is at least highly tied up with it?
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, I'm going to move that TV in front centrally. We're going to watch exhibit number 82. This is a
version of the drone footage that was introduced by our expert James Armstrong yesterday. And I'd like to be able to put this TV centrally so everybody can see it. So if you could let us know if you're able to see it when we move it, please.
All right, so it looks like they're being allowed to use the enhanced video.
Turn 'em up.
Or at least the one they introduced yesterday.
Are all the jurors able to see that okay? Both sides? Okay. Judge, may I use Sister Marciano's point of view?
I believe what they're doing is they're using the video that was already introduced into evidence. That was introduced by their expert.
As we play this video, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Liberative has a right. It's a different exhibit. It's the one they already introduced.
Here on the sidewalk who is pushed in a wheelchair, and there's a little bit of a gap there between that individual and the Duramax. And I'd like you to keep your eyes on that location. Before we begin the video, Mr. Rittenhouse, are you able to see this video okay?
Yes.
All right. Please go ahead and play that.
All right, keep your eyes on this area here. Notice the movement of the camera. It makes it kind of blurry. It's so far away, you can't make hardly anything out. So here's Kyle already running from Roosevelt. What do you see? Nothing.
At a moment right at the beginning.
Grainy as fuck.
Pause. Now, Mr. Rittenhouse, you told us earlier everything that you did when you first got to this location, correct?
Yes.
What you didn't tell us is that right here on the video, you have your gun raised, don't you?
I knew he was going to go there.
I can't see it.
You know what? This is a nice 4K TV. I'm going to turn it a little bit towards you.
Where does he see this?
Move it a little bit back.
I've got a 30-inch screen in front of me with this thing, and I can't see it. And I'm sitting less than 2 feet from it.
I want to be able to play it for the defendant to be able to see it up close.
I understand. I'm just thinking if perhaps he could...
This is Rittenhouse here, I believe, or is it him here? This is him in the street. Where's his gun raised? I can't even see.
Would it be easier, Mr. Rittenhouse, if you came and stood a little closer to that screen?
Is that the same definition?
Well, you know, and you're using the pointer, so we want to all be looking at the same TV.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate for Mr. Rittenhouse to come stand closer to the TV?
As long as he doesn't block the jurors, he and Mr. Richards can go over here.
I got 2 monitors working, guys. They're like 30 inches across. I'm sitting less than 2 feet from the screen. I can't see what he's talking about.
Let's go back to the beginning of the video, please, and I'm going to tell you when to pause.
Don't want to sell it. We can't see.
Well.
Not to mention the lighting. Look at all the lens flare. What is he seeing?
Let's start the video. Pause.
What?
Mr. Rittenhouse, you just came into the screen, put the fire extinguisher down, and now you've got your weapon raised, don't you?
What's he talking about?
Let's play it one more time. Pause. Mr. Rittenhouse, can you see in that video that you've raised your weapon and pointed it at someone?
Binger's just saying that to put that in the jury's head. Because they can't see it either.
He's answering the question. He says he can't see, so I'm trying to help him see.
Help him see
Go
what?
ahead. Pause.
Pause the video.
He's just saying it to put it in the jury's mind, guys.
It doesn't look like I raised my rifle. It looks like my shoulder's up, but my rifle is pointed downward.
Thank you. Whoa. All right.
The hell was that? What makes that noise? Sound like the black smoke monster from Lost. Holy
So your
shit.
testimony today under oath is that you have no memory of raising and pointing your rifle when you first got to that location. Is that right?
Yes.
You see yourself put the fire extinguisher down.
I see myself drop it, yes.
Let's play Exhibit 84 now, please.
Cthulhu makes that noise. What? You must take some mean dumps, dude. If that's what it sounds like. All right, this is the video that was slowed down by 50%.
In this video, at this point, Mr. Rittenhouse, you have turned around and you are pointing your weapon at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And there's a point. Let's continue the video, please.
And he's backing away. Backing away. He's lowered his weapon. Boom.
All right, let's pause. Go back and start at the beginning again, please.
Remember, Rosenbaum has just thrown something at Kyle.
Pause. You go back about half
After he just heard a gunshot.
Go back just a little bit more, please. Why don't you go back to the beginning, hit play, and I'll try and pause you a little bit better. Pause. There's a point where Mr. Rosenbaum is running after you, where he raises his hands and leaps up in the air, correct?
I wouldn't say he leaped in the air. I'd say he continued to run at me. He just threw his hands up.
He threw both of his hands up in the air, right?
And Kyle didn't shoot.
And you could see that he was unarmed, correct?
Yes.
Please continue the video.
After he's already thrown something at him. Because his hands were empty then. What's the prosecutor see that I don't?
Joseph Rosenbaum never touched you in any way during that
He didn't
incident,
say he did.
correct?
He touched my gun.
He didn't touch your body in any way, did he?
No.
He didn't kick you?
No.
He didn't punch you?
No.
Other than that plastic bag, he didn't throw anything at you?
No.
Other
He
than the
didn't
thing he
have a
threw
gun
at
on
you,
him?
he didn't throw anything at
He
you.
didn't have a knife on him?
No.
He didn't have a chain on him?
No.
He didn't have a bat on him?
No.
He didn't have any weapon of any kind,
Until he
correct?
touched mine.
Other than him grabbing my gun, no.
Well, he didn't have possession of that gun. You did, correct?
I'm supposed to let him take it?
I was holding it, yes.
And it was strapped to your body, correct?
Yes.
At all times during this incident, you retained possession of your AR-15, correct?
Because he didn't let him take it.
Can we please play exhibit, I apologize, Brian, I don't know if I mentioned this one earlier. I think it's 83. It's the full speed version of what we just saw. That was 84 just now, right? Okay, let's play 83, please.
Guess what, guys? every year,
Mr.
people
Rittenhouse,
with
while you're watching this video,
unarmed
I'd like
people
you to
kill more people
tell me
than
if
rifles
you see
in the
Mr.
United States every year.
Rosenbaum jump up in the air with his hands up, okay?
Okay.
Sometimes by a 2-to-1 margin. Unarmed people, just with their fists and feet, kill more people than are killed with rifles in the United States.
All right, pause. Can we go back to the beginning, please?
Super chat, Steven Gnizik.
Play again.
If I throw a rock at someone and I miss, I'm not really attacking someone. Yeah, other than the time he threw that thing at you, he didn't throw anything at you.
Right before Mr. Rosenbaum disappears behind that car, did you see him jump up in the air with his hands out?
No, I saw him do something like this, like...
That was a reaction to you pointing the gun at him, correct?
I don't know.
Yes, but he kept running at me, so it didn't deter him.
But it slowed him down a little bit. He does this sort of jump with his hands in the air when you're pointing the gun at him, right?
No, he continues to gain speed on me.
Okay. Now let's play Exhibit 86, please.
Not only that, he's playing a slowed down video. In real time, that all happened in like 2 seconds. Less than 2 seconds. It was only 2.5 seconds from the firing of Zeminski's gun to the firing of Kyle's gun. So all that happened inside that time frame. He keeps playing these slowed down videos to make it seem like this is a long drawn out event.
Did you slow down?
Did I?
Yeah.
I turned around, and I may have slowed down a little bit.
It looks like you slowed down before you even turned around.
Because he was running into a group of 150 people smashing cars?
You've characterized Mr. Rosenbaum as advancing on you, speeding up towards you, but you actually slowed down, didn't you?
Because of the people around the cars, yes.
But after the shooting, you run around those cars and head back towards the direction you originally wanted to go to, right?
Yes.
So those people didn't stop that, did they?
They ran away after the gunshots.
After I shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
They scattered after you fired your gun 4 times, didn't they?
Yes, they weren't there anymore.
It's not idiots.
And you've heard Dr. Kelly's testimony that the first gunshot from you to Mr. Rosenbaum caused Mr. Rosenbaum to start falling to the ground.
He didn't
Did
say
you hear
that.
Testimony?
He didn't say that. He said it's possible.
I did.
And then you continued to fire 3 more shots into him after that, didn't you?
I continued to fire until he was no longer a threat to me.
When he's falling to the ground in front of you, he's no longer a threat to you. His pelvis is broken, right?
I don't know.
But he's fallen to the ground, isn't he?
I saw him lunging towards my gun, and I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
Because he was trying to push it out of the way so you wouldn't shoot him.
It's argumentative. I was going to say, is he Rosenbaum?
What was the risk to you of death or great bodily harm?
He takes his gun away?
At the moment you killed Joseph Rosenbaum.
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum take my firearm from me, he would have used it and killed me with it and probably killed more people if I would have let him get my gun.
Mr. Rosenbaum never said anything to you about taking your gun, did he?
He said he'd kill him.
He didn't say anything, but he tried to take my gun.
And whoever's got that gun is a threat to everyone else?
If he would have taken my gun, he would have used it against me.
Let's break that down. First of all, you had already prevented him from taking your gun by running away and doing that little dip and dodge that Mr. McGinnis talked about, right?
He was still coming after my gun.
But you could have kept running. You could have turned back around like you did, couldn't you?
No, I couldn't have.
You have the gun strapped to your body at this moment, correct?
Yes.
The strap is designed to keep that on your body so it doesn't come off, correct?
Well, not if you let the guy take your gun.
Retain it, yes.
And you have both hands
It's not
on the
fair.
gun, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mr. Rosenbaum has never said anything at all about wanting your gun. You never heard him say anything about that, correct?
I haven't.
You never said anything, he never said anything to you about using that gun at all, correct?
I don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking when he tried to grab my gun.
You just assumed that he was going to use it, that he was going to try and take it from you.
After the guy threatened to kill me if he called me alone.
He was going to try and use it on you.
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum get my gun, he would have killed me.
But you had already pointed your gun at him.
Yes, because he was chasing me.
Did you want him to think that you were going to shoot him?
No, I never wanted to shoot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Why'd you point it at him if you didn't have any intention of shooting?
This is looking bad for the
He
prosecutor.
was chasing me. I was alone. He threatened to kill me earlier in that night.
Acquit.
I didn't want to have to
an
shoot
idiot.
him.
But you understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, don't you?
I pointed at him because he kept running at me, and I didn't want him to chase me.
But you understand how dangerous that is, don't you?
I pointed at him because he was chasing me.
I'll ask the question a third time, Mr. Rittenhouse. You understand
Don't comment. Just ask your question.
You understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, correct?
Yes.
You understand that that puts someone else in fear.
I pointed at him because he was chasing me.
I'll ask the question a third time, Mr. Rittenhouse. You understand.
He already said yes.
Just ask your question.
You understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, correct?
Yes.
You understand that that puts someone else in fear that they're about to be killed.
You mean the pedophile that's chasing him and threatened to kill him?
He was chasing me.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone else, that may make them feel like they are about to be killed by you, correct?
Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. He said he was going to kill me if he got me alone. I was alone. I was running from him. I pointed at him, and it didn't stop him from continuing to chase me.
Did you hear my question?
Yes.
Yet you chose not to answer.
He said yes.
My question
He answered it 3 times now.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone, it may make them feel like you're going to kill them, correct?
He asked if it would affect someone that way so as to perhaps deter the person.
Do you understand my question?
I do.
Can you please answer it?
I did. I said, Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. I pointed my gun at him, and that did not deter him. He could have ran away instead of trying to take my gun from me. But he kept chasing me. It didn't stop him.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you're telling us that you felt like you were about to die, right?
Yes.
But when you point the gun at someone else, that's going to make them feel like they're about to die.
Yeah, the guy
right?
chasing him that threatened to kill
That's
him.
what you wanted him to feel.
No.
You wanted him to get the message from you that if you come any closer, I'm going to kill you. That's why you pointed the gun at him, right?
I pointed the gun at him to deter him from... I pointed the gun at him so he would stop chasing me. That's why I pointed the gun at him.
Because if you point the gun at him, you were hoping he would stop chasing you, because he would get the message from you that if he keeps coming, you're going to kill him. Right?
You gotta understand, when the defendant is on the stand, he gets wide latitude.
That's not the question I asked.
It seems argumentative, Mr. He said it serves no useful purpose, it's badgering. It does seem argumentative.
How many times is he going to ask him to answer the same question? It's a rhetorical device. He just wants him to keep repeating for the jury the same answer.
You intended, in that sequence we just saw, you intended to point your gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum in the middle of the parking lot, right?
I pointed at him
so he would stop chasing me, but he didn't stop.
That was your intentional decision to point at him. That wasn't an accident.
I'm going to interrupt here. The jury cannot see you.
I thought we moved it. I'm sorry.
No, so please get it out of there.
Yeah, Kyle is clearly he's been told to stick to that answer. They clearly prepared him for this line of
The
questioning.
point I'm trying to get at, Mr. Rittenhouse, is that wasn't like an accidental turning around and it just happens to be pointing in his direction, much like I'm just happen to, wave this around. You made an intentional decision in the middle of that incident to turn
Yes,
and
to
point
the
the
man
gun at
who's
Mr.
ambushed
Rosenbaum,
him.
correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why that would make someone fearful for their life, right?
But he continued to chase me after, so no, I can't.
It didn't work.
It didn't stop Mr. Rosenbaum from chasing me.
And even after you shoot him one time and he starts falling, you continue to shoot 3 more times, right?
I continued to shoot until he was no longer a threat to me.
And then after that, you run around and he's lying there, face down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And you're a medic, correct?
I have first aid training, yes.
Well, you proclaimed yourself that night to be a medic, an EMT.
Is he going
You
to
told
perform
everyone
first
that,
aid while
right?
they're threatening to kill him?
And you had your medic bag with you, correct?
Yes.
And this location is right across the street from a hospital, isn't it?
Yes.
But your first thought was run away.
My
They're
first
screaming,
thought
kill
was
him.
to help him.
You didn't do anything to help him. You didn't do a single thing, did you?
The crowd started to scream, get him, get him, get him. And I didn't want to stay there with the crowd building and the mob advancing on me.
Were you surprised that a crowd would react that way when they just saw you?
So is he supposed
shoot
to stay
someone?
there and let them swarm
When
him?
you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know?
Go ahead.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body,
Exactly.
did you know whether he was dead or alive?
I didn't.
Did you know whether or not it was possible at that moment to try and save him?
I wanted to help Mr. Rosenbaum, and if the crowd wouldn't have started screaming to get him, get him, get him, I would have stayed and did everything I could to help Mr. Rosenbaum, but the crowd just started to chase me and scream at me.
Let's play, can we have Exhibit 14, please? At the 3 hour, 58 minute, and 45 second mark.
Can't deliver first aid if you have an angry mob bearing down on you. That mob, remember, attacked Richie McGinnis. He got punched in the face while he was carrying Rosenbaum into that car.
Okay, play from here, please.
And blindside. So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, them is white boys. That's Antifa, man. Oh, we got a gun, baby.
Plus, after you fired your 4 shots at Mr. Rosenbaum, there were 3 more gunshots right after that.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yes.
And those were coming from very close to where you were, weren't they?
Yes.
They were coming from right here on the south side of the 63rd Street car source.
Sounds
right
like you should have
alongside
gotten away from
63rd
there.
Street on the north side of 63rd, right?
Yes.
You didn't react at all to those gunshots, did you?
That time my audio was still going in and out partially.
But again, my question is, you didn't react at all to those, did you?
Not that I can see.
Let's continue, please.
Shot him, man. Shot him. Shot him, man. He laid him out. He laid him out, y'all. Laid him out.
No one in that crowd yells, "Get him," or anything
Dude,
threatening towards you
Crack?
until after
Are you smoking
you
crack?
start running away, right?
No.
You had time in that moment to make a phone call, didn't you?
I called Dominic Black, yes.
You could have called 911, right?
Yes.
But you chose to call your best friend, right?
I called the first number of my phone.
Is that quicker than 3 digits, 911?
I don't know.
And then you started running.
Yes.
Said get him?
And the first
Training
person
that
you
boy?
encounter as you're running is Jason Lakowski, correct?
Yes.
This is a person that you had barely known for 15 minutes that night, right?
Yes.
And you told him you didn't shoot anyone, correct?
No.
You heard his testimony about that, right?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 12? While we're getting that ready, you talked earlier about this crowd and what they were saying, and you felt like they were coming after you. You had time to stop and have a brief little talk with Jason Lakowski, didn't you?
I stopped for a second and asked him to help me get to the police.
Even with this crowd on top of you, as you describe it, you still had time for that, didn't you?
For a second. I stopped.
Is he
for
trying
a
to say
second.
that the crowd wasn't chasing
Play
him
exhibit number
somehow?
12, please.
Oh my god. What did he want him to do? I don't understand.
So there was like 6 shots.
Back up 10 seconds, please. Go ahead. Pause. There are people in the crowd that are asking you why you just shot someone, right?
He doesn't have
and
to
you
answer
told
them.
him he had a gun.
At the time I was a little dazed and I was thinking of Mr. Zeminski with the pistol he had at the Duramax.
So you shot Mr. Rosenbaum because Joshua Zeminski had a pistol?
No.
You don't get to shoot someone else. You don't get to shoot someone else because someone else has a
No.
gun, right?
No.
But you told the crowd he had a gun.
Who cares what he
didn't
told
you?
the crowd? What if he told me that the
That's
moon
what
is
I
made of
said.
cheese?
And that wasn't true. Mr. Rosenbaum never had a gun, right?
He didn't have a gun.
Now can we please play exhibit number 3?
I
At
would.
the 1 hour,
I imagine
17
you'd say a lot of
minute
things
and
to an
10
angry
second
mob
mark.
chasing you to dissuade them. Why didn't you stop and give a full explanation of your actions and everything you perceived to the angry crowd saying to cranium you? Well, understand, Binger is being disingenuous. He's got to try to make a case, guys. I mean, you don't expect him to play fair, do you? He will twist and misconstrue anything he has to. It's all he's got. Basically, even if his plan also seems to be, even if he can't get Kyle to slip up, to just try to draw this out and somehow play on the heartstrings of the jury. Oh, this young man, he shot him and he should have found another way, or whatever.
One moment, please.
Or people that just don't like guns, get them, oh, he brought the gun, he brought it on himself. Why did he bring the gun there? Across state lines! Well, that's never entered into the trial. But you know how it is. I'm sure they've seen the media reports and all the repeated, he crossed straight lines. So this is probably Binger's chance to string this out and play that up to the jury. Yeah, for those who are curious, no, I don't have any legal training. Just watch a lot of trials on TV over the years.
This is an excerpt from the Gage Grosskreutz Facebook live stream that night. Pause. You told Mr. Grosskreutz you were going to the police, right?
Yes.
And then you said, I didn't shoot anyone, right?
I can't really make out what the last part of the words were saying.
Do you remember what you said?
I remember saying, I think I said I had to.
Let's play that back 10 seconds and play it again, please.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I agree with what the prosecutor's doing, Chad. I'm just saying this is what he's doing. I'm just explaining.
You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Pause. Pause. Aren't your exact words, I'm going to the police, I did not shoot anyone?
That's what I remember from that night, but watching that, it sounds like I said I didn't.
That, again, was not true.
What does it matter what he told Grosskreutz?
Correct?
You could have said I don't...
Why didn't you tell the truth?
Forget it.
I was being chased by a mop, and I don't really remember that interaction.
So what does it matter what you say under duress?
Let's play Exhibit 5, please.
Super chat from Ed W. I think I missed. This DA has no conscience. There's no doubt in my mind he's going to the lowest level of the hell when he dies. Seems that way. He just lies without any compunction. The thing is, let's say, for argument's sake, Kyle lied his ass off. He's being chased by an angry mob. He would say anything. He could say anything to
This is the BG
get
on
them
the
not to hurt
scene
him.
video. Go ahead.
Get him! Cranium that boy!
Pause. Now, we've heard a lot of testimony about this person who comes up behind you with something and hits you in the head. We've heard about Anthony Huber's first approach to you with his skateboard, correct?
Yes.
You testified that after a few more feet, you felt lightheaded and you stumbled. That's what you told when your attorney was asking you questions, correct?
Yes.
No one knocked you to the ground. You lost your own balance, correct?
After he was smashed in the head with a rock at a skateboard.
You said in response to your attorney's questions that you stumbled because you were lightheaded. Do you remember telling us that?
From getting hit, yes.
You were lightheaded because you had been running and you were being chased. That was why you were lightheaded.
Really?
Right?
Are you a doctor? Are you a medical expert?
That and being hit, yes.
Let's continue.
Yeah, he's winded already. That didn't help.
Pause. There is an individual who comes at you and jumps towards you
and attempts to kick you, correct?
Guy hits you with a
does
rock
kick
and
me,
you're
yes.
winded. Wow, that
You
really
fire
helps.
2 shots directly at him with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
You intended to hit him with those bullets, correct?
I intended for him. Yes.
At that close range, it's a miracle that you missed, right?
I don't know.
You intended to kill him with those shots, didn't you?
No.
Did you even care whether or not those 2 rounds were going to kill him?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody that night.
In this moment, you're making a deliberate decision to pull the trigger twice, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident, that was your conscious decision, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you're firing an AR-15 at close range.
Yeah, and a guy
this
kicking him in the
individual,
head is
correct?
part of a gang assault.
Yes.
And you knew full well that if you hit him with 1 or both of those bullets, it could kill him, right?
There's that possibility.
If you hit him with one of those, wouldn't you agree it's a pretty strong likelihood you're going to kill him?
Grosskreutz lived.
I don't know if...
Did that even factor into your mind at that point? Did you even care whether you were going to kill him or not?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody. I was being attacked. That's why I shot him. Well, shot at him.
You shot at him with the intent of hitting him and killing him, correct?
Yeah, I thought I was about to be
I didn't
killed.
want to kill anybody.
Then why are you shooting at someone with an AR-15 at close range if you don't want to kill him?
Because he's attacking me. And he's stomping my face in. Jumping and kicking my face in.
You didn't see any weapons on that person, did you?
No.
You didn't see a gun?
No.
You didn't
Really?
see a knife?
Did he frisk him? Did he
You didn't
pat
see
him
a bat
down?
or a club?
No.
He's
You
on
didn't
his
see
ass.
a chain?
No.
All he uses is 1 foot, correct?
Yes.
Let's continue the video. Pause. You've just shot a round into Anthony Huber's chest, right?
Yes.
Now, up until this moment, and
Remember,
probably
guys,
for the rest of
this
that
all
evening,
happened
you
inside
didn't
of 5
know the name
seconds.
Anthony Huber, did you?
I did not.
Up until this moment in this evening, you had never had any interaction with him, took any notice of him, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And when you shoot him, he's got his skateboard in his hand?
Yes.
You didn't see any gun in his hand, correct?
No.
You didn't see a knife?
No.
You didn't see a bat?
No.
You didn't see a club?
No.
All he's got is the skateboard, right?
That he's hit me in the head with twice, yes.
Okay. And you intended to pull the trigger at that moment with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident.
No.
That was your deliberate decision, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that the way that gun was positioned, you were going to fire that bullet right into his chest, right?
He was attacking me, so I pulled the trigger.
And you
While
knew
he's holding on
that
to
when
his
you
gun.
pulled that trigger, that bullet was going to go right into his chest, didn't you?
I can't say, I don't know where the bullet would have went exactly.
The end of that gun was pointed directly at his chest when you pulled the trigger, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that, correct?
Yes.
And you still pulled the trigger, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you intended to kill Anthony Huber at that moment, didn't you?
No.
What did you think was going to happen then? You got a gun that's aimed
He
directly at his
doesn't
chest.
know what the result is going to be.
Pull the trigger.
It could be death.
What
It
did
could
you
be
think was
grave
gonna
bodily
happen?
harm. It could be a glancing blow.
If I didn't
He
pull
could
the
miss.
trigger, I thought Mr. Huber was going to kill me.
Maybe I misphrased my question. Let me try again. When you pull the trigger of the AR-15 and it is directly against Anthony Huber's chest, what did you think was going to happen to Anthony Huber?
That he would no longer be a threat to my safety.
Because he'd be dead, right?
He doesn't know
Because
that.
he wouldn't be a threat to me. I don't know if he'd be dead or not.
Did you even care at that moment whether or not Anthony Huber lived and died?
Yes.
Your only concern in that moment was your own safety.
Say, I was afraid of my life.
Yes.
The next shooting is of Gage Grosskreutz.
I wasn't
We
particularly
have stopped
concerned with the
video
guy attacking
at
me.
a moment here when he is crouched in front of you with his hands in the air, correct?
Yes.
Your gun is pointed at him, isn't it?
It's pointed downward towards his feet.
It's pointed at his body,
some part of his body.
Well, it's got to be
correct?
pointed somewhere. At that point, he's on his ass. How much
And
lower
he's
can
no
he aim
threat
it?
to you at this moment, is he?
Objection, Your Honor. He's standing in front of him with a gun.
That's an argument you can make. I'm asking a question of the witness.
This is dumb.
Yes.
He's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
He is a threat. He has a gun in his hand.
You saw that gun?
Yes.
So at the moment, throughout all of these moments of your interaction with Mr. Grosskreutz, you were aware of the fact that he had that gun in his hand, correct?
Not until that moment.
I'm talking about from this moment on, correct?
Yes.
And of course, that's a handgun, right?
Yes.
And you have an AR-15, correct?
Yes.
Does it matter?
And at this particular
If he
moment,
shoots him, he's
he's
supposed to
not
let him
pointing
shoot
his
him?
gun at you, is he?
Not at that moment.
But you've got your gun pointed at him, correct?
Yeah, play the video.
Looking at the video, I think I'm lowering my weapon. I think it's just a still shot of where you have it to where that, but I believe in the whole video I'm lowering it, and then he points his gun at me.
Can you help me understand, Mr. Rittenhouse, why Gage Grosskreutz, with a pistol in his hand, is a threat to kill you, but you, with an AR-15 pointed at him, is not a threat to kill him?
Dude, he's
at
the
this
one being
moment?
attacked.
Can you help me understand that?
He's acting like there was no previous assault on him.
I've been attacked by several people, and he decided to come and point a gun at my head. Well, first,
He hasn't done that yet, has he?
No.
So
And
again,
he didn't
I
shoot
ask
him
you,
until he did.
in this moment, you told us Gage Grosskreutz is a threat to you right now.
Yes.
He's got a pistol not aimed at you. You've got an AR-15 aimed at him.
Yeah, Gage
Why
Grosskreutz
is
has
he
the
more of
option.
a threat to
He's
you
on his feet. Kyle's
than
on his
you are
ass.
to him?
Because he was moving at me with a gun in his hand.
This is right after you've killed Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
Right after you fired 2 shots at almost point-blank range at the man running towards the camera right now and missing him, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling us Gage Grosskreutz is the real threat at this moment?
Yes.
Yeah, he's on his ass. He's advancing on him. Why is he advancing on him?
Can we please pull up exhibit number 80,
That'd be my
beginning at frame 468?
Super chat from Caveman Conquered Wakanda. Can we get a check on this prosecutor? Highly sus.
This is an exhibit which consists of, what's the number, 700?
Super chat at W. I don't know what Kyle's attorneys were thinking. They had this whole thing on until they put him on a stand. Now the jury will come to a compromise.
729
It's not the lawyer's
frames
decision, guys.
From the BG on the Go video that we just watched. This was prepared by James
Ultimately,
Armstrong
the
of
decision to
State
testify is
Crime Lab.
Kyle's.
I'm not going to show all 729, but I'd like to start at frame 468, and we're going to go frame by frame from there until frame 500. Mr. Stu, could you please slowly advance frame by frame until I tell you to stop?
Okay, so we're going frame by frame.
Mr. Rittenhouse, this is immediately after Gage Grosskreutz has stopped in front of you and you are doing something with your firearm at that moment.
Doing
You
something!
recall
Play
that?
the video! Stop!
You were asked some questions about what you were
This
doing
is the
at
re-rack
that
bullshit.
moment. Is it fair to say that you turn your firearm over and you're looking at it, you're examining it?
Yes.
But your testimony is you didn't do anything to actually manipulate it at that moment.
Because you don't see him
Fair
do
to
it.
say?
Correct.
Okay. Please continue.
They're going for the re-rack bullshit again. Look at this. To hit him, Kyle has to lift his rifle almost straight up.
frame 500 shows you firing your AR-15 towards Gage Grosskreutz. At this particular moment, he does not have that pistol pointed towards you.
Well, not after he shot him in the arm.
His left leg has stepped across not directly towards you, but to the side of you, correct?
Somehow this is not advancing.
He's reaching in with his left arm towards you, correct?
Yes.
He never steps back and puts the gun in both hands in a ready aim position towards you, does he?
He doesn't do that.
He never takes that gun with his right hand and stands there and holds it out with his right hand in front of him and aims it directly at you, does he?
No, he does this, pointing it directly at my head.
And you thought that's the way he was going to shoot you?
Yeah.
You thought he ran up close to you to shoot you?
Why did he run up to him?
You understand that he could have taken that gun if he wanted to and shot you from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Why is it up to Kyle to figure out what his intention is?
Can you
running up on
sorry,
him?
I'm trying to understand the question.
You understand that a pistol like that doesn't need to be right up close to someone to shoot, right?
Yes.
It can shoot from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Yes.
Mr. Grosskreutz could have stopped 10, 15, 20 feet away if he wanted to shoot you and fired his pistol at you, couldn't he have?
He could have, but he didn't.
And your testimony is that you believed he ran up close to you and reached in with his left hand with his gun in his right hand because that was his way of using this gun to shoot you?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you think he was reaching in to grab your gun?
No.
You didn't think he was going to take your gun away,
Worried
did you?
about the gun he pointed at his head.
He was going to shoot me.
With his pistol?
Yes.
Which he never actually does. Correct?
You didn't give him the chance to.
He never fires that gun at you at all.
No.
In fact, in this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a gun at you, did they?
Mr. Zeminski fired a gun from behind me.
Did Mr. Zeminski fire that gun at you?
I believe so.
What do you base that on? Did you see it?
The video.
Did you see it?
No.
You're talking about back when the incident with Mr. Rosenbaum happens, correct?
Yes.
That happened while you and Mr. Rosenbaum are running across the car source lot, correct?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't see Joshua Zeminski fire a shot, did you?
No.
You heard a gunshot, right?
Yes.
But you had no idea who fired it.
I believed it was Mr. Zeminski.
He's the one that was holding
So
the
that
gun.
gunshot did not at all factor into your decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum, did it?
No, Mr. Rosenbaum trying to steal my gun did.
So you didn't think that was a gunshot from Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
You knew he didn't have a gun?
Oh, I see what your question is now. Okay. You didn't think that the shot, which had been fired supposedly by Mr. Zeminski, had been fired by Mr. Rosenbaum.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
So you heard a gunshot.
He's never
you
heard
now
of
know
guys
that was
working
Joshua
together to
Zeminski
attack
based
you?
on watching the videos, right?
Yes.
But at the time, you didn't think that was Joseph Rosenbaum firing that shot, did you?
No.
You knew Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun, right?
Yes.
And you certainly would agree with me that you don't have the right to kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski does, correct?
Yes.
When you heard
And
that
if they're
gunshot,
acting together, what?
you
He's
didn't know
supposed to
whether it was
let,
fired at
Rosenbaum
you or up in
disarm
the
him while
air
Zeminski
or at
shoots him?
Rosenbaum or anyone else, did you?
I heard it from behind me, but I didn't.
You didn't know where it was aimed?
Correct.
Correct? You didn't feel it hit you? Correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear it ricochet anywhere near you? Correct?
Correct.
You received no indication that that gunshot was going to put your life in danger, correct?
I don't know.
There were gunshots going off all night long, weren't there?
Sorta.
Firecrackers,
Fireworks,
gunshots?
yeah.
Hard to tell the difference?
Yeah.
Right after you kill Rosenbaum, there's 3 shots right after that, aren't there?
Yes.
From very close to where you were.
Yes.
Yet you don't turn and shoot anybody there after you hear those, did you?
Who is he going to shoot?
So, getting back to my original question, in this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a shot at you, did they?
No.
Let's see here. Super chat from the Geth. How's it possible
After
each day gets
you
more wild than the last? Where's Kyle's lawyer? Can Kyle
kill
protect
Anthony
things
Huber,
himself?
shoot Gage Grosskreutz, and attempt to fire those 2 shots at the person who jumped at you, you got up and you walked away, didn't you?
Yes.
And you're about, what, a block away from the police line?
Yes.
And you know that police line's there because you're running towards it.
Yes.
And there's really nothing in the road between you and that police line, is there? After the shooting? Everybody
No.
scatters?
No, nothing in the road.
So you have a clear line of sight from where you did those shootings to those law enforcement vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And you still have your AR-15.
Yes.
And the crowd is pretty much run after they hear the shots, right?
Yes.
You still have your medic bag.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
You never once offer to help anybody that you just shot, correct?
I don't.
Correct?
Is this
you
guy
don't?
serious?
Anthony Huber is lying there over on the ground after you shot him once in the chest, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know at that point whether
There
he
was
was
still
alive
gunshots going
or
off.
dead, did you?
I didn't.
You never went over to check, did you?
No.
You didn't know whether it was possible to save his life at that moment or not, did you?
I didn't.
And you didn't even care. You just kept on walking. Correct?
I kept walking to get to the police line.
Gage Grosskreutz, right after you shoot him in the arm, is yelling, "I need a medic." Did you hear that?
Yes.
That's in the videos, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't do anything to help him, do you?
No.
You just decide to get out of there as fast as you can. Correct?
Yes.
Dude, multiple people have tried to kill him. Why would he stick around? This is so stupid. There were still gunshots going off after that his shooting was done. Several gunshots went off after his shooting was over. He's under no obligation to help the people that attacked him.
If you had seen someone running up the street with a gun and the crowd was saying that that person just shot someone, like they were saying about you, you would have taken action to stop them yourself, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't have.
You're running around putting out fires, aren't you?
Yes.
A shooting's far more serious than a fire, isn't it?
Yes.
You took it upon yourself to do the things that the police and the fire departments weren't doing that night, correct?
I helped put out fires, but I wouldn't say that.
It's not illegal to
You
put
went
out a
around
fire. It'd
offering
be illegal
medical
to shoot
service
somebody that wasn't
because
trying to
you
kill
didn't
you.
think there were EMTs or EMS that would be able to come in there, correct?
Yes.
So you took it upon yourself to do the things that you didn't think the police or fire could do, correct?
I wouldn't say I took it upon myself, but I was helping people with first aid and putting out fires at businesses.
So if you saw someone running with a gun and everybody said, that guy just shot someone, you would have taken your AR-15 and tried to stop him, wouldn't you?
What's the relevance of this, Mr. Mayor?
It goes to the crowd's reaction to him, Your Honor. I think you would have reacted the same way.
Mr. Rittenhouse is on trial. The crowd is important in terms of it's a factor that bears on some of the counts as to what the surroundings were. Otherwise, the crowd is unimportant, and what he might have done vis-a-vis the crowd is, I don't see where we're going.
Understood. When you got back to that police line, and what'd you say, they pepper sprayed you?
I believe so, but I don't remember it.
They told you to get out of the road.
Yes.
Because they were going in there to do what you hadn't done, which is to try and help the people that you just shot.
Now it's
right?
his responsibility all of a sudden?
Yes.
Now he's
And
arguing the
then you went
opposite.
back after that to the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told them that you just shot someone.
Yes.
Someone, meaning an individual person, correct?
I wasn't meaning individual. I was saying I just shot someone.
You were told by Nick Smith that the police were coming to your location, to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that.
And yet, you decided to flee, didn't you?
No.
You didn't stick around for the police, did you?
I went to go turn myself into the Antioch Police Department.
A couple of hours later.
An hour later.
It wasn't a couple hours. He knows what time it was.
I'm asking the witness if the witness can answer.
Dude.
Go ahead, you can answer, sir.
It was a couple of hours later, wasn't it?
No.
And in between...
You know exactly when he walked into that police station.
That
It's on
location in
video.
downtown Kenosha and getting to Antioch, you were looking at social media, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. My phone was dead.
You had heard from other people that your name was out there, right?
Later on in the evening, I believe I heard something, but no.
You knew that your picture was out there, right?
No.
You're telling me, as you sit here under oath, that after
would he know?
those shootings, between then and the time you turned yourself into the Antioch Police Department, you had no idea.
It was like an
that there was
hour.
social
How would he
media out
know?
there with your picture and your name as the shooter.
I'm trying to recall, but I can't. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
This is dumb. He just told you my phone's dead. How would he know? Does he troll the internet with his mental telepathy?
I have no further questions.
Nothing on that. You may step down, sir.
All right. Kyle Rittenhouse's testimony is finished.
But before that, call that witness. I need to use the men's room.
How about
bathroom break.
About a 5 to 10 minute break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. You may either use the jury room or you may remain down here in the library.
Very limited redirect.
Right.
Yeah.
Just to
Ask them
say,
4
this all,
questions.
this all happened in a matter of what? Minutes, seconds, what? And just leave it at that.
I'm not a big fan of redirects normally, because usually what you do is you highlight all the places you got it that where they scored points. But this is the time. Like, this is where you
Maybe he figures he doesn't want pinch and zoom expert to come in there, and if he redirects, that'll give time for a recross.
That's a good point,
My
guys.
thought is, I don't want to have
If he
that
closes
recross.
this out,
We
yeah,
lost pinch and
I
zoom,
hadn't
we
thought
lost
of
all
that.
video. I don't want that coming in, and whatever I can.
Remember, the prosecution could be trying to line up an expert witness to get the blown up bullcrap video. So he's right. If he closes this out, it makes that a moot point. He can't confront Kyle with that.
How many seconds it took, but that's already in the evidence. So for argumentation, I don't know what else they would be able to get in redirect out of Kyle that wouldn't, in theory, open Binger to come back and say, oh, now I can ask more questions because I didn't know they were going to ask that. Plus, the jury might be totally disinterested, and Richards might see that to give him some credit for not
and the
objecting.
jury might just hate Binger at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
I was going to
don't
say,
think that cross played as
that
Binger
looked
hoped it
terrible
would.
to me. The optics of that.
If the chat is reflective
badgering
of the
the
sentiment
witness.
of Binger, 1,000% of the jury members hate Binger.
I mean,
You hope.
I get a read just from looking at things like, I like to look at people who disagree with me on Twitter and look for the reasonable voices there. The ones who are reasonable but disagreeing. And I'm watching them going, this is ugly. I'm watching them say this, they're feeling bad for Kyle because of
He
what's
looked like a
just
scared
happened here.
kid. Exactly.
I don't think
He
he
looked
scored
like
a
he was
single.
being badgered.
I don't think any of those punches landed.
Well, no,
I
some
don't think he drew
landed
blood.
in round 2, and then he drug it out 12 more rounds.
Yeah.
But
Let's put it
then
this
you
way.
had
Let's
that
put it this
moment with
way.
Kyle getting emotional where it looked like the prosecution was being a bully. And that is the part, I guarantee you, after lunch where the jury sat up and was like, what's happening? And you saw, and I don't know how people will respond to it. I'm not looking at social, but I thought it was an authentic moment of Kyle trying to explain, I was just trying to make it stop. And that is the only thing I really remember.
He
other
didn't
than
stop.
The feeling of
He
anger
didn't
towards
stop
Binger
coming. I pointed
from
the
that
gun.
cross.
It
And
didn't
I
deter him.
think a jury will take away the annoyance with the prosecutor, the fact that the
That
judge was
looked
jumping
very
in over
genuine
the
to me.
prosecutor to say stop it, and the fact that Kyle was saying, I just wanted to make it stop. I didn't want to kill anybody. So anything that the prosecution got before lunch kind of got undone by the stuff after lunch because no one's going to remember it.
Kyle
Guys,
was amazing. Kyle was amazing. Amazing.
I didn't
and the way
expect
he
to
just
see
kept
him do
answering,
that well.
I was just trying to stop the threat. Classic, great answer. I wasn't trying to kill anyone. I just wanted to stop the threat. And the way the prosecution is trying to pick apart these tiny moments was absurd. Oh, he didn't have his gun pointed to you at exactly this second when your gun was exactly
frame
here.
by frame.
What are we trying
Not
to
even by
slice out
second,
of
by
these
frame.
moments? It's
ridiculous.
On a 30 frame per
Imagine the
second
reductio
video.
that he faults Kyle the first time because Rosenbaum didn't have a gun. He faults with
Yep, he
Heater
changed
because
his
Heater
argument.
Didn't have a bat. He only had a skateboard. Then he faults Kyle with Grosskreutz because he had a gun, but it wasn't pointed at him, and he could have shot him earlier if that's what he really wanted to do.
And it was a little gun.
And it was a
He
little
shot him
gun.
from further away.
But your gun was bigger.
His gun was smaller, so you gotta let him shoot you
Technically,
with
his
it.
gun's a bigger caliber, but
But Grosskreutz, in Grosskreutz testimony, he said, "I never had the opportunity."
I don't care if he had a BB
What
gun
did
in
he
his
do
hand. I'm
I
not
don't
letting
know,
him
I
shoot
never
me
had
with
the
it.
opportunity. That was Grosskreutz' response to what he was doing with that gun. So they'll
Let me mute this for a second. We have a super chat coming from the Geth. It's very disingenuous, borderline lying, to take 60 frame per second video, frame by frame, to question each frame. Your brain nervous system does not work that way. Exactly. This guy's making it seem like this played out in slow motion, from the comfort of sitting in a chair in a courtroom. This is in your face, literally within feet, right in Kyle's face. He's on his ass. The guy's advancing on him. And this guy's going literally frame by frame. I believe that video was 30 frames a second. Big fucking whoops. 1/30th of a second, really? You think the human brain perceives the time in 1/30th of a second increments? This is insane. No reasonable juror is going to look at that and go, oh yeah, I could break down my motions in 1/30th of a second increment blocks. And then you have this notion that somehow because Grosskreutz is holding a pistol and Kyle has an AR-15, somehow Kyle's supposed to give Grosskreutz the benefit of the doubt. Oh yeah, you can shoot me because you have the smaller weapon. Like I said, I don't care if the guy's got a BB gun in his hand, a knife. I don't have to sit there the laws of self-defense don't require me to intuit which of us has the more lethal weapon, which of us is he pointing the gun at me? He doesn't have perfect form. He doesn't have two hands on the pistol, and and perfect extension on his wrists. I better not shoot him because he's coming at me gangster style, so that's not perfect shooting form. Therefore, I can't shoot him. What kind of argument was that? So I mean, I'm still scratching my head on that one. Muzzle pointed at your head because he doesn't have a perfect shooting stance. Somehow that's going to protect your head from the bullet traveling through your brain. I don't know, guys. What's Liberative saying? I'll bet that handgun was a much bigger caliber than the 223. Yeah, imagine if it was a 9. What was the gun that Grosskreutz had? It was a Glock, right? I imagine it was a 9mm, or was it a 40? It was a Glock Gen 4, I think, but I don't remember the caliber. I'm gonna guess 9mm, but I know Zeminski had a 40 caliber because they recovered they recovered one of the spent shell casing from Zeminski's, and I think he had a 40 cal. Don't remember Grosskreitz's. I think Grosskreutz had a Glock Gen 4, but I don't recall that caliber coming up. So they are going to call another witness, the defense. I don't think he named a witness, but they don't have much time. They have like about a half an hour. He said it would not take long, this witness.
Kyle had no vigil, but he's been controlling the whole defense all the way through.
That's appalling if that's a setup, because it doesn't make Kyle look good. Like, smirk is not what you want on a self-defense case.
Right.
But just think, like, the guy who's going around yelling, F around and find out. If you put that guy up on the stand to face this cross, there's no way that guy gets through it without blowing his case, even if it's
that guy
legitimate
challenges the
self-defense.
prosecutor to a fight. That
Yeah.
guy just says, "Okay, fine. You want
I
to
had a
fuck
legal
around and find out?
question.
Let's go."
Yeah.
I'm not a criminal defense expert. I have a legal question. I'm trying to understand why it is that if he did an interview months earlier, that becomes a waiver of his Fifth Amendment rights. I don't understand that.
Oh, it
That's
doesn't.
what-
That's a ludicrous argument. It's just.
But that's what was happening. It seemed like they were arguing that, well, if you went for an
He
interview,
came
all
up
of a
with that
sudden now-
pretext to cover for what he was doing. He was
But
trying to create a mistrial without, so that he didn't face an acquittal, so that he could blame the verdict on the politically biased.
Politically biased judge.
Imply that. Well, let's think about what he did. As far as maybe that gives a right to probe in areas that
He wants to cover up for the L he thinks he's going to take.
Can any of you explain to me?
That's
I didn't interpret it that way, Joe. What I interpreted was the prosecutor saying, "Oh, I wasn't trying to get into his Fifth Amendment silence. I was asking about the media prior statements, which was disingenuous as fuck." But he was trying to say, no, I was saying this is the first time we're hearing it, not because he has the right to remain silent and not be interviewed by detectives, but because he gave this media interview over here. I think that's what he was trying to say, but I don't think it was genuine. Does that make sense? He was trying to say, look, no, he gave an article. I was talking about that, not his right not to talk to defense.
But the judge's response to Binger
his
seems to
right
give credibility
not
to a claim.
talk. I thought you said something else.
No.
Am I the only one who saw the judge interacting with Binger and sort of mulling over, well, depending on what he said in that interview, that might affect something here in the trial, and I just didn't understand.
I think that was with the admissibility of the other post. Him having threatened property. I don't think that was with respect to the Fifth Amendment issue.
The stream I'm watching right now is Raquetta Law.
It was black and white, 40, 50 years of a case law, and
This is Raquetta Law. This is a bunch of lawyers opining in real time on the case. Great channel. Look at this, 70,000 people, almost 70,000 people watching it live. He might have the most watched channel on YouTube right now.
I was trying to get into this other area, and the prosecutor was trying to explain his behavior is the way I heard that. Like, look, I thought because he said these things, and the judge is like, what things did he say that were relevant to the case? His growing up, his this, his that. And that's when the judge at the end of that said, I don't think this argument's in good faith. I don't think the mistake was in good faith. And that's how I interpreted that interaction. But we've been streaming for a very long time today.
Well, the chat says Joe is right and I'm wrong, so that's that. The chat is the aggregate knowledge.
Once in a
Chad
while.
also likes to troll sometimes, though, so not always correct.
But I was trying to make this point a little bit earlier. Kyle kept looking at his defense attorneys for help. Even the prosecution made a point of, like, he's looking in their direction. He's basically pleading for help from his own defense counsel, it seemed to me, with his eyes.
Yes.
So as a defense lawyer, if you're looking at that and your client is looking at you with the help me eyes, don't you sort of have some obligation to, help them?
Maybe throwing an objection once in a while, even if it's
You know what's
denied.
amazing, by the way?
No counsel.
I think it
Just
was
to break
Runkle,
up the
I think
rhythm.
You made the call earlier on how the media is going to spin the judge's reaction to that.
There's a new
All right,
report
they're back.
we just received, okay? And I object to it. It's beyond the scope of the court's order, and it's untimely.
Does it differ from the former report?
Your Honor, the only thing that is different is it adds the new discovered video from Friday.
It also gives his opinions as to what the defendant was doing that night and his self-defense and what he was thinking and believing, etc., the pursuit, etc. There's a lot of opinions in here about what the defendant was doing. The court's order.
Well, let me just interrupt. I think I stated that I would allow the imaging sequences, the measurement of that, and I think I said I would allow the observations he had made about the capacity of people to observe multiple objects. That's a poor way of summarizing it. That type of data, and when he talked about the car accidents, and I think it was limited to that. So he may have leftover impressions or opinions, but I don't expect I would be admitting any of that.
And I'm not intending to.
Okay.
This new written report has those, so I am objecting. It should not be admitted into evidence or shown to the jury.
All right, I don't expect it will be, and if he's offered, it'll unless he's got some astonishing justification, then it won't be admitted because I said I wasn't. Okay, now the question becomes: How long will this take?
Yeah, Judge
Shame
wants
on
to
me,
get home.
it's 20 to 5.
He wants his dinner.
It's been a long day, too. I don't know
Yeah.
if you knew that.
He wants his sweet buttery
But
cookies.
he's come here from Oregon and you want to get him in.
Well, no, you're available tomorrow, first thing?
Okay. I don't want to start without. Right?
I mean, if I thought you could get your direct in 20 minutes,
Absolutely not.
then why don't we wait until tomorrow? Well, I shouldn't say that. Tell me what is expected course of the case after that, because maybe I would let you if it.
Judge, you can go a little overtime if it gets this witness out of here, so you can go back to another state, Oregon. Can we maybe hold the trial over like 10, 20 minutes overtime?
With this witness,
3. Raise your right hand.
That's what we have under subpoena. Well, Mr. Black isn't under subpoena. We have Drew Hernandez.
Riot Squad.
Bray to clear up the racking, the spent shell casings, and what evidence was recovered.
Firearm expert.
I thought Officer Van Wee testified to emptying the gun when at the hospital
At the crime scene, Oregon. Number 2, event number 2, the state is saying that my client, Paige Grosswitz,
I know what's being
re-racked
said.
the gun. If
Yeah,
there was a
I understand that, and I thought that Officer Van Wee said that there was a full except for 8 shots, 8 bullets.
But there was no, the word I'm looking for, live round found at event number 2. So if there was a re-racking of that bolt, there would have been a live round. And
I counted and I came up with a full load, even without any bullet being found.
Maybe I'm just, and additionally, that Mr. Grosswitz said he didn't know whether or not his gun had one in the chamber. Lukowski testified to it, and in fact, there is a live round right on the ground.
Well, this is what your third. Okay, well.
That sounds relevant to me.
Let's deal with the realities of it. Unless you gentlemen are prepared to tell me that you're going to send me your proposed instructions on within by 4, like 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, and unless you're going to tell me that you're going to argue for less than an hour and a half each, then we're going to end up either working Saturday or working on Monday. So let's take a vote here, because the jury did clear Tuesday, and of course, I think I read once that Abraham Lincoln.
Oh boy, Abraham Lincoln,
When he
folks.
took a vote on the Emancipation Proclamation.
The Emancipation Proclamation.
And then he said, well,
Here we
he
go.
said, but the deciding vote is I. And so I'm going to take a vote about what you folks want to do, but that doesn't mean it's going to come out the way you want. So,
Oh, thank
who
God.
wants to work Saturday?
You didn't go into it.
Who wants to come back on Monday? Okay, so it's 1 to they don't care to I'm going to vote with you on Monday. So okay, so I know. Is it okay if I tell the jury we are hopeful that we will conclude the case on Monday? I understand that. Is there going to be extensive rebuttal?
I don't think it's going to be extensive, but
Yeah.
we do reserve the right to call
Sure,
rebuttal, yes.
yeah, I understood. Well, maybe I'll tell them I expect that we'll finish in the time which was given to us, which was included Tuesday. And we'll see what happens. All right. Anything else before I call the jury down? Oh, and then I'm going to dismiss them for the day, and we'll start in the morning with Dr. Black. Anything else?
Do you want the instructions by 7? Is that what you
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So
But if you, are you telling me that would be?
No, I'm telling you that I'll do whatever you want.
If you want by 8?
Black robes matter.
We're talking just about the count 6, right?
Yeah, well,
All right, they're still going to go for the dismissal on the gun
you know
charge.
what? I'll send you my preliminary. No, I won't do that. I'll send you my preliminary tonight. As long as we're not going to argument until next week. I'm not even going to promise that.
They might need an extra half day to argue the dismissal of count 6, the unlawful possession of the gun charge.
Let's call the jury down, dismiss them for the day. You don't have to send me anything tonight, and I won't send you anything. Oh.
I was beginning to fear for a second there, guys. We were going to get a long-winded dive into Abraham Lincoln, the Emancipation Proclamation. I thought he was going to like do a Lincoln impression and claim I am the President of the United States, cloaked with immense power. If you've ever seen the Daniel Day-Lewis movie with where he played Abraham Lincoln, and went total method actor in that one, by the way. You know. So the judge spared us the whole history of the passing of the Emancipation Proclamation. But look, Kyle seems to also still be affected emotionally by his testimony. He probably feels like he just had a baby or took a big crap that took him like 4 or 5 hours. Look at the guy. He probably lost 10 pounds of sweat today, of moisture.
All right, folks. How many are in favor of my continuing to allow that light to flicker through the remainder of the trial? Why don't we get maintenance in here, and hopefully they can fix that. And we're gonna stop for the day, and we're going to come tomorrow morning at 9. And I have just discussed the matter with the lawyers, and I'm very confident that we will finish by Tuesday, as I asked you about a couple weeks ago. And there's a bare chance, I don't want to get your hopes up, but there's a chance we could finish on Monday.
Oh, they could have. They might finish
That's the
a day
best of my
early.
information, and it isn't a promise, but I think that's very realistic. So, in the meantime, please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial, or discuss the case with anyone, including members of your immediate household. And any questions? See you tomorrow.
Yeah, guys. I personally think Kyle did a fantastic job. He hung in there basically by himself, like they were saying on the Raquel Law channel. He wasn't getting much help from his attorneys. Maybe once in a while you might want to just raise an objection for token reasons, even if you know it's going to be overruled, just to throw off the pacing and get the prosecutor off your client's back from badgering the same question over and over and over. But listening, I don't recall any major material errors of fact made by Kyle Rittenhouse. His story remained consistent. Every time he made him go over the same garbage over and over again, he kept giving basically the same answers. He did not get snippy. He did not lose his cool. At certain points, he did display emotion. You saw that point where he was like, I didn't want to kill anybody, but he just kept coming. He looked like he was getting choked up there and a bit there. That seemed to be very genuine and very real. Guy's like, what do you want me to do, man? The guy's coming at me. He already told me he's going to kill me, and he catches me alone. He's coming at me. His buddy over there just shot a gun off behind me. What do you want me to do? At least that's the impression I got out of Kyle. And then do we just dismiss the fact that Rosenbaum threw something at Kyle? How does Kyle know what was in that bag? Guy chucks something at you in a bag. You don't know what's in the bag. Well, it could have acid in the bag. It could be another chlorine bomb, which I remember we've testified. They believe Rosenbaum tossed a chlorine bomb at them. He doesn't know what's in that bag. He could have put a brick or a rock in the bag. The bag obviously traveled some distance. There was something in the bag. It wasn't empty. So maybe we'll take another dip into Raquel Law before we call it a day here. See how they think Kyle did.
Said enough.
Well, I mean, that's why, you know. Hopefully they got lucky with this case. Still comes down. I think Kyle did a fantastic job today for a kid under that kind of pressure.
Unbelievable.
Without his lawyer defending him in the way that he should have, in my opinion. With a judge thankfully stepped in.
As usual.
Yeah, but the kid was amazing in his own defense. It now comes down to what did they get lucky or unlucky with jury, because I don't think they did much in jury selection.
Marcus, let me ask you a question, because you've done so much trial work. There was this idea the defense wasn't raising probably every objection known to man because the jury was, you know, tuning everything out and becoming so bored and stopped taking notes. You know, why bring it to the jury's attention? So did you buy any of that as an explanation?
Oh, and I know Richards, and that's not why Richards operates the way he does. He just doesn't object, period.
He was just saying it doesn't matter what the jury's doing. That's not a strategy. That's just him.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
correct.
But at the end of the day, when we think about this for a second, I cannot imagine, even if you have like that third of the jury that started there, I cannot imagine that they're going to find 12 jurors who possibly saw this trial so far and what we've seen, and will say we need to convict him.
Never say that. Never say that.
I could find 12 on Twitter right now.
Here's a question, Robert. Does this ever happen? You know, Barris and others did the sampling of the Kenosha jury pool before. Is there any benefit to doing it now to see if the aggregate opinion has changed in order to know what you have to do for the remainder of the trial, or is there not enough time to do that?
Yeah, no, it was my recommendation to run a parallel jury because this was a videotaped trial, so that you would have that third that presumed guilty, that third that leaned presumed guilty.
You wanted to run a test jury.
In, and the third
That's some advanced
tactics. Get their reactions on a daily basis. Get about 100 of them. You pay them, $150 a day. It would cost a little money, but not not too bad. And I had people that were willing to help front those costs to make sure all of it wouldn't even come out of Kyle's fund. At least not, ideally bail fund would reimburse down the road, but to my knowledge, they did not do that. So so they have had, I think, a jury consultant in the courtroom all the way through. I believe it's the jury consultant that was the OJ jury consultant who took credit for Johnny Cochran picked that jury. That's all I'll say about it. I've cleaned up her messes in other cases. That's the only other thing I'll say about it. But so it's kind of a random jury pool. But to Joe's point, that's why 2/3 of the time mistrials or split verdicts were the outcome, because you had hardcore people committed to Kyle, hardcore people coming in with media prejudice, and they wouldn't change their minds. And when they did change their minds, they would only do it on a compromise verdict. I'll give you this if you give me that. Like my Snipes case, 9 jurors.
My point is, now that he's finished testifying, and established his ties to Kenosha, it's possible that that's given enough rope for the jury, which says, look, he acted in self-defense here. You want to hang him because you're saying he shouldn't have been here. I think his testimony could help to perhaps get them off of that.
He's right. He did kind of establish that he's not some stranger to that community. I mean,
into being like, you're right.
He's got a lot of ties to that community.
And in that moment, anyone would have pulled the trigger. So
in my other cases, generally, it intensifies both sides. Typically, I don't know what it did here, but typically, what happens is the people who don't like him read into it what they want to read into it. The people who do like him.
Can't stay here watching Riquetta Law all night. It wouldn't be fair to him. If you want to see what he has more to say, obviously you can go to his channel at Riquetta Law on YouTube. Great channel. Recommend you give him a follow if you're interested in legal doings or watching court cases. But it looks like we're going to get some more prosecution witnesses tomorrow. Defense witnesses. He said maybe 3. Or did he say just 3 after 3 after the witness he was about to call? So 3 or 4, split the difference. And I think the defense may rest tomorrow, depending on how it goes. Then it looks like there would be a redirect by the prosecution. I think he said there would be a redirect. He kind of said it wouldn't take long. And they're hoping to finish the trial, final arguments on Monday. Or closing argument, I should say. So that would be, we'd have let's see, today is the 10th. So that would leave Thursday, Friday, Monday the 15th. 3 more days of trial, or two and a fraction of a day, maybe. Guys, so listen, I have been, this is the longest live stream I've ever done. We're now about, in a few seconds, about to cross 8 hours. 8 consecutive hours of live streaming. I'm tired of hearing my own voice. I'm sure all of you are tired of hearing me yell and scream at my monitors all day. This is what I would be doing if I weren't streaming anyway. I'd be screaming at the monitors. Might as well do it with you guys, right? I saw at one point in the stream we had almost like 500 people in here, which was insane to me. Why 500 people would want to listen to me yelling at the monitor. You were very generous with the super chats today. Thank you very much, guys. I hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, I sincerely apologize. I did not mean to do so. Send me a message if I did, and I'll be happy to reread it on my next stream. So hopefully I cleared through the backlog that happened a couple of times there. But more important than that, guy, I just give you my straight out opinion. Thought it was a good day overall for Kyle Rittenhouse. We certainly got our money's worth today on watching that. Believe me, I took a couple of bathroom breaks in there during longer testimonies. I think I took a couple of trips to the little boys' room, so to speak. So I think we'll just have to cut it off. Cut it there after 8 hours. Good luck to you, anybody who watches this whole stream. That's gonna be nuts. I'm gonna have to change the name from part 1 as well on the title, just because we went straight through. But that's gonna be all for this NeoUnrealist, guys. Look, if you want to help the channel, do me a favor, hit like for this video, as many of you already have so kindly. Leave a comment below, help the algorithm, of course. Mash down on that subscribe button if you're brought here by the by the trial. You're not a regular viewer of my channel. And if you do that, and you want to get notifications, you got to click on the notification bell that's next to the subscribe button. Put it on the all setting if you want to keep up with new content. And if you want to contribute directly to the channel, you want to toss your hard-earned dollars into the tip jar, go around YouTube, you can follow links below in the description to this video to either Patreon, Subscribestar, or PayPal. Or if you're watching this when this marathon uploads on BitChute later, you can just click on the green tip pledge button right there in the video player itself. And most importantly, guys, as always, thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.